भारत का पक्ष है और वो पक्ष शांति का है। हम शांति के हर प्रयासों का समर्थन करते हैं और हम शांति के हर प्रयासों के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला करके खड़े हैं।
Ваше превосходительство, когда я встречаюсь с мировыми лидерами, я всегда им говорю, что Индия не нейтральная страна. У Индии нет нейтральной позиции, у нас своя позиция, и эта позиция в пользу мира, это позиция мира. И мы поддерживаем все усилия, которые направлены на установление мира, и мы будем двигаться плечом к плечу со всеми державами, которые держатся этой пути.
पूरे विश्व ने कोविड से लेकर के अब तक कई संकटों से गुजरा है। हम आशा करते हैं कि बहुत ही जल्द विश्व को चिंताओं से मुक्ति मिलेगी और एक सही दिशा में प्रगति के राह पर विश्व समुदाय को एक नई आशा पैदा होगी। एक्सेलेंसी, मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि आज दिन भर हम अनेक विषयों पर चर्चा करने वाले हैं। भारत और रशिया के आर्थिक संबंधों का अधिक विस्तार हो, हम नई नई ऊंचाइयों को प्राप्त करें, ऐसे बहुत ही आशावादी आउटकम के साथ हम हमारी इस मीटिंग को आगे बढ़ाएंगे, यह पूरा विश्वास है।
Уважаемый господин президент, весь мир страдал от пандемии ковид, и были также разные другие кризисы, поэтому мы надеемся, что мир вновь на пути прогресса, развития, и наша встреча будет вселить надежду в этот вопрос. Уважаемый господин президент, сегодня весь день мы будем разговаривать по разным темам. Пускай наша встреча придаст новый импульс нашему экономическому сотрудничеству. Мы возлагаем большие надежды на нашу сегодняшнюю встречу, и мы ожидаем хороших результатов по итогам нашей встречи.
My friend, मैं फिर से एक बार आपका और आपके डेलीगेशन हृदय से बहुत-बहुत स्वागत करता हूँ।
Дорогой друг, еще раз хотел бы поприветствовать вас и вашу делегацию в Индии.
Спасибо.
Спасибо большое. Thank you very much. Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогие друзья, прежде всего спасибо большое за приглашение.
Excellency, Prime Minister, dear friends, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me.
И за вчерашний очень добрый вечер.
And for the yesterday's evening too, it was very good.
Дружеский, в то же время с такой содержательной, очень полезной беседой.
We had a friendly and at the same time a very substantial talk.
У нас была возможность, и дали мне такую возможность подробно рассказать о том, что происходит на как раз украинском направлении.
I could share a great deal of details about the events taking place in Ukraine.
И что нами предпринимается совместно с некоторыми другими партнерами, в том числе с Соединенными Штатами, по вопросу возможного мирного урегулирования этого кризиса.
And the actions we are taking together with some partners, including the United States, on a possible peaceful settlement.
Спасибо вам за это внимание и спасибо за ваши усилия, направленные на разрешение этой ситуации.
Thank you for the attention and for your efforts aimed at finding a solution to this situation.
Что касается наших отношений, то они действительно носят очень глубокий исторический характер, как бы мы его не характеризовали, какими бы эпитетами его не украшали. Важно другое, важно содержание. Содержание очень глубокое.
Our relations are deeply rooted into history, but it is not the words that matter, it is the substance of the matter, which is very profound.
Мы этим очень дорожим, и мы видим, что вы, уважаемый господин премьер-министр, уделяете этому тоже очень большое личное внимание.
We really appreciate that, and the fact that you, Excellency Prime Minister, pay special personal attention to that.
За прошедшие годы нами проделана очень большая работа в развитии наших отношений.
Over the past years, we have done a great deal of work to develop our relationship.
И по мере развития наших стран, по мере развития экономик наших государств, возможности нашего сотрудничества расширяются.
As our countries and our economies move forward, we have more opportunities for cooperation.
У нас появляются новые направления.
We open additional areas for cooperation,
связанные с высокими технологиями,
including those related to high-tech,
связанные с развитием и совместной работы в области авиации, космос, высоких технологий в широком смысле слова, искусственного интеллекта.
As well as the cooperation in the sphere of aircraft, space exploration, high-tech and artificial intelligence.
У нас очень доверительные отношения в сфере военно-технического взаимодействия.
We have very close and trusting cooperation in the military and technical area.
Мы намерены двигаться по всем этим направлениям.
And we are planning to move forward in all of these areas.
Это только лишний раз подчеркивает уровень, характер и доверительность наших связей.
This once again underscores the level and the trust of our relationship.
Наши команды очень хорошо поработали в преддверии этого визита.
Our teams have done a great work before this visit.
Подготовлен целый ряд документов солидных.
They have prepared a great number of documents for us.
У нас есть возможность на чем-то остановиться, что-то обсудить дополнительно.
We have an opportunity to talk in more detail about some of them.
И уверен, что мы сегодняшний рабочий день завершим с хорошим результатом.
I'm sure that we will have a very fruitful working day.
Спасибо.
Thank you very much.
All right, so lots of important points over there. Vladimir Putin and Prime Minister Modi speaking on Ukraine. This is significant. And in a sense, the takeaway from so far of the visit, I would suggest, in terms of the content of conversations, the Prime Minister called Putin a visionary leader. He spoke about the Ukraine crisis. He spoke about India not being, independent or neutral, but was firmly in the side of peace, not neutral, on the side of peace, hope for global peace and progress. Very significantly, Vladimir Putin told the Prime Minister about the Ukraine process, about the peace settlement that he was working on. He says that he shared Ukraine details with India.
विश्व बहुत बड़ी ताकत है, विश्वास बहुत बड़ी ताकत है, विश्व का कल्याण शांति के मार्ग पर ही है, हम सबको शांति के रास्ते पर चलना है. We all have to walk on the path of peace. And again, underlining what Vishnu just said, the Prime Minister again, and I think this is for the third or the fourth time that he's making it clear, we are not a neutral party in this conflict. हम शांति के हर प्रयास का समर्थन करते हैं, हम शांति के हर प्रयास के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर खड़े हैं. We are on the side of peace. Very firmly again underlining that we want an end to the conflict without saying it in so many words. We are on the side of peace and a constant exchange of information is taking place, Vedika.
And it's the third time he said it? It's the third time.
It is. And also it's interesting because this perhaps would have been a part of the talks yesterday during the informal dinner that Prime Minister Modi had with President Putin. But US is watching closely, of course, and perhaps they'll be a bit happy today that this is something that the Prime Minister has said right before the bilateral talks shift. He's made it clear that India is on the side of peace, while you have Trump there trying to send his people across, trying to strike a deal for peace between Ukraine and Russia.
And it also establishes consistency. The fact that the Prime Minister has said it once, I'm forgetting which summit it was where he said it first. Then he said it when he met the president.
He said it in Kiev.
Earlier in Kiev.
He said it in Kiev when he went to visit Zelensky.
Not just to Zelensky, but I'm saying to Putin personally.
Yeah.
This is the third time he's saying it to Putin personally. He has said it over a phone call as well, so that's probably 4 times.
And he said, I've repeatedly been talking to you about
it. So this kind of radiates
the Prime Minister's.
It's not a one-off remark.
100%. Yeah. This has been India's policy on Ukraine, and this is out in External Affairs Ministry statements as well. This is what the Prime Minister said in Moscow. Our Prime Minister said this in Kiev as well. We want a diplomatic solution, a peaceful outcome to the war between Russia and Ukraine. He's just saying the same things in different words.
And this line, what Putin has said, we've shared Ukraine details with India, and we are working on a peaceful settlement. So here, the Prime Minister is saying, listen, we are on the side of peace. This is the only path on which the entire world should be walking. Tara Karta joins us now on this broadcast. And the Russian president also reciprocating, saying we are working on a peaceful settlement.
Big words.
Your first thoughts, ma'am?
See, talking about peace is not just some, wishful Gandhian concept of peace. This is practical politics. We need peace in Russia because otherwise you're not going to get to very basic stuff. Your defense orders are not coming in because they don't have the bandwidth to give you that stuff. 1. Number 2, if private investors, if you have to get those rupees which is lying in Russia across, you need private investment to go there. Nobody is going to go as long as there is a war. Number 3, if there is to be energy continuation via the Petersburg route, That again, I mean, you can't, I mean, it's all very well to say that, we have this great relationship with Russia, which is true, which is absolutely true. It goes beyond, there's a certain continuity to it. But the basic fact is your largest trade partner is the US. So there are limits to what you can do as long as this war goes on. And let me tell you, we also have ties with Ukraine in terms of defense. So those are things we would like to perhaps, I mean, you're now sort of shifting, your purchases a lot. But if this war ends, it's good for us. It's as simple as that. So it's not just, peace for peace's sake. It's also moral dimension.
But Ms. Karta, it's also about that fine balance now in terms of India. You have, the biggest trading partner, and then you have the country called Russia here that gives you your biggest defense deals. For Prime Minister Modi and his government, it's about walking that fine line, ma'am.
Yes, it is. And if you notice, I mean, this is a very interesting thing. Much of your purchases for the Indian Ocean side, when you're talking of the Navy, you're talking of recently 7,555 crore deal for MH-60 helicopter sustainment with the US. That is anti-submarine warfare. So all the Indian Ocean related, Navy related is largely now going to the US. Your GE engines are powering instead of, your traditional Reliance. You still have the Reese submarine, which is great. But that's how it is in terms of the sea-based systems. Land, you're still with the Russian systems. Right? You're talking of the S-400s because you cannot marry these two. The Sukhoi deal, let's see if that goes through. There were some reservations on that earlier by the Air Force themselves. Let's see how that goes. But if you can maintain this, you can still buy from Russia, provided, again, they start giving you ability to make spares here. This dependency for spares on Russia, which has been gone on for decades, is not healthy for the relationship. It's high time we move to getting spares made here rather than running at the last minute.
Vasudha is also joining us live. Vasudha, bilateral meeting underway. We've just heard key significant statements from both the leaders of India as well as Russia. Just take us through what we should expect. MOUs to be signed, no big defense deals on the agenda. But this, of course, is symbolic. There's a messaging going out from Kremlin as well at this point, as well from India. Ukraine was the focus of that discussion between the two leaders right before they entered the room for the meeting.
That's right, Vedika. In fact, Ukraine was a big talking point amongst in the conversations that happened between these two world leaders, is what I've been told. And India has maintained its position. Remember, it was just last year that the Prime Minister made it a point to tell Mr. Putin, President Putin, that ye yudh ka yug nahi hai. This is not the time for war, and there are no solutions in the battlefield. India has remained consistent in this position, even while maintaining its multi-alignment policy and walking that tightrope between balancing its interest with the West and also maintaining its time-tested friendship with Russia. The Prime Minister has consistently said that India is on the side of peace, which is what he has reiterated today. In fact, he has also given President Putin a copy of the Gita, which also in some ways is symbolic in many ways, because the Gita also talks about the futility of war. So clearly many symbolic undertones there. But the bilateral meetings that are going to happen are very important. My government sources have told me that there are three important things to look forward to. One is that India-Russia Cooperation Pact is going to be signed, in which there is going to be a 5-year plan to look at the areas that can be, that can be grown, that can be expanded, and there is a trade deficit between India and Russia that needs to be solved, that India needs to also explore so that it gets more jobs for Indians. The second thing is a labor mobility fact, and of course there's something expected on shipping as well, specifically on the project related to connecting Vladivostok and Chennai, both port cities of the two countries.
But the peaceful settlement comment by the leaders, what's the exchange that's just taken place between them, I want to play that out because this is the big headline moment from today.
एक्सेलेंसी, पिछले दिनों विश्व समुदाय के सभी नेताओं से जब भी मेरी बात हुई और उन्होंने जब विस्तार से मेरी चर्चा की, मैंने हमेशा कहा है कि भारत न्यूट्रल नहीं है, भारत का पक्ष है और वो पक्ष शांति का है। हम शांति के हर प्रयासों का समर्थन करते हैं और हम शांति के हर प्रयासों के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला करके खड़े हैं। एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन के संकट के बाद हमारी लगातार चर्चा होती रही है। आपने भी समय समय पर एक सच्चे मित्र के रूप में हमें सभी चीजों से अवगत कराया है। मैं समझता हूं कि विश्वास बहुत बड़ी ताकत है और आपको मैंने अनेक बार इस विषय की चर्चा भी की है और विश्व समक्ष भी मैंने रखा है कि विश्व का कल्याण शांति के मार्ग पर ही है। हम सबको मिलकर के शांति के रास्ते तलाशने चाहिए और पिछले दिनों जो प्रयास चल रहे हैं, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि विश्व फिर से एक बार शांति की दिशा में लौटेगा। 2001 में जब आपने कार्यभार संभाला और भारत की आपकी यात्रा पहली हुई, उसको आज 25 साल हो गए और उस पहली यात्रा में ही स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की एक मजबूत नींव रखी गई थी। मेरे लिए पर्सनली भी खुशी की बात है कि आपके साथ मेरे परिचय को और संबंधों को उसको भी 25 साल हो गए हैं। एक्सेलेंसी, मैं मानता हूं कि ये जो 2001 में आपने जो भूमिका अदा की, एक विजनरी लीडर कैसे सोचता है, कहां से शुरू करता है और संबंधों को कहां तक पहुंचा सकता है, इसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण भारत रशिया के संबंध है।
Okay, the Indigo chaos continues to be the big story here on NDTV. We'll keep an eye on what's happening between Putin and Modi and we'll update you as soon as it happens. But this is the story facing the country today, viewer. Just look at these 10 images from different cities in the country. Horrifying, nightmarish images facing lakhs of passengers courtesy Indigo, once considered the most reliable airline, most dependable airline. It is completely overwhelmed from Delhi to Mumbai to Goa to Jaipur to Kolkata to Chennai to Hyderabad to Bengaluru to Chandigarh. Anywhere that this airline operates, they've been completely jammed. Their systems are overwhelmed at this point of time. I want you to take a look at this set of ground reports, the very latest that we're bringing in from our reporters.
Joining me here, his flight has also been cancelled. Where were you travelling to and when did you get to know that your flight's cancelled?
So I'm travelling to Raipur and I got to know about it when I was on my way, particularly, and I was just about to reach the airport that your flight is cancelled. Plus then I came over here, I went for the inquiry. It took me around 2 hours to stand on that line and to get to know about the flight being cancelled. And it's not that far. If you see the boarding way, display board, it's showing that the check-in is still going on. I'm not sure the things which are going on between the Indigo and the aviation, but it's not correct, I believe. The thing is not about the full compensation as well.
Yeah, exactly. Have you been told when is your next flight? Have you been able to book the next flight?
So they are saying that we can't give any flight for today. We can try for tomorrow, not for today. And since we have 3 passengers right now, so for no one we are not getting any. Like we are not getting any possibility of getting any flight by today.
Yeah.
Even the connecting one.
This is what we're seeing here. These are the kind of people stranded at Delhi airport and across all airports, and with no information, and even with other airlines. This is what's happening now, that of course, naturally speaking, the demand has fallen onto the other airlines. So the prices, the airfares have skyrocketed across other carriers as well.
Chennai airport, as hundreds of passengers with Indigo tickets have got stranded. For the first time, the CISF at the entrances are not allowing passengers with Indigo tickets, as Indigo flights across the country have been cancelled except the international flights. This is the 3rd day of this kind of a major disruption and hardship. Passengers are stranded and many have no option to continue their travel plans with other flights, as they say tickets have become very, very expensive, something they cannot afford, and the refund, although Indigo offers, could take a long time to come. Tell us about your situation.
Yeah, so actually I'm an employee, government employee in IIT Dhanbad. So I have to go and join there yesterday itself, but then flight got cancelled and now it has got cancelled. They are not letting us inside. So we are just standing here in the airport. We have a child of 2 years old, and it becomes difficult. At least they could have informed us some few hours before so that we do not have to.
What are your options now?
We have almost no options.
अभी मेरे बच्चे का स्केटिंग का कंपटीशन है विशाखापट्टनम की हमारी फ्लाइट थी लेकिन वो अब कैंसिल हुई है 5 बजे तक हमें
You're traveling to Visakhapatnam, is it?
Yes.
And no flights now?
No. We are going to by bus now.
Today cancel all the flights. So reschedule करने के लिए बोल रहा है लेकिन हम तो 2 दिन यहाँ रुक नहीं सकते.
So passengers hope this will come to an end soon. Today there's no fresh statement yet from the Indigo management, although yesterday they had assured that they're working to normalize operations soon. At the Chennai airport with Suresh, Sam Daniel, for NDTV.
Chaos prevailed across airports in India as Indigo flights remained delayed and cancelled in the airports in the country. 3 days on, more than 1,000 flights of the Indigo has been cancelled and delayed due to certain challenges that the 20-year-old airline, who claimed to be before time departure and before time arrival, remained delayed and cancelled, leaving passengers stranded in the airports and at a time when it is peak holiday season in the country, the year end. I have some passengers with me.
We have been knowing that something like some disruptions are there, but that it will be cancelled. We thought that it will be delayed. So we crossed our fingers and came here and figured out that it has been cancelled right now. And so it was supposed to be a holiday. No rescheduling, but right now we got an email which said that your flight is we figured it out here, and then we got this email that it's cancelled and we'll refund you everything, but nothing about rescheduling.
After rescheduling multiple times, now it got cancelled for the day. There is no flight for South today for Bangalore, Hyderabad, Chennai, Coimbatore, Trichy or any other airports in South. I have requested them to, direct me to whatever the nearest airport to Chennai. And there is no flight today, tomorrow. Any Chennai flight today is at 30,000, 25,000 per head. It's not viable to go. How can a government can allow prices to go up? There has to be a price bracket of any airline.
I mean, look at the reactions that from people over there. These are ordinary commuters, citizens. They are livid. Somebody could have a medical emergency. You could be going for an exam. You could be, with ailing, aged parents.
You can't get to where you want to go. You can't.
And the pictures there of, hundreds of suitcases strewn at the terminal.
And little communication, Padmaja. Little communication.
That's the worst. So, Tanushka, in fact, and let's go straight across to our colleagues. You've got Deepak, Ratnadeep, Sam Daniel, all there at the various
Padmaja, can I interrupt for 30 seconds? Yeah. Before we go across to Deepak and Ratnadeep who are waiting, we were talking about this 30 seconds back. I typed New Delhi to Mumbai on Make My Trip for flights today. The number of flights available for me to book, 0. Why? Because there are no Indigo flights which are operating from Delhi. You heard that right. According to the airport, according to Delhi Airport, they've tweeted this out, all Indigo flights from Delhi to all across the country are cancelled. So when I went and typed Delhi to Mumbai, there were no options on any airline. Why? Simply because all other seats would have been booked out. So Vedika, what I did then is to look for flights tomorrow, Saturday, December 6th, one way, Delhi to Mumbai, on Make My Trip. There is a SpiceJet flight that takes off at 12:30 a.m. A one-way ticket costs 24,088 rupees. I thought that's an anomaly. Let's move on to other tickets and other airlines. Air India, for a 5 p.m. flight tomorrow to Bombay, is costing 25,161 rupees. Air India's 10 p.m. flight is costing 21,161.
And that's just one sector, Vishnu. I'm looking at Calcutta now.
Yeah.
Delhi to Kolkata tomorrow. SpiceJet flight at 10:20 is 38,000.
That's ridiculous.
699.
No, so I have a question. In all of this, where is the Ministry of Civil Aviation?
Where is the minister?
But shouldn't the ministry be stepping in and at least stop this price which is being hiked in this
No,
fashion?
it's extortion. There's no two ways of...
And you're going to have a spillover effect on the trains as well, and that's what our reporters are telling us. Let's cut across, in fact, to Deepak Bopana, Sam Daniel and Ratnadeep. This one picture which has just been put out by a viewer in Bengaluru, Kempegowda Airport. So I want to come to you first, Deepak. This is ridiculous. It looks worse than the kind of bus terminals we used to see about a couple of decades ago. You know, you've got hundreds of people who are just sleeping at the airport because they don't even know when they're going to get on the next flight. What are those around you telling you?
Well, everyone is really in a terrible state because they're not getting clarity here. I'm going to just first show you pictures of what's the scene here at the Indigo kiosk at the Kempegowda International Airport. This is the Terminal 1 at the domestic departure gate, and you can see at least about 100-150 people waiting, and most of these people have no clarity at all as to what's going to happen. So let's try and get in a word from some of the people here. They've been agitated as soon as they see, some of us from the media reporting it. They want to really share their agony as well. Bataiye, what sort of problems have you been facing?
Sir, I am Advocate Tripathi from Mumbai. Sir, मेरी फ्लाइट थी 2 बजे की. कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन है ही नहीं. इंडिगो का कोई स्टाफ कोऑपरेट कर नहीं रहा है. रिफंड वगैरह की क्या करना है, रीशेड्यूल क्या करना है, कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं है, कोई जानकारी नहीं है. इवन को बता भी नहीं रहे हैं कि जो सामान अंदर ऑलरेडी चले गए उसको कैसे निकालना है, कैसे बाहर करना है. कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं है. मोस्टली सारी ट्रैफिक कैंसिल, फ्लाइट कैंसिल.
आपको भी आप कहाँ जा रहे हैं?
मैं शरद कोठारी, मैं इंदौर से आया था. मैं बेंगलोर से अभी बॉम्बे जाना था मुझे, और वहाँ पर मेरा एक मैरिज था अभी हाल. अब जब मैंने यहाँ पर अभी सुबह ट्राई किया तो पूरे इंडिकेटर मोबाइल पे भी दिखा रहा है कि आपका फ्लाइट टाइम पे हैगा, आप चले जाइए. मैं अभी हाल 150 किलोमीटर दूर से चल के यहाँ पर आया हूँ, और यहाँ आने के बाद देख रहा हूँ कि साहब फ्लाइट आपका कैंसिल. मैंने डीजी यात्रा देखा, बोले कैंसिल. आप बोले काउंटर पे चले जाइए. जब मैं काउंटर पे आया हूँ तो यहाँ पर 2 घंटे पहले से जो लाइन लगी थी वो मूव ही नहीं हो रही है.
Well, that's a big problem. You know, on one hand, people can have, yes, there are cancellations. Indigo has confirmed that, they are facing problems, but not giving people clarity. That is the biggest concern. And now he mentioned about a wedding, and I just want to highlight this story that has now come to the fore from Hubli, where a couple was in fact forced to actually have their own reception online. This happened where a couple from Bhubaneswar were supposed to reach Hubli, and they couldn't really make it here because both of them were flying Indigo, and their flights got cancelled, and eventually, they appeared online for their own reception. Let me try and get in a word. I just spoke to a few of them a little while earlier as well. Tell me, madam, if you could just turn around and tell us what sort of problems have you been facing? Could you just give us a little bit of a lowdown on how long have you been waiting? If you could just turn around for the cameras. Yes, go ahead.
Right, so I think there was no intimation done, and I've traveled like around 2.5 hours to reach here.
Yeah.
And when I come here, and I was doing a Digi Yatra check-in, and that's when it showed that the flight's been cancelled.
Yeah.
And there are no flights. I think the next Indigo flight is in the late evening.
Yeah.
And I don't know about the status of that flight too. So, that's a long queue that we're waiting here for. A lot of trouble.
And stories like this, of course, are very, very common. Most of them, the bigger concern that they're facing as they wait in these queues is there's no clarity as to what's coming their way. There are random reasons that are being given by the airline staff here. Some of them say that your ticket is cancelled. Some of them, your flight is cancelled. Some of them say the flight is going to be delayed. Now here you have a young child, and imagine the plight of the mother and the grandparents who've come in. I just spoke to you, ma'am, a little while ago. You had come with your young kid. Tell me how difficult has it been waiting here?
See, I cannot even call on the customer care. Their line is not responding, and now I have to stand here and whatnot.
Where are you trying to fly to?
We are trying to fly to Delhi.
Delhi. Well, so the problems, of course, are plenty. The solutions at this point in time are very few. Yes, they have admitted that there's a shortage of staff, but at least giving customers some sort of clarity so that they don't have to really be stranded in the fashion that they have been will be of great help to the commuters.
You've got a wedded couple who are forced to attend their own wedding reception online. And that's not even the least of troubles that people are facing. That young lady with an infant, where is she supposed to go? What is she supposed to do? At the very least, what someone can do is give coherent communication. Tanushka has sent a case study of a flyer of a commuter who got contradictory messages within 10 minutes. First, they were told your flight is cancelled, then got another message from Indigo saying, thank you for checking in. We welcome you on board. What is this person supposed to do?
In the direct line of fire, would be the ground staff.
Exactly. So you've got people who are protesting inside the airport terminal. I heard a horror story of somebody who was actually made to get onto the bus, and then they just sat inside the bus for 1 hour, not knowing whether they are going to board the flight, whether the flight is going to take off. And the last update that we've seen from the Ministry of Civil Aviation, Ratnadeep, was about 14 hours ago from 9:36 p.m. when the Civil Aviation Minister said, reviewed the operations of Indigo along with senior officials of the Ministry of Civil Aviation and DGCA. I have instructed DGCA and concerned officials at the ministry to keep a close watch on the network and directed Indigo to normalize the operations at the earliest. If anything, Vishnu, things have just gone downhill from there. Between 9:36 yesterday and today, things have devolved and have become worse. In addition, says the minister, AAI and other airport operators have also been directed to provide all support to the stranded passengers. I think we can safely say none of that has happened.
All right, we're going to go across to Ratnadeep now. He's outside the Guwahati airport. Ratnadeep, what's important to note here is also that flights are not taking off from New Delhi today, Indigo flights, which means that there won't be flights even returning from other places, correct? Tell us what's happening at the Guwahati airport. Is the mayhem as bad as Bengaluru, as bad as the national capital at this point?
That's right. In fact, yesterday there were 8 flights of Indigo that got cancelled out of Guwahati, and several flights were delayed for hours together. But the situation actually today is even worse, with flights not taking off from Delhi. Remember, several flights to Northeast India, particularly Guwahati airport, from where we are reporting. This airport not only connects Northeast to other parts of the country, but also is a key hub for regional connectivity within the Northeast. And remember, Indigo is a lone service provider in several sectors within the Northeast. For example, the connectivity between Guwahati to Aizawl. You can see here, we are outside the Indigo kiosks, and here the people whose flights have been cancelled, they're asking for refund, they're asking for if there are alternate people who are waiting since yesterday. We would like to talk to some of the people here who actually had to travel all the way from different places of Northeast. Remember, since it serves as a regional connectivity hub, so therefore people would take overnight buses or...
There seems to be a connectivity issue there. Ratnadeep, we're going to come back to you. But just to let you know, at least 500 flights, Indigo flights, have been cancelled today. The Delhi airport will not be operating flights in terms of departures from the New Delhi airport. Those are the latest lines we have for you. Of course, we will bring you more updates. But for now, we're slipping a short break. We'll be back with more news on the Indigo crisis, the meltdown, and moments from now.
The Child Marriage Free India campaign has stirred the country to move towards ending this crime now with the support of the government. This is India rising to protect its children. Join the campaign only on the NDTV network.
Why are you being difficult?
Just eat now.
Read the newspaper.
The Vice President-elect C.P. Radhakrishnan on Tuesday described his win as a victory for the nationalistic ideology and vowed to work towards making India a developed
All right, a complete meltdown as far as Indian aviation is concerned. What I'm going to try and do at this stage is explain to you what exactly has taken place in Indigo. A lot of people wondering how India's most reliable airline has seen this cascading network issue. Now, there's something called flight duty time limitations, FDTL. This is essentially a safety regulation which governs the number of hours that pilots can safely operate. If they fly more than that, there's a sense that fatigue can impact pilots. You don't want our pilots to be tired, right? So let's take a look at what the old rules were. The old rules were 2019 rules. There was a weekly rest of 36 hours that was allowed. In other words, pilots did not, in Indigo and other airlines, get 2 days off. There's a new rule which has come into place. It's come into place in 2 tranches that says that there need to be 48 consecutive hours of leave. So you can't have like a few hours on one day that you get off or maybe a day off. There has to be 2 days right off. So with 2 days off is 48 hours. The old rule says that there's something called night duty. You can operate on night sectors between 12 a.m. and 5 a.m. The new rules say that night duty has been extended up till 6 a.m. Now, this becomes problematic, and I will explain to you in a little while why. It has to do with the number of flights that you can operate during night duty. Now, here's what I was talking about. The maximum flight duty period for night operations, remember many of our flights operate at night, used to be 13 hours. That's come down to 10 hours. What does that mean? It means that to operate the number of flights that you seek, you need to have more pilots. The question is, where are the pilots? Let's move to the next point. And the next point will give you the maximum number of landings. Before, the old rules allowed up to 6. A pilot could land at night up to 6 times. That's come down to just 2. But airlines are now in trouble. If a pilot can only land two times at night, then and you have a certain number of flights as per your schedule, where are you going to get pilots to fill those flights and operate them? So there's that weekly rest hour chaos, the number of flights that you can operate, the hours that you need to take rest. All of it has meant, as far as Indigo is concerned, that they just don't have enough pilots to fly their planes. This is an airline which is among the fastest growing in the world. They've been inducting aircraft sometimes once a week. The order book is the largest in the world for A320 class aircraft. There is one more point over here. In the old rules, a fatigue risk management system was not mandatory. Airlines didn't need to have a system which actively monitored risks. Now, the government has said, can we go back to the previous point? The government has now ruled out that fatigue is something that needs to be mandated within the system. Now, I've done the math, and it basically means that if Indigo were to operate their existing number of flights per their system presently with the new rules, they would need many more pilots. So what is the shortage of pilots? They are 935 pilots short for pilots in command, right? And they are 205 pilots short for first officers. That's what is the crisis in Indigo right now. The first priority, this is what the numbers are, what they actually have. By first priority, it means captains, and the second one refers to first officers. This is what they have, and I gave you the numbers prior to this of the shortage, which they actually, this is what they require. So you've seen what the shortage numbers actually are. We're going to take a short break at this stage, come back with a lot more.
I'm G. Shvinmarath, founder and CEO of CDIS Technologies. We stand for Center for Development of Innovative and Sustainable Construction Technologies. And my co-founder and better half, Kala, and she's a technical executive of the company as well. The events like this definitely give us a mindset of larger perspective. One is major perspective is that, and secondly, this gives us exposure to the corporate world, and we are getting connected with the right people, right decision makers in the industry, so which gives us more mileage for our business as well. Plus, it gives us a lot of knowledge, a lot of information, and there is a lot to learn from the startups itself. From the startup, what is their challenge, how they have solved their pain points. These are all the benefits.
I'm not getting any help or support from my family side. Sewing, though a simple art, is actually very therapeutic in nature.
उषा सिलाई ने मेरी जो मेंटली स्ट्रेस है उसको बहुत कम कर दिया.
Women who start sewing are able to express their feelings.
Usha Silai School give me financial freedom. So now I believe that I can buy a car, I can do anything.
Brought to you by
Usha. This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Welcome back. Huge indigo crisis, not only in New Delhi but across the nation. In Delhi itself, we're being told that no flights, indigo flights, will be taking off at least till midnight, which means that flights that were to land in other cities obviously have also been impacted. Let's take you through the headlines at this hour. Indigo crisis escalates and leads to massive confusion. Delhi airport claims all Indigo flights cancelled till midnight. Indigo disputes the detail. Aviation regulator says as per Indigo, flights cancelled till 3 this afternoon. Massive passenger chaos at multiple airports across the country. Indigo passengers stranded due to last-minute cancellations. Videos show baggages strewn around with no staff to take care of them. Very little communication, passengers claim, coming from the Indigo ground staff at this point. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Russian President Vladimir Putin discuss war and peace. PM Modi says India is firmly on side of peace. Putin assures a peaceful solution to the war in Ukraine. The latest in the Deepam Rao, the Tamil Nadu government has moved the Supreme Court against the High Court order. BJP overnight protests against DMK in Chennai, and Stalin says Madurai must choose between development and politics. There's good news for home buyers as your EMIs are set to get cheaper. RBI slashes repo rate by 25 basis points to 5.25%. We begin with the Indigo chaos that is continuing. Over 500 Indigo flights have been cancelled this morning. That's a huge number that we're talking about. And what's worse is the confusion which has been triggered from it. While the Delhi airport has claimed that all Indigo flights till midnight are cancelled, Indigo itself has disputed this claim. The airline says flights are cancelled till about 3 o'clock this afternoon. Meanwhile, over 100 flights each have been cancelled in Bengaluru and Mumbai, and nearly 100 flights cancelled in Hyderabad as well. Videos from Delhi showed how passengers were kept waiting for hours with little or no communication, with no crew member to handle their baggage. Videos from Hyderabad show passengers raising slogans against Indigo. As passengers, according to these passengers, there was no food or accommodation even provided to them, with some of them even sleeping on the floor of the airports. At Goa airport, passengers were seen arguing with the CISF guards as hundreds of passengers were left stranded for hours at the airport. Meanwhile, the Indigo CEO has issued an apology saying that they are sorry for not being able to live up to the promises.
You know, what I can actually tell you at this stage, Vedika, is that what we're looking at over here, and we've got these pictures on your screen, and I don't tend to exaggerate much, maybe occasionally, is the biggest crisis in Indian civil aviation apart from when you have a tragedy like AI-171. What we're seeing over the last couple of days is the biggest single crisis in Indian civil aviation. If you've got India's largest carrier, Indigo, in essentially a rostering free fall. It's a cascading situation. Their network is entirely shot. Tens of thousands of passengers being impacted every day.
Yes.
You know, you were talking about 100 flights cancelled here, 200 flights cancelled here. Can I just suggest that the actual numbers may be much larger?
Yes.
You may be looking at something like they operate 2,200 flights a day. By the end of today, we might well be in a situation where it's more than 550 flights which have been cancelled in the last 24 odd hours. It could well be more than that.
Which is
Why?
already more than 25% of what they operate.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And the reason I say so is primarily Delhi, because if you look at Delhi right now, with no Indigo flights departing from Delhi, that's what the airline, I beg your pardon, that's what the airport has said, then in a tweet, right? Then that's an incredible crisis which the airline faces. And you know what we were doing is also focusing, and because that's the idea of our programming over here, is let's just focus on passengers. If you're a passenger and you're looking to travel, for example, between Delhi and Bombay, and if I can just ask a camera person to zoom in over here on one of these cameras, if you can just move to the camera and zoom in onto this particular shot, what I'm looking at is Make My Trip. And on Make My Trip, I tried to book a ticket between Delhi and Mumbai for today. The number of options I had on the flagship route within the country, 0, right? Why? Because Indigo isn't operating. So I decided to keep looking for flights tomorrow. And so I got on to Make My Trip. I typed New Delhi to Mumbai. And this is what I'm actually getting at this stage. I don't know if you can see this clearly. I'll try and make it a little bit more clear. And it shows a SpiceJet flight at 12:30 a.m. costing 24,008 rupees. This is absolutely incredible. This is a one-way ticket to Bombay from Delhi, right, costing 24,000. Now, this is something which all airlines. Now, take a look at this Air India flight. I've got up over here, 5 p.m. departure, 25,161 rupees. An Air India flight tomorrow, 2200 hours, 10 p.m., 25,161 rupees. An Air India flight at 10:30 tomorrow, same price, 25,001. So the point that we are trying to make, Vedika and Padmaja with us in the studio as well, is that this is a ridiculous situation. What other airlines are essentially doing is extortion. Now, this is the disadvantage of free market economics in a sense, in as much as we want a free market system in civil aviation. The best must survive. Those who can't match it, they are in trouble. But then 25,000 bucks. So think of this: a young student, a 19 or 20-year-old student, stranded in Delhi because their Indigo flight got cancelled, wants to go back to Indigo. Where is she or he going to find 25,000 bucks for a one-way ticket?
And if you are one of those stranded passengers, you can call in now. We have the numbers flashing on our screens. We want to hear about your plight. And before we go back to Padmaja for more, we're going to take you through some... All right. I believe Mr. Srinath is calling us. Mr. Sriraj is calling us. Mr. Sriraj, go ahead. Where are you? Can you tell us more about the plight at the place you're at? A lot of Indigo flights have been cancelled.
Thanks for patching up. My name is Sriraj. I'm from Hyderabad. It's actually the experience that my wife had this morning, since this morning from 6:30. And it was only at 12 o'clock she was told. She was not even told whether the flight is going to operate or not. This is Indigo Airlines for you. You see, these problems do occur. These are all technical issues. There are two basic things that the government has failed to do. The Ministry of Civil Aviation, we have a very unexperienced minister there. Okay, one. And is this the time to change the rules where the season is at its peak? And what image does it create within the country and internationally? This is the worst time one can ever implement a change in the aviation industry. This has got nothing to do with politics. This has got everything to do with common sense. And two, on Indigo, The reason why there is no sympathy for Indigo is because they have been very rigid in their activity right from day one. They are a good airline, no doubt, but there is no human face there.
No, but
now
sir,
look at
in
Air
terms-
India.
can you tell us
After
about
even
how you
having
have
an
suffered?
accident,
Sir, listen to me, sir.
they still are being supported.
Right.
But
Sir, if you
Indigo,
can just answer
the
my
reason why
questions.
they are being shunned is that is the way they treat people. So both these people should be held accountable. The civil aviation minister must be sacked.
All right, but
Thank you.
We're just trying to ask you a question. If I can just pipe in over here, can you describe to us the ordeal that you faced in simple terms?
Yeah, my wife was there at around 6 o'clock for check-in. She had a flight to go to Chennai, and there was no announcement. And you know, the notice board, the electronic display board didn't have any information about that flight. They had to keep asking. There was complete chaos at the airport. Thank God she didn't have book baggage. She had only hand baggage. After 5 hours of no information, no food, nothing, she had to return back in a most frustrated manner.
All right.
In fact, we are also hearing now of people who are completely out of patience. They started sloganeering. There is, and it's terrible because it's the ground staff which really is, you know, the butt of a lot of this anger and resentment that is bubbling over. A quick update. This has also been taken up during 0 hour in the Rajya Sabha. Early in the morning, we had spoken to Sena UBT MP Priyanka Chaturvedi, who in fact gave notice. She demanded a statement from the Civil Aviation Minister inside Parliament on what exactly is happening right now. DGCA has put out a statement. They're saying, look, we're trying to do better, but this is called comfort. Look at the level of chaos. You know, this has become the great leveler in a very, very tragic way. You've got the High Commissioner of Singapore in India tweeting out saying, I joined the tens of thousands of passengers stranded by Indigo. My flight to Deoghar has been cancelled. My sincere apologies to my young staff waiting for me to attend his shadi. Lost for words. This is what he's tweeting 9:13 in the morning. I mean, it doesn't matter who you are. You just left stranded there and there is absolutely no communication, and that is what boggles the mind. Why is there no communication even if there is chaos?
All right, I'm going to take our viewers through some of the big developments, Vishnu and Padmaja, at this point. Chaos and confusion, like we're seeing at airports across India. So far, more than 500 flights have been cancelled by the airlines today. Remember, there were about 550 flights cancelled yesterday alone. And like Vishnu is saying, that's not the final number yet. There is chaos, there is confusion across airports across the country as passengers struggle to gain clarity on their travel plans.
About 10 cancelled from Srinagar, about 30 cancelled from Goa. That's some of the other details that we are getting.
Padmaja, these numbers at this stage, as I was telling Vedika, I'm absolutely certain these numbers are understating what's eventually going to happen by midnight. This is an airline, the largest in the country. Their networking and scheduling has gone for a toss. I'm at this stage confused about whether how many flights are actually going to end up operating by the end of today.
So I just want to step back. You know, for everyone who's watching right now, Vishnu, we've got this figure of 500 on our screen. This is a rough figure because
it's
it's having a rollover effect.
Yep.
How does this get fixed? Because Indigo, what we were being told by NDTV Profit is, you know, their proposal was till 4 o'clock, let us take everything off and then we're going to fix this. What's the solution for this? What's going to happen now?
They're going to have to cut down, in my opinion, on the overall number of flights that they offer. And that has to do with the fact that they don't have enough pilots for the planes that they operate. They are presently 935 commanders short and 205 first officers short as per the new government rules which have been allowed. Now, the DGCA, the regulator, did give them a sanction yesterday and said that, look, okay, sometime in 10th of February, we'll ease back or roll back some of the new safety guidelines to ensure that you can carry on with your flights, get your network back in order. But we are seeing a cascading impact. For example, Padmaja, all of these flights which have already been cancelled over the last several days, for those passengers who want to be rebooked into the future or in the future, how exactly do they make these bookings?
So just a second, this picture that you're seeing right now, the Civil Aviation Minister's review meeting, to the best of my knowledge, this is the one that was held yesterday. Since today morning, since all of these cancellations have hit commuters, have hit passengers at the airport, there is no fresh information of any review meeting being held today. Yesterday, we had last heard from the Civil Aviation Minister around close to 10 o'clock at night that he has instructed Indigo to get things on track. As of today, okay, there we've got the High Commissioner of Singapore, his tweet from early this morning. As of today, Vishnu, what stops Indigo from simply sending a message to all passengers booked today saying, for today, your flights are gone?
No, so they've done that. But the thing is, I think the situation is now out of control. My mum was on a flight today was booked on a flight today from Calcutta to Delhi. So she got a message this morning saying that her flight had been cancelled. So they have been proactively telling passengers where possible. But I think the real crisis is that they intended to operate a certain number of flights as well. And the big question mark now is whether the flights which they intended to operate, they are actually able to operate at all.
Okay.
I think that's where a lot of these passengers who are calling in are facing a crisis.
John from Delhi is with us on the phone line. John, where were you set to go and what happened?
Oh, actually on 3rd, 2 days ago, I traveled from Shillong at 5, left Shillong at 5 and reached Chandigarh at 9:30. We were delayed in Guwahati for 2 hours and then in Delhi airport for 5 hours. Only to reach Chandigarh, where our luggage was not delivered. And yesterday I was supposed to take, today I'm supposed to take a flight. And thank goodness I made a good decision to hit it on the road from Chandigarh to Delhi to hopefully catch a flight tomorrow. And my colleagues from Chandigarh, from Nagaland, from Bihar, and a couple of them, they woke up from the hotel at 2 in the morning to go to the airport at 4 to do the check-in and everything, only to reach there and to be told that flight is cancelled. Now they missed their connecting flight from Delhi to, going back. And it's a horrendous, I don't know, why is this called?
No, but John, just did your friends not have an SMS from the airline or a WhatsApp or a call?
No message at all. In fact, they were getting, it's a normal message. So even I'm travel, so, and then I cancelled my flight. So with all this chaos, so I don't know whether we'll be reimbursed because we bought it through Make My Trip, right?
Yeah.
And so an 8,000 fare, we are refunded only $1,000.
Oh, wow.
So anyway.
That's a very important point that you've raised. The very least that Indigo can do at this point is give a full refund. Immediately, people who are waiting for their luggage should be returned their luggage. Perhaps some kind of reparations made if they can be sent back to their homes, or if some connecting flights, some alternatives can be provided there. Because people can't just be left in the lurch in this fashion. And naturally, there is anger. John, I'm really sorry for what you had to go through. I'm hoping that you're able to get back, if not today, as soon as possible, back home. Tanushka spoke to people. She was there at the airport in Delhi when people simply ran out of patience. Here's what happened.
Currently present inside the Delhi Airport Terminal 1 here, and this is the sort of commotion that is ensuing because of the cancellations of Indigo flights. Remember that Indigo is seeing cancellations until midnight today at the Delhi Airport. This is a swarm of people present here at the check-in desk asking and repeatedly questioning the Indigo staff members. If we go out for the luggage again, we should not come inside. Definitely, let us get talking to some passengers here who are also delayed with respect to their flights and cancellations. Hi sir, hi ma'am. Tell us your name and where we are traveling to and the fact that your flight is now cancelled.
My name is Ravi Gwalani. I am a chartered accountant by profession. She is my wife. She is a doctor by profession, Umar Ohra Gwalani. We were traveling to Raipur by 11:55 flight, Indigo. And when I came to know that, when I came to airport, then I came to know that my flight is cancelled. So I requested that whether it can be rescheduled. They said yes, it can be rescheduled to 3:40 flight. When I went to the counter, And they said, no, this rescheduled flight is again cancelled. So I asked them, the flight was cancelled, then why you give me this again rescheduled one, the cancelled flight? Nobody is answering. No Ministry of Civil Aviation person is here. No airport authority.
What has Indigo been telling you?
Nothing. Just they're saying that we will give you a rescheduled flight. We are not sure whether it will run or not. No proper answer, no authentic answer. Even I do not know who is the manager. I may go and ask him whether you are responsible. Tell us exact situation. I want to know exact problem.
You also tell us now, with respect to your accounts, how long have you been stranded here and what next?
Since morning we are standing here. We know there is no other option. We have to find an alternative, how to go, how to proceed. They will not take any authority, any in charge of accountability of what they are doing. They really don't know how. The people who are there, they are not authorized for it. They just are. They don't know even.
So now that Indigo,
there should be someone authorized to tell people exactly what the scenario is and what we should do.
Now that Indigo said that no flights will fly out of Delhi airport until midnight, what is the plan of action for you next?
No other option right now, but we train, otherwise
train. Exactly. So this is how we're kind of going back to basics at this point. Instead of flying out, people are now looking to book train tickets because of the entire massive meltdown of the skies that Indigo has been having across airports in the country.
Harrowing experiences. You're stranded, you're strained, and you have no answers from Indigo. Reet is joining us from the newsroom because, like Vishnu pointed out, there's complete extortion happening. You open any of these travel websites and you see that the fares have been jacked up manifold. Reet, over to you.
Right, absolutely, Vedika. You rightly mentioned that there is some sort of extortion happening. Imagine you can also feel the weight of course, the grounded planes, the grounded flights on your pocket. And I'm just going to show you right now the kind of visuals or the kind of, data that we have here. It's important to understand that, as, my colleague was also mentioning about how passengers are looking to book from different websites for different airlines and even for different mediums like, train and other, of course, routes. Important to understand that if you are traveling from New Delhi to Bangalore, imagine this is the cost of the flight. It could cost you as much as 40,000, and this is for today. Remember that in this price, one can even have a round trip from back and forth from, of course, Delhi to Bangalore. So imagine 40,000 you have to pay for one way, and this is the cheapest flight that we're getting on the website. Apart from this, if you are traveling the same route tomorrow, it's costing you about 37,000. This is, of course, a staggering amount, given the fact that, usually it takes this much to, go to and fro from such a place. So, of course, you can see that, this is the price. And apart from this, I'm also going to show you other locations. You can see that, of course, if you're traveling from New Delhi to Chennai, it's going to cost you as much as 69,160, which is, of course, right, absolutely, which is, of course, way more than, the usual price that it would cost you, 69,000. Imagine. And apart from this, you look at tomorrow as well. If you're looking for flights for tomorrow, you can also see that, the same price would cost you about 65,000. Remember, I'm talking to New Delhi to Chennai, and on this flight, that in this specific flight, it has 2 stops. So imagine, despite 2 stops, it's going to cost you about 65,000, my apologies, close to, imagine, 66,000. If you look at other routes as well, you can see that, of course, from Mumbai to New Delhi, it's costing you about 35,000, which again is something that is a big weight on anybody's pockets, especially those who are already in distress and are trying to figure out different mediums. Remember that they've already paid Indigo. They wait for their bags on the airport. So there's complete distress and chaos for the passengers at the moment. I'm also going to take you through different routes. If you're traveling from Mumbai to Srinagar, it could cost you as much as 62,000 if you're traveling today. Remember, like I mentioned, that this is the cheapest flight, and this is also a flight which has 1 stop in New Delhi. So this is not even a direct flight, and it's costing you, it's costing you a whopping 62,000 rupees. Even if you try it tomorrow, it's going to cost you about 44 to 45,000 rupees. Remember, that is a staggering amount. And, it is through this amount, you could, in fact, on a normal day, you could make 2-3 trips back and forth without it costing you this much. And imagine, this is the cost. If you look at other places as well, I've also just drawn out other countries for just comparison's sake. And if you look at other countries, imagine you could travel from New Delhi to Singapore in 20,000. Imagine the difference, because here is some place in India that's costing you about 60,000 rupees one way, and on the other you could travel from, of course, about even half the amount to a place abroad. Similar is, of course, with Thailand as well. You could travel to about Thailand, is in some place in Thailand, for about 9,000, 10,000 in about if you're going to
All
Bangkok.
right, I'm just going to come back to Reet in half a second from now. There's a Director General of Civil Aviation notification that's just come in now. Withdrawal of instructions regarding published weekly rest. Now, this is one of the criteria among many that the DGCA actually had, whereas reference is invited to the above-mentioned letter, specifically a paragraph stipulating that no leave shall be substituted for weekly rest, and whereas in view of the ongoing operational disruptions and representations received from various airlines regarding continuity of operations, it's been considered necessary to review the said provision. Now, therefore, the instruction contained in the reference paragraph that no leave shall be substituted for weekly rest is hereby withdrawn from immediate effect. This is one part of the order. I just want our viewers to understand that there is one clause which has been withdrawn, not all of the clauses which exist as part of the new rules. But with the withdrawal of this one clause, the government is trying to ensure that stability in the flight system gets back. So it's not a full withdrawal of the pilot order, it's a partial withdrawal of the government order on flight duty time limitations. That was done for safety grounds. Once again, for the benefit of our viewers, this is a move meant to bring relief to scores of passengers and the airlines across the country. How soon will it take impact in terms of the network of Indigo getting fixed? That's something we don't have an answer on at the moment.
So explain this, Vishnu. How is this going to ease the backlog that we are seeing right now when they say that no leave shall be substituted for weekly rest? Because that seems to be the operative part of today's order. How is this going to ease the situation, practically speaking?
I don't understand exactly what those words mean, but what I'm trying to essentially state that through the withdrawal of one order or one part of the order, they will have more pilots available to them.
So basically, the amount of resting hours will be slightly reduced. I mean, I don't know what the leave and weekly off concept is, but essentially you will have more pilots to roster. You will have more hands on the deck, as it were.
One of the aspects which will ultimately govern the availability of pilots has been adjusted in a way in which there can be more pilots who are possibly available right now. In terms of the new rules, there were 48 consecutive hours of leave which have been granted to pilots as opposed to 36 hours earlier on. Those 48 consecutive hours means that a pilot gets 2 consecutive days off. They can get a day off on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, whatever it is. That was something that impacted the number of pilots who were available for flights. The flight duty maximum period was brought down from 13 hours to 10 hours. So in other words, airlines have rostered a certain number of hours, certain number of flights, but they didn't have enough pilots because pilots are now working per the new rules for fewer hours. Most significantly, perhaps maximum night landings. They could do 6 landings every single night per the older rules. The newer rules have brought that down to 2. And so as a result of all of this, if you've got an airline which operates on a certain number of pilots and on a certain number of routes, all of a sudden, because of the new rules, right, and the rules are good rules. I want to be clear that our viewers don't misunderstand me. The rules are important, therefore your flight safety. But as a result of the new rules, right, the airline just didn't have enough pilots to operate. How many pilots were they short of? 935 commanders for Indigo and 205 first officers. Remember, it's a 2-man crew, so they were massively short on the number of pilots that could actually operate these aircraft if they were to comply with the new norms. So one of those norms.
So essentially what Tanushka here is explaining is that there was a rule which did not allow the airlines to club leaves with the weekly rest. The 48 hours weekly rest that Vishnu was talking about. The earlier instruction said if somebody has applied for leave, you cannot say, okay, your leave is also a part of this weekly rest. So now that has been done away with. If somebody is on leave, you can say, this is your weekly rest. You've taken your 48 hours. You please come back on duty. So at least you will have more people, more pilots, which you will be able to roster.
So for example, if I have a Saturday, Sunday off, and in our system, if I apply for leave on Monday onwards, then my leave actually begins on Saturday, and
now
it
I can
extends.
actually say that Saturday, Sunday
Is your
also
day off?
your weekly off.
Is your day off, right?
And is also your leave.
And is also your leave.
It's also your leave. So suppose you already had 2 weekly offs.
Yeah.
And you wanted 2 days of leave.
Yeah.
Now the airline can say, this is your leave.
Your
Your weekly off. So somebody who's done rosters, this whole leave assigning process is very important. But on a serious note, hopefully this should mitigate. But is this enough? That remains the crucial question for a crisis of this magnitude.
Padmaja, which is the backlog.
Yeah.
All these people stranded at all these airports, what happens with them? And how long will this take for Indigo really to put into action is the other question as well.
And at this point, what people need is a calming hand. They need somebody, more people there who are at the counter, who don't just shut the door in your face and tell you, we'll see when we see. You need more voices. Deepak Bopanna is still live with us. I imagine right now it's too early to really see any kind of effect of this order, Deepak. But has the news reached the people? Is there any kind of communication that has improved, any improvement in communication when people go to the check-in counter, when people reach the airport? What is the kind of response that they are getting from there? Is there somebody to explain to them what is happening, that they should go back? Are there such people whose luggage has already been checked in and they're simply just waiting at the terminal wondering when they'll get their luggage back?
Well, all of the concerns that you just mentioned, I've heard most of them express all of it. And as you see behind me, cancel. It's all red. And for the people, that's what they're getting to see on the big screen as they come here. There are dozens and dozens of people who are coming by the minute. And the problems are the same and nothing has really changed on the ground. Let me get in a word from a few of them who've been waiting. Tell me, madam, where are you trying to fly to? What are the concerns you've been facing?
My flight is still to Delhi, but suddenly I got the message that it is cancelled.
Okay.
When I was on way to the airport.
Until then, nobody told you anything?
Nobody. I didn't get the information regarding this.
You know, Padmaja, very interesting. Just a little while ago, I spoke to a few people who told me that this could be a deliberate attempt by Indigo because they are not able to follow these rules. And, having these sort of queues at the airport would indirectly pressurize the government to, change certain rules, tweak them so that Indigo doesn't have to abide by all of them. And this is not something that I am saying. This was something some of the passengers, in fact, expressed concerns over. Let me speak to a few more of them. Tell me, how difficult has it been for you? How long have you been waiting?
It's been like 2 to 3 hours.
Where are you trying to fly to? What are the problems?
I'm planning to fly to Mumbai and I have a connecting flight as well from Mumbai. So they've only cancelled from Bangalore to Mumbai. So there's no status on the other flights. It still shows as confirmed, but I don't know what the refund status. So don't know how the refunds and there's no communication from the airline as well. So a lot of people are facing issues and
the queues, of course, are only getting longer. Madam, you have a lot of luggage. Where are you planning to fly to? And how difficult has it been? It's cancelled for you. So what do you plan to do next?
Now, my husband is standing in the line because once it's cancelled, what about the return refund? I'm flying back the day after. So they have not given me any confirmation or a message saying that they would refund that amount. So until we get that confirmation, we are not going to go from here. And it's been terrible. We planned a holiday to Tripura and it's all cancelled now.
And I can see a lot of luggage. I'm sure struggling to cope up with that as well.
Obviously. So this is the first time, and Indigo shouldn't have done this to their pilots if this is the issue. If pilots are being overworked, then it's wrong. You can't just work on your bottom line and not care about your staff.
And if these orders, were supposed to be followed and they knew the deadline, do you feel that it was a fault of Indigo to not really adhere to this?
Yes, 100%. If these were I think these policies were done in 2024. So we are in the end of 2025, 2 years, high time. Bottom lines are not important. Your staff is important.
Absolutely.
They have, I think, the major market share.
So that's what citizens feel when they charge them huge amounts of money. This is a service that they expect to be flawless, but here they are expressing concerns if pilots are being overworked, and then if rules were framed long ago, then why are people having to face these problems now? It's not as if these rules were brought in yesterday and today they had to be followed all of a sudden. They had ample time. If they had to hire new staff, if they had to hire new pilots, whatever needed to be done should have been done, or probably flights had to be probably not available itself for booking, but after being made available, after paying huge amounts of money, then not getting clarity, then cancellations, delays, and then people having to wait like this in huge lines is of course a huge problem, and the people are suffering. There are people from different walks of life, people facing different predicaments. We of course seen that story from Hubli, where a couple had to even attend their own reception online. So you can see the myriad of problems that people are facing.
Traveling with her father's ashes, she had to go for Asthi Visarjan. She had to go immerse her late father's ashes, and there she is stuck at the airport. Ashish Pandey, also live with us, Vedika, from Hyderabad.
Ashish, tell us what's going on behind you. There has been, like we've just heard, that the aviation regulators eased some pilot duty rules, not all, very important to be noted. Like Padmaja asked Deepak, has there been any communication on the ground? If not,
sorry to interrupt you. I think we've got a terrible report of a mother with an infant, which I think we quickly play out for our viewers. Coming to you, Ashish. Thank you for your patience. Coming to you in just a minute after this.
So we're still at the Delhi airport, wherein a lot of these passengers, there are passengers here from all, these positions at this point. The lady here just beside me is with an infant right now, ma'am. आपकी flight कब से cancel है? अभी यहाँ पे कब से?
2 दिन से cancel है.
2 दिनों से
cancel है. और आज भी cancel है.
आज का फ्लाइट दिया कल इधर से दिल्ली से कलकत्ता, दिल्ली से हैदराबाद तक, हैदराबाद से जो कलकत्ता तक, हैदराबाद से जो कलकत्ता तक फ्लाइट था उसको कैंसिल कर दिया. तो अब 2 दिन से इंडिगो के चक्कर काट रहे हैं. हाँ, विद योर बेबी. इधर से हैदराबाद जाकर क्या करेंगे?
It is really troubling. Really troubling.
And what have Indigo been telling you?
We are extending, we are giving tomorrow another flight, delaying after 4 hours, after 24 hours, and now they are telling again for after 2 days with 2 babies, it's impossible to arrange.
मैम बॉम्बे की फ्लाइट ओपन की है क्या? बॉम्बे के लिए
आपको जाना किधर है अभी? कोलकाता. एंड कोलकाता की एक भी फ्लाइट आपको इंडिगो से तो नहीं मिल रही है. एंड व्हाट अबाउट अदर एयरलाइंस? आपने बाकी एयरलाइंस देखे?
Charges are very high, 40,000, 50,000. And we are 4-5 members. It's impossible to accommodate.
Exactly. So clearly here, the struggles of the middle class society here at Delhi airport, wherein Indigo is of course not an option right now, but what about other airlines? Other airlines' fares are skyrocketing. Just as we were talking to this woman here, she is with an infant and her 4-year-old as well. So 2 children here. The account of a mother who's dealing her 2 children at the airport since the past 2 days with no recourse, no dispute, no respite. Let us also speak to more people here. Sir, आप कब से यहाँ पर वेट कर रहे हो?
मैं कल जोधपुर से दिल्ली फ्लाइट में आया. कल दोपहर से यहाँ वेट कर रहा हूँ. मेरा ऑनवर्ड जर्नी है चेन्नई से कोयम्बटूर. अभी तक मेरा बैगेज का कोई पता नहीं है. आई एम रनिंग a high temperature on this winter cold. My wife fractured her leg. We don't have even a small jacket. और हमको ये बोल दिया कि आपका फ्लाइट रीशेड्यूल कर दिया है, आप जाओ करके. हमको इन लोगों ने एक होटल का नंबर दिया. होटल जाने से होटल वाले ने हमको कुत्तों के जैसे बाहर निकाल के भेज दिया कि यहाँ पे कोई रूम अवेलेबल नहीं है. रात को 12-1 बजे के ठंड में हम रोड पे सो रहे थे. आज सवेरे टैक्सी भर के हमारे खुद से पैसे से आज सवेरे की फ़्लाइट आए. सवेरे की फ़्लाइट वापस बोल रहे हैं कि कैंसिल है. अब पूछ रहे हैं हमारा लगेज कहाँ है. ये लोग बोल रहे हैं हमको मालूम नहीं है. There is no higher authorities to even come and give us a solution for this. There are thousands of passengers, young kids, people who are going for sports academy and higher studies. They are all on standards. Unless and otherwise, government and airport authority comes and gives a solution, these people will take everybody for a big jolly ride.
All right, big news coming in right now. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken to the Civil Aviation Minister even as this crisis is festering. some mitigating action has been taken by the government through the DGCA. Aviation watchdog stepping in, and DGCA has withdrawn a part of the pilot rest order, with the Home Minister also now stepping in and speaking to the Civil Aviation Minister. But for now, things will take some time to ease out, because the real crisis is not what's happening at the back end. It is what to do with the people who have no clarity, no communication. They are worried about where they are going to go next, and that really remains the real problem at present. The bottleneck is about people simply not knowing what to do next.
You know, I think the government also is really firefighting at this juncture, because irrespective of the number of steps that they are taking, and they've started taking these steps to withdraw or to postpone or to hold in abeyance some of the new safety regulations till the 10th of February, despite the steps being taken, the system is in free fall, right? Let's accept that. Now, what happened last night is that they announced that many of the steps that they had announced for flight duty time limitation rules, the rest hours, the number of flights that you could operate at night, etc., they were going to, on the request of Indigo, hold those in abeyance till the 10th of February. Now they've come out with one more order on leave and rest hours, right? Holding that particular thing in abeyance. In other words, giving the airline more of an opportunity to work with the number of pilots who they actually have. This is a crisis because these airlines do not have, Indigo particularly, does not have the number of pilots it requires to meet the new guidelines. So they brought back these guidelines. One new guideline has been brought back today. But Padmaja and Vedika, the point is, by the time this eases the pressure on the airline, we don't know how long. As of today, networking and scheduling across India's largest airline is in complete freefall.
No, I'm just going to say it bluntly. What is stopping Indigo from putting all its people out there on the airports? They should be there at the counter saying, look, there is a problem. We're going to help you out. The least they could do, and I think that is the real issue we're facing at present, Vedika, where people come up against a wall. They have got no intimation. Akhilesh Sharma is joining us live on this story now. Akhilesh, the Home Minister has stepped in. He's spoken to the Civil Aviation Minister. What are the next steps discussed, the immediate steps?
Well, the government has taken a very serious view of this entire crisis created by Indigo. The government sources are telling us that in June, this notification was issued, and the Indigo was given 6 months' time to set its house in order. But despite that, they started recruiting only a few days back. So that actually raises serious questions. And the government has intervened. We have been told by the sources that Home Minister Amit Shah has intervened in this matter. Civil Aviation Minister Mr. Nadu has spoken to Mr. Amit Shah, and after that, this decision was taken that this order was kept in abeyance. And there's also a suggestion by a few MPs who have actually raised this issue in Parliament that some sort of penalty should be imposed on Indigo so that such mistakes are not repeated in the future. At least 10% of the aircraft should be grounded so that, some messages sent to the airline for this kind of violation, because this has created chaos and ruckus in the entire country. So the government is very serious on this issue, and there's demand by the MPs that some sort of action should be taken by the government against Indigo Airlines also.
That's a very, very significant point that Akhilesh Sharma is telling us about, the fact that the top leadership of the government had to intervene. That's when the DGCA order came on the pilot rest rules, which, by the way, Indigo had plenty of time to implement, but they simply did no planning, and it has led to this kind of effect.
So am I wrong in saying that Indigo hasn't blinked first in this case?
Yeah, they haven't. I mean, basically they said, fine, you have told us to implement the rules, we are not going to do it. And when things get really bad, ultimately it will be the government who has to take a step back. And that's what has happened, Akhilesh. In that sense, like you mentioned, they had all this time since the middle of this year up till we're in December now. And they just sat on their hands.
That's correct. In fact, if you go through the timeline, it says very clearly that enough time, the sufficient time was given to the airline to take the necessary steps which are required as per the DGCA directions, and the airline had enough, plenty of time, but they did not act. This is what many MPs have raised at this point. Many MPs have actually complained to the civil aviation ministers because they have been getting reports and complaints from their different constituencies that people are suffering because of the cancellation of Indigo flights, and after that, they were told that enough time was given to Indigo. This notification was issued in June, and now we are in December, so 6 months have passed. But since then, Indigo has not done any action. He has not taken any action to abide by this notification, and that's what has led to this crisis. And as I mentioned earlier, there's a suggestion that some sort of stern action should be taken against Indigo so that it does not repeat such kind of mistakes in the future.
Akhilesh, thanks for joining us live there with that big breaking news coming in. The Home Minister also stepping in to make sure that there is some process in place now when it comes to Indigo. We also have Ashish, who's been standing by very patiently, joining us live from Hyderabad. Ashish, has this news reached the passengers who've been waiting for hours, some of them 12 hours, for some information to come in, be it from Indigo or the DGCA in this case?
In fact, Vedika, if we talk about RGI, Rajiv Gandhi International Airport of Hyderabad, is one of the busiest airport of the country, and you can see behind me, there is no queue, in fact, at the entry point of this particular airport. There are passengers, they are just looking at this information board, trying to find out about their flight status. We will try to speak few passengers. Sir, tell me about your flight and any information, any message you have received.
So my flight is at 4:50. I have no information whether it's flying today or whether it's not flying today. I'm trying to find the information online. I don't see that as well. The queue at the counters are so long that I may have to wait just 2 hours even to just get information about the flight.
And you are flying to which place, sir?
I'm flying to Bangalore.
You are flying to Bangalore. You have a flight at around 4?
That's correct. 4:50 is my flight.
And you haven't received any information?
I have not got any update as of now.
This is one passenger. We will try to speak to another one. Sir, आप कहाँ जा रहे हैं और आपके flight का क्या कोई information है?
I'm traveling to Patna. I received actually in the night the message that I can start the boarding. And in the morning I again received the message for the boarding. And in between they send one message, flight is cancelled. And again after that again I received the message, then you can start your boarding. We are waiting for your online boarding. So in between the message they send in the morning, but it is just stuck up in the other messages because I was also receiving the message for the web checking. So I missed the this message that flight has been cancelled, and I am at airport and suddenly I came to know flight is cancelled.
And you have received any kind of other information about your refund or any other status?
In the same message they have written that in next 3 to 5 days you will get your full amount refund in your account. But
so you was expecting some kind of telephonic communication to you so that you could have planned better?
Yes. At least in earlier I could have received the one telephonic conversation or continuous some kind of the mail or the message that the flight has been cancelled. So we could not have come to the airport, and now all the flights are cancelled. If we are going to book in another airline, then the cost is almost 5 times, 7 times is higher than our actual cost.
So clearly, like this passenger has mentioned, that flight cost also has increased. Some time back, in fact, I was checking, and in fact, few other passengers who were flying to either Delhi or Mumbai, they tried booking in some other airlines, and the flight cost from Hyderabad to Mumbai, which is almost over 1.5 hours flight, it is costing between 18,000 to 30,000. And from Delhi, which is almost 2 hours long flight from Hyderabad, it is costing somewhere around 25 to 40 or in fact 50,000. So this is the long queue outside the Indigo counters. All these passengers are trying to find out the status about their flight. Largely their flights are either cancelled or rescheduled, and they are waiting for a refund. Sir, आपका flight का क्या status? What's the status of your flight?
ऑनलाइन तो अभी फ्लाइट ड्यू टाइम दिखा रहा है, बट गेट पे बोल रहा है कैंसिल हो गया.
अभी आपका कोई मैसेज वगैरह कुछ भी आया?
नहीं, मैसेज वगैरह कुछ भी नहीं आया.
कहाँ जा रहे हैं? कहाँ की फ्लाइट?
अगरतला की.
कितने बजे की फ्लाइट थी?
फ्लाइट 2 बजे की, 2:10
की फ्लाइट थी. सर, आपकी फ्लाइट का क्या स्टेटस है सर? Where you are flying?
I'm flying to Qatar. Actually, my no status, only status showing 3 hours delay, but no cancellation.
You are trying to find out more information.
Yes, exactly. This is very
quickly
poor
cut back to give our viewers the big news coming in at this moment. You've got a statement, Vishnu, from Indigo.
Yeah, and if Indigo got some of their information out in a better way, it would have been, more accurate. They are now saying, we confirm that all Indigo domestic flights departing from Delhi airport on the 5th of December stand cancelled till 11:59 p.m. We broke this news several hours back. I spoke to sources within Indigo, and I was told that that information is inaccurate. They have now brought out a press release.
They disputed it and then they've confirmed it.
They disputed it because unlike others, we check, right? So I checked with them. They said no. Now they have said that no, sorry, you're right. So we confirm that all Indigo domestic flights departing from Delhi airport on the 5th of December stand cancelled till 11:59 p.m. We express our profound apologies to all our valued customers and stakeholders who've been significantly impacted by these unforeseen events. To support our affected customers, we are offering them refreshments. Next available flight options as per their preference. Hotel accommodation, actually the hotel accommodation is significant. Assistance in retrieving their luggage and full refunds as applicable. All passengers who are scheduled to fly from Delhi today are requested to get in touch with our ground staff at Delhi airport for guidance regarding luggage collection. This is insane. These are passengers standing for hours. Their luggage is still stuck inside.
And passengers are saying, Vishnu, very significant, but passengers are apparently saying that this is not true. They haven't received hotel accommodation, no refreshments are being served.
Good luck finding the people. I mean, it's a maze in there.
Who's going to disburse this stuff?
The thousands of people standing there, where are you going to find some lowly, one Indigo agent with a placard in their hand saying that...
Run away, and which is why you've got slogans of Indigo Murdabad, Indigo Hi Hi happening at the airports. Because when you say all passengers who were scheduled to fly from Delhi today are requested to get in touch, well, that's exactly what they have been trying to do since 6 in the morning. Look at these people. They are there. You've only got the airport security. You've got the central forces over there. Where is the Indigo staff?
Yeah.
And
this
in
is
a sense, you
CISF to handle.
And in a sense, you can't blame them because the Indigo staff, what 2-3 of them would be there at the boarding gate, they've just walked away. Because they can't be handling, especially when they don't know what to do next.
Or what to say next.
Exactly. Do they have the authority to tell people, yes, we'll give you hotel accommodation?
Exactly.
No, they don't.
And
they are getting no communication.
Also very important to note as we see these tempers fly, that the persons at those counters are probably trained to handle maybe 5 or 6 irate passengers. Absolutely. If you've got 500 standing on your head and yelling at you for clarity and
safety
information, it becomes a safety issue, it becomes a security issue, it becomes like a personal security issue for many of these people and the passengers. Before we proceed with our coverage, guys, I've come from upstairs. I just want to tell all of our viewers and to share with you guys here in the studio as well, that I've been getting calls from people, we've had visitors here at the NDTV studio, that there's a lot of misinformation flying around, but everybody is watching NDTV because we've been putting out, courtesy Vishnu and his team and all of us here, accurate information. We've been taking the pains to verify information because it literally means the difference between somebody getting into a car and going to the airport or not. So I want to tell all of our viewers, we will not be backing down on that. There may be a few minutes of delay in us flashing certain pieces of information, but I can guarantee you here on NDTV, you will get accurate information because that is literally the difference between making the correct decision or not today.
Okay, more breaking news coming in over here. There's an appeal from the Director General of Civil Aviation, from the DGCA himself, which it's a signed appeal, right? This is a request for cooperation from all pilot associations and pilots amidst the ongoing travel disruptions. This is India's aviation regulator pleading in a sense with pilots, telling them to ensure that they deal with this situation. In light of the current disruptions in Indigo, where several flights across the country have been impacted because of operational constraints, unpredictable weather, etc., etc., these disruptions have led to delays, passenger inconvenience. As we now approach the fog season, that's another headache. Yes. The peak holiday period and the marriage travel season, it is crucial that the industry prepares for even greater operational challenges. This is the regulator warning pilots and everybody, get ready for greater operational challenges. Passenger volumes are expected to rise sharply. Weather-related impacts may further complicate scheduling. Given this situation, we earnestly request the full cooperation of all pilot bodies, associations and pilots. Number 1, maintain stable and smooth flight operations. Reduce avoidable delays and cancellations. Ensure passengers are not inconvenienced. Strengthened coordination between pilots and airlines. This appeal is being made with a deep respect for the essential role that pilots and pilot organizations play in India's aviation ecosystem. We trust in your sense of duty, professionalism and commitment to public service during these challenging periods.
This is like a please cooperate. This is like asking your people, please cooperate.
This is the regulator of aviation in among the largest aviation markets in the world, telling pilots and pilot bodies who are very active, as we know. I mean, they raise a lot of complaints and concerns. Many of them are very valid. But telling them right now, please, we have a rail crisis now. Please work with the system, work with your airlines, which are going to face even tougher situations going forward in the marriage season, in the fog season, and just ensure that it all comes into place. But I would just say, Shiv, that who knows when it's going to fall back into place.
Should we, Vishnu, should we be trying to speak to someone like a Captain Sam Thomas or from one of the pilots?
Yeah, let's get Captain Sam Thomas up, please, as soon as possible.
Yeah, let's get Captain
in light
Sam
of what the
Thomas.
DGCA has said.
We're going to ask our producers to convey that so we can get Captain Sam Thomas plugged into this, because the DGCA notice that we just read out, guys, has been addressed to Sam Thomas and the others who control a handful of pilot associations in the country. This is actually historic. Vishnu, you've been covering civil aviation a really long time. I don't know if this kind of
appeal,
practically a pleading, beseeching appeal, has gone out to pilots saying, think of passengers.
This is possibly in response to an earlier Airline Pilots Association raising objection to the selective, and I quote, selective and unsafe dispensation granted to Indigo on FDTL CAR implementation. This letter, which was sent in the afternoon around 1 p.m. says, this decision taken despite repeated representations, formal letters and direct discussions with the esteemed office has undermined the very spirit of the regulations and gravely compromised the safety of the flying public.
So can I explain what this means?
Yeah.
This is absolutely critical. What this basically means is that Indigo was given 2 years to get their act together, hire enough pilots. Obviously, they need to be trained for safe operations to ensure that the new rules, which were notified a long time back, could be followed. Indigo didn't do that. This landed up in the High Court. As a result of that, this was pushed back further, right? The old norms persisted. However, at a certain stage, Indigo, or perhaps others, felt that no, this will get pushed back further. Theek ho jayega, don't worry about it. Just carry on going as you are going. Hello, that's not happened. The rules have come into place and the airline is non-compliant. They are, how many pilots short? When you're doing the math on this, they are 935 commanders short, 205 first officers short. This is DGCA statistics to meet the requirements. Yesterday they went and listed. In the press release, the DGCA said, Indigo has said, please roll this back. The new norms till the 10th of February. Today, 1 hour back or less than that, the regulator has said that, no, 1 second, we will roll back one item. But is that one item enough to fix this problem? I would suggest it's not.
And even there, the pilots are protesting and saying, well, you are...
this is not a pilot protest to me, Padmaja. This is a flight safety issue.
No, but that's what the DGCA is saying, that please...
We are saying about the safety of passengers, about passenger convenience. And that's so important. So many are impacted. But this is an issue of flight safety.
And we're going to come back to that in a moment.
How can an airline decide they won't follow the rules?
But this is, of course, the top focus here on NDTV. Back in a few minutes.
I'm not getting any help or support from my family side. Sewing, though a simple art, is actually very therapeutic in nature.
उषा सिलाई ने मेरी जो मेंटली स्ट्रेस है उसको बहुत कम कर दिया.
Women who start sewing are able to express their feelings.
Usha Silai School give me financial freedom. So now I believe that I can buy a car, I can do anything.
Brought to you by Usha.
अनेक न्यूज़पेपर शक्कर कामा
नहीं चाहती नहीं यार तो मिला अरे प्यार कर ले प्यार बिना चैन कहाँ रे प्यार बिना चैन कहाँ रे सोना नहीं
Explore 500 plus designs at your nearest Philips Smart Light Hub. Philips.
In the heart of rural Uttar Pradesh, a quiet revolution is taking place, led by the state's very own daughters. The BC Sakhi initiative, launched in 2020 by the government, is closing the gap between remote villages and essential financial services.
सरकार की अच्छी योजना है ये और गांव वालों को ग्रामीणों को बहुत फायदा हुआ है इससे.
Equipped with micro ATMs and digital tools, these trained banking correspondent Sakhis are now bringing doorstep banking to communities. They help residents with everything from cash withdrawals and deposits to opening bank accounts, paying bills and accessing crucial government welfare schemes.
कुछ बीसी सखी ऐसी हैं इसमें जिनकी महीने की आमदनी 25,000 से लेकर के 1.25 लाख रुपए महीना कमा रही हैं वे बीसी सखी उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर.
The program has trained thousands of women, promoting digital literacy across the state. This has also strengthened transparency, ensuring that benefits reach the right people at the right time.
I'm seeing huge changes away from first-generation technologies to the most modern technologies we've had, and we're working with a lot of companies to help them do that. In 180 countries, 140 million student users use our applications every day. Make sure that the latest technology is deployed effectively inside of India. Students get trained on the latest and greatest tools so that they're prepared for the new jobs of the future.
As part of the PepsiCo Voices of Harvest Awards 2025, we return with the conversations that are shaping the future of Indian agriculture. In Seeding Change, the experts decode what it takes to build an ecosystem powered by innovation. And then, India's women farmers take center stage, leading technology adoption and community-driven progress. PepsiCo presents Voices of Harvest Awards 2025, only on NDTV.
आराम से हाँ। सामान देना भैया.
अब आगे क्या करना है? वो पिट्टू की पर्ची में देखो ना, कहाँ गई पर्ची?
नमस्ते
जी.
हाँ, मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा होता है. आप चलिए मेरे साथ. व्हील चेयर, ये आपका और ये
हाँ।
आपका. पर्ची में शॉपिंग की बात तो जरूर लिखी होती है. थोड़ी पेट पूजा की बात कोई पर्ची में ना लिखे, ऐसा हो सकता है?
टिफिन ले.
थैंक यू.
पर्ची मिल गई.
पर्ची में तो ये सब लिखा ही नहीं था.
हम है ना आपकी पर्ची.
सिर्फ वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं चलाते हैं, आपके सफर में हम सफर बन जाते हैं. अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं.
When celebrations glow and traditions shine, it's the sparkle of jewels that light up the bride.
चमकी चमकी जो तू तेरी चमक से चमके दुनिया. रोशनी सुनहरी सी निखरी सवेरी सितारे आसमां के भीगे कर जो सुलगती धूप जैसी चमकती शाम जैसी हर महफिल.
Exquisitely crafted jewelry, inspired by the spirit of today's brides. Malabar Gold and Diamonds celebrates the brides of India.
बाल लीला जिस पर मोह गया ब्रह्मांड, कभी रक्षक बने तो कभी पालनहार. पाप का अंत कर किया जिसने कंस का संहार. कृष्ण की लीलाओं से फिर वृंदावन होगा संसार. देखिए श्री कृष्ण 8 दिसंबर से हर रात 8:30 बजे सिर्फ शेमारू टीवी पर.
Moving globally, trust Agarwal Packers and Movers Limited. 9300 300 300.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Welcome back. Flights of fury and 100% indignation by Indigo Airlines. We here at NDTV will be tracking this chaos live. Let's take you through the headlines at the start. Indigo crisis escalates and leads to massive confusion. Delhi airport claims all Indigo flights cancelled till midnight tonight. Indigo disputes the detail. Aviation regulator says as per Indigo, flights are cancelled till 3 p.m. but now there is a statement being issued by the airline. Indigo crisis triggers big action. Aviation watchdog steps in. DGCA withdraws pilot arrest order. Home Minister Amit Shah speaks to the aviation minister. But there's massive passenger chaos at multiple airports across the country. Indigo passengers stranded due to last-minute cancellations. Little communication coming in from the airline. Videos show baggages strewn around with no staff to take care of the passengers or their luggage. Prime Minister Modi and Vladimir Putin discuss war and peace. Prime Minister Modi says India is firmly on side of peace. Putin assures a peaceful solution to the Ukraine war. Press statements will be out shortly. And good news for home buyers as your EMIs are set to get cheaper. RBI slashes repo rate by 25 basis points to 5.25%.
Welcome back to big news that we are breaking to you at this moment. All Indigo flights from Delhi have been cancelled till midnight today. That is an official statement that has come now from Indigo. Remember, you heard it first right here on NDTV. But the big story also is about how the DGCA has relaxed the rest rules for pilots that were really at the center of this entire controversy. These rules that were framed well in time, Indigo did not factor them in. And, we're just trying to simplify the root cause of this entire chaos that you've seen building up over the last few days. And things really came to a head, Shiv, Vishnu and Vedika, today when across the country, 500 plus Indigo flights were cancelled. People were left stranded. There was no communication. There are people there with infants, elderly people, those who are carrying the ashes of their father for immersion. They are at a loss. They do not know what to do. But simplify for our viewers now exactly what happened.
Sure.
When we are piecing these things together, essentially the government, in a sense, has capitulated.
No. So, can I just say, as I answer that question of yours, to me, this is the biggest crisis in Indian civil aviation that we've ever seen. Obviously, when there's a crash, AI 171, that sort of thing, that's a different kind of crisis. This is the biggest crisis within the operation of civil aviation in India, number one. Number two, this is a battle at one level between Indigo and the government. And by government, I mean the aviation regulator. The aviation regulator is the Director General of Civil Aviation. It is his job to ensure that flight operations in India remain safe. In order to do this, the office that the DGCA heads, 2 years back came out with new norms. They came out with these new norms because they were worried that pilots were getting fatigued. So therefore, they gave the airlines 2 years to ensure that they have enough pilots in place so that when the new norms on fatigue come into effect, which they have now come into effect, that the airlines are prepared to handle them. Was Indigo prepared to handle them? No. Whose fault is that? It is Indigo's fault. They have in fact admitted in their own press statements that, look, we made a mess. For Indigo to have been able to handle the additional number for Indigo to have been able to handle their present routes while meeting the new norms, they would have required 935 more commanders and 205 more first officers. So with that in mind, what has the government done or the regulator done in the last 2 hours to make the situation better? They have withdrawn one provision. They have said that the instruction contained in a reference paragraph that no leave shall be substituted for weekly rest is hereby withdrawn with immediate effect. I should mention, however, that this is just one clause. What the airline wanted yesterday is all of the clauses essentially, which are part of the new norms, to be withdrawn so that by the 10th of February, they can get their act together. The regulator has not done that. But the bottom line remains this. Passengers are being inconvenienced massively. But I look at this also, Padmaja, my last sentence, from the perspective of flight safety. If you've got a regulator trying to mandate norms to ensure that pilots are not fatigued, then why has this airline not complied?
And when the airline hasn't complied, you've actually given them that little bit of relaxation in the rule, and that is what they wanted.
Yeah.
They basically brought things to such an extreme where eventually, to put it crudely, things got completely out of hand.
Yeah.
And they knew that the government will have to relax at least a part of the rules. They got their way, essentially. Indigo got their way.
Indigo got their way. This is definitely a capitulation. I completely agree with what you're saying. But what Vishnu said about how Indigo's operations are on a knife's edge, they've got no margin, no elbow room for things going, this way or that way. And even the slightest deviations from any standard operating procedures mean this kind of chaos, I think is a wake-up call not just to civil aviation and these companies, but also to the government and the regulator itself. I agree with Vishnu entirely that the regulator, needs to look at this very, very closely right now, because these messages that have come out from the DGCA, this cancellation confirmation that's come out, the rollback, capitulation, none of this is giving me any comfort, Vedika, about this not happening in the future, because ultimately the intent of these rules is noble. Rest periods for pilots, standard operating procedures are necessary from a safety standpoint. So how are we going to go into a regime where these things don't exist? I don't have those answers, neither do passengers.
And Shiv, for the want of another word here, but it seems like the DGCA in this case is absolutely helpless. What they've done is they've rolled back partial rules, like Vishnu's just explained to our viewers, caved in, while Indigo hasn't.
Yeah.
You can see the mess on the, at the airports. You can see the luggage around. You can see passengers just asking for accountability and some basic answers which they're not getting at this point.
And all of this has come on the back of the government today intervening. Home Minister Amit Shah, we broke that news first. He spoke to the Civil Aviation Minister soon after we had that statement coming from the DGCA asking for cooperation of the pilots. The pilots on their own are also extremely agitated. They're saying, look, these were rules that you brought in, not just for pilot safety and pilot rest, but for the safety of passengers, like Vishnu has been pointing out. And now when you step back from this is going to apply across the board, not just to Indigo pilots, but to pilots across the board.
If I can just
you are jeopardizing passenger safety. Amit Shah spoke to the Civil Aviation Minister, and the other big news that we broke here is that there could be penalties for Indigo, and I think that should be key. They can't simply get away by arm twisting the government, the DGCA, putting people at risk, inconveniencing them, and walk away from all of this by actually achieving what they wanted to in the first place.
And if I can just jump in, a lot of passengers are asking a very important question here. Vishnu, maybe you could throw light on this. They're saying, why is it that international flights of Indigo Airlines has not been impacted as much as the domestic flights? They're saying, is it because they get more revenue from it? This is what passengers are asking.
Well, just a fraction of flights that Indigo operates are international flights. There are many more, domestic flights. Yeah. But be that as it may, it is a valid question or concern. Let's just go quickly across to our reporters at the stage. Who do we have up at the stage?
We've got Sam, we've got Gurpreet, I think we've got Ashish as well.
We've got Pradeep as well.
Yeah, we've got Pradeep.
So Pradeep, let's come to you first. Give us an idea of the situation around you just now.
See, Vishnu, you are right. That's right from Jammu to Jaipur, Kashmir to Kanyakumari, the problem remains same, and it seems to be aggravating with each passing day. There seems to be no respite for passengers. For Jammu airport is concerned, all the 11 Indigo flights have been cancelled, and we have seen that since morning there had been argument going on between the passengers as well as the staff members here in Indigo, because they don't have any convincing answer. Here you can see they are waiting here since morning. Let me speak to some of them. Aapka flight bhi cancel ho कितनी मुश्किल वगैरह जो हो रही है सारी इसकी वजह से ऑल्टरनेट फ्लाइट का कितना चार्ज होगा कहाँ का 31 और आपका भी फ्लाइट आप कहाँ जाने चाहते आपका भी फ्लाइट आप भी सुबह साथ ही the biggest problem is that, one, the flight is getting cancelled, then there is no arrangement for the state. That's another problem we're facing. The third problem is that overcharging, even if there is an alternate flight. Right now, it's very easy to reach London, and I think it would be more economical to reach London than to reach Ranchi, because for Ranchi, it would be about 60,000. Many people since morning have been saying, and some of them were saying that their children had to appear in the examination because of this no fault of theirs. They are suffering. So everybody is asking question. Why we are made to suffer And they had been trying to understand. Right now, here at airport, we have seen that the people since morning, they are beelining outside the registration counter trying to know how and when actually these Indigo flights are going to be restored. Because so far as Jammu flight cancelled, so far as Kashmir Valley is concerned, about 10 flights cancelled. So that can clearly indicate that problem is going to aggravate and there seems to be no solution in the future. Because even if the experts are saying, even if they are going to immediately recruit those pilots, it will not be easy for them to immediately fly because there are certain standard operation procedures.
I just want to keep the strike rotating. Let's just quickly go across to our other correspondents as well at this stage. Let's go across to Sam. Sam, go ahead.
Thank you, Vishnu. We come to you from the Chennai airport where the chaos continues since morning with hundreds of Indigo passengers waiting at the counter, trying for rescheduling, trying for refund, trying to see if they could be transferred to some other airline. But they say they face multiple difficulties. One, even if they manage to get tickets on other airlines, it's prohibitively expensive, 5 times, 6 times, they say, which not everyone can afford. Secondly, there are certain destinations where only Indigo serves. For them, there's no other alternative. Train tickets in the last minute, just unimaginable. They don't know what to do. Thirdly, there's a category of patients, emergency travelers, people who travel for work, sports persons who have been coming on deadline. All those people are completely stranded. They don't know what to do. And they say that there's no transparent, clear communication from the Indigo airline as well. With me, a young student who is set to return to his hometown in Assam, but he's stranded. Tell me how difficult it has become for you now.
Well, I woke up in the morning, I was all excited with my friends going home, and I explained to them it was a road to paradise, but it seems to be more like a highway to hell right now. So we are moving into the acceptance mode right now. Like, we cannot fight and do anything about it. So let's see what
are your options now.
Next option is definitely other airlines that can guarantee us getting us home. So I am actually looking for Air India right now. So I've got a ticket. I hope that does not cancel us.
In terms of pricing?
In terms of pricing, the pricing is like insanely high. Like, I don't think I would have been able to afford it. But just for a nick of time.
Is pointing out this pricing, this predatory pricing that is taking place now, and more news coming in right now. Like we said, Indigo really seems to be getting what it wants at this point. DGCA has granted a temporary one-time exemption to Indigo A320 fleet to utilize pilots for night duty. This exemption is till the 10th of February. So earlier, the rest rules were slightly relaxed. Now you've got a one-time exemption to Indigo A320 fleet to utilize pilots for night duty till the 10th of February. The conditions for this approval have also been spelled out, that you will have to submit a fortnightly progress report to the DGCA, which gives you details of actual utilization of crew, steps taken to enhance crew availability, operability improvements that have been achieved, revised crew planning and rostering measures. The question is, will Indigo do any of this? Because, all right, so you've got people actually disrobing in protest at the airport. They are livid, they are angry. It's the ground staff which is really facing the brunt of it all, and Indigo right now sitting pretty much. Shiv.
You know, the exemption that's been given to Indigo now on night duty is just another sort of incremental step being taken. Correct. Which clearly indicates that nobody has a handle on this. I think Vishnu was right when he says everyone is feeling in the dark right now to see what can alleviate the situation.
Honestly, it seems a little panicked.
Just look at the tempers and look at the situation there. You saw a man taking his shirt off. Now that may seem comical to people watching this, but just imagine what it's like in that crowd, guys. We've all been at counters there. We've all been in lines where we've felt aggrieved and wanting to yell at people at the counters. Just imagine what it's like with 500 people behind you, CISF staff standing there, and zero clarity. You keep talking about how nobody over there is able to give passengers any information. Yeah. Vishnu showed us the app. Tanushka, okay, Tanushka is on the phone line with us. Tanushka, the DGCA's partial more relief for Indigo right now. What does that mean? Is that going to have any immediate effect at all? Our passengers want to know.
Precisely, so basically DGCA has relaxed one clause which debars airlines to club leaves with weekly rest to mitigate such Indigo crisis across board, as in to prevent such a situation from happening with other airlines. This measure is being taken to ensure continuity.
You can just bring down her audio for half a second so that I can just jump in quickly. Tanushka, what has happened in the last 10 minutes is that in addition to that one guideline, there are two more guidelines where the DGCA has actually rolled back. On night duty from midnight to 5 a.m., right? So now they will go back to midnight to 5 a.m. The new rules were night duty definition was 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. and for operations encroaching night duty. So there are three things, and the earlier one that you were talking about, so just for the benefit of our viewers, there are three steps which the DGCA has done where they have actually rolled back to try and sort out the situation, but they have not rolled back on perhaps the key one over here, weekly rest. Weekly rest for pilots was 36 hours, that went up to 48 hours, and as of now, they have not rolled back on them. So, Shiv, to me, this seems to be a battle between concessions which the airline seeks and what the regulator is sort of handing out in drips.
No, does the regulator have a choice right now, Vishnu? Given Indigo's muscle, the message I'm getting and the message that angry, irritated passengers are getting is that the regulator has no power over Indigo at this point of time. They are unable to enforce anything. All they're being forced to do is give out these incremental concessions. I'm sure there are going to be many more in the hours ahead. How is Indigo able to do this, Vishnu?
You see, it's populism. I think the Directorate General of Civil Aviation standing up to the airline at this stage is important for the safety of passengers at a time when we get into peak fog season, extreme rushes because of marriage season, celebrations, festivity season, whatever it is, end of year, right? All of these factors is when the DGCA, which is required to actually protect passenger safety, has to work hard. So they've got these norms, but they have faced an airline which happens to be the biggest in the country saying, sorry, we can't do it. And look, the protests now happening all over this thing. The entire roster is gone for a toss.
And it's essentially what seems to, have dictated these moves is that this is a pressure cooker situation. You literally had the entire country on every single airport, people just standing there,
it's already exploded.
losing their mind, disrobing, little children wailing without food, people yelling. Talking about, how our next flight also, Raman, is going to be for 25, 30, 40,000 and nobody telling them if there is going to be any kind of alternatives made available to them. So right now, the entire focus is let us alleviate the situation, let us ease the pressure on people, let the flights start, because right now you go on a collision course with Indigo, they are only going to get their backs up. What's happening in Patna, Raman?
Well, Padmaja, the situation is very worst in Patna, and I want to see you the board in front of me that 12 flights from Patna is being cancelled across all the country, and flights from Patna to Delhi, flights from Patna to Mumbai, Patna to Pune, Patna to Ahmedabad, all the Indigo flights have been cancelled, and the fare prices of the flight tickets is been rocket high, and you can imagine the Patna to Delhi price is up to 25,000 and Patna to Mumbai price is up to 40,000, and here you can see the counter of Indigo. There is a huge ruckus and chaos is already happening, going on. Earlier in the morning, the line is very long, and you can see the passengers are struggling to the accountability, and Indigo is not able to get back to the passengers, and they are still waiting for the answer and response from the Indigo. Sir, what the problems you are facing?
Too much problem. They are not able to cope up with the passengers, the crowd. Yeah. I have a connecting flight to Hong Kong. So I'm not sure whether they cancelled both the flight or only the Patna flight. So I have to go. I don't know how they are going to solve this issue.
So what they are telling to you? They are telling to you something, or they are
not able to reach even.
See, these are the passengers who they are to flying abroad and they are facing problems at Patna airport, and these are the situations, and the passengers is already is not been getting accountability by the Indigo staff, and we want to talk with some of the most passengers. Sir, what problems you are facing at the Indigo?
Like we are not getting, the flights are getting cancelled every day. So it's like...
yesterday this is reoccurring. Yesterday also we had flight. They said we'll reschedule it for today. We traveled from Gaya. They gave cab from... It's fine, we are there in queue. We traveled from Gaya. They gave us cab to come to Patna, and now we are there at Patna airport and our flights are cancelled.
These are the problems which passengers are facing at Patna airport, and the situation is very chaos. Earlier in the morning this line is very huge, and right now passengers are not getting answers from the Indigo side. So these are the situation, and the price of other airlines companies like SpiceJet, Air India, these prices are going sky high, and the tickets to Patna to across the different cities is reaching very high, around 25 to 30,000 is being charged for Patna to Delhi, around 40,000 plus fare is being charged to Patna to Mumbai. So you can imagine how passengers are facing problems at across the city, and already at Patna airport.
Very much, Raman. In fact, Tanushka also spoke to a lady who was traveling with an infant in arms, barely a year and a half old. Again, the same problems at the airport, no communication. Indigo now coming out with this long note saying, we're very sorry, we can't do it without you. But, well, when they were needed the most, they weren't there on the ground to communicate with these people. Listen into what happened.
So we're still at the Delhi airport, wherein a lot of these passengers, there are passengers here from all, these positions at this point. The lady here just beside me is with an infant right now, ma'am. आपकी flight कब से cancel है? अभी यहाँ पे कब से?
2 दिन से cancel है.
2 दिनों से
cancel है. और 2 दिन से आज भी cancel है.
आज का फ्लाइट दिया कल इधर से दिल्ली से कलकत्ता, दिल्ली से हैदराबाद तक, हैदराबाद से जो कलकत्ता तक, कलकत्ता का हैदराबाद से जो कलकत्ता तक फ्लाइट था उसको कैंसिल कर दिया.
तो अब 2 दिन से इंडिगो के चक्कर काट रहे हैं विद योर बेबी.
हम लोग इधर से हैदराबाद जाकर क्या करेंगे?
It is really troubling. Really troubling.
And what have Indigo been telling you?
We are extending, we are giving tomorrow another flight, delaying after 4 hours, after 24 hours, and now they are telling again for after 2 days with 2 babies, it's impossible to arrange.
मैम, बॉम्बे की फ्लाइट ओपन की है क्या? बॉम्बे के लिए
आपको जाना किधर है अभी? कोलकाता. एंड कोलकाता की एक भी फ्लाइट आपको इंडिगो से तो नहीं मिल रही है. And what about other airlines? आपने बाकी airlines देखे?
Charges are very high, 40,000, 50,000. And we are 4-5 members. It's impossible to
accommodate it. Yeah, exactly. So clearly here, the struggles of the middle class society here at Delhi airport, wherein Indigo is of course not an option right now, but what about other airlines? Other airlines' fares are skyrocketing. Just as we were talking to this woman here, she is with an infant and her 4-year-old as well. So 2 children here, the account of a mother who's dealing her 2 children at the airport since the past 2 days with no recourse, no dispute, no respite. Let us also speak to more people here. Sir, आप कब से यहाँ पर वेट कर रहे हो?
मैं कल जोधपुर से दिल्ली फ्लाइट में आया, कल दोपहर से यहाँ वेट कर रहा हूँ. मेरा ऑनवर्ड जर्नी है चेन्नई से कोयम्बटूर. अभी तक मेरा बैगेज का कोई पता नहीं है. आई एम रनिंग a high temperature on this winter cold. My wife fractured her leg. We don't have even a small jacket. और हमको ये बोल दिया कि आपका फ्लाइट रीशेड्यूल कर दिया है, आप जाओ करके. हमको इन लोगों ने एक होटल का नंबर दिया. होटल जाने से होटल वाले ने हमको कुत्तों के जैसे बाहर निकाल के भेज दिया कि यहाँ पे कोई रूम अवेलेबल नहीं है. रात को 12-1 बजे के ठंड में हम रोड पे सो रहे थे. आज सवेरे टैक्सी भर के हमारे खुद से पैसे से आज सवेरे की फ़्लाइट आए. सवेरे की फ़्लाइट वापस बोल रहे हैं कि कैंसिल है. और पूछ रहे हैं हमारा लगेज क्या है. ये लोग बोल रहे हैं हमको मालूम नहीं है. There is no higher authorities to even come and give us a solution for this. There are thousands of passengers, young kids, people who are going for sports academy and higher studies. They are all on standards. Unless and otherwise, government and airport authority comes and gives a solution, these people will take everybody for a big jolly ride.
All right, there is breaking news coming in. Indigo has admitted to serious operational crisis. Indigo has confirmed massive cancellations and said full refund on cancellations will take place. They have issued a statement saying, to each one of our customers, we are truly sorry and we will take care. We do deeply apologize and understand how difficult the past few days have been for many of you. While this will not get resolved overnight, important to note that they say this will not get resolved overnight. They go on to say, we assure you that we will do everything in our capacity. Then later on in that statement, they go on to say that we would like to share some information with you. We will ensure that all refunds for your cancellations will be processed automatically to your original mode of payment. We will offer full waiver on all cancellations or reschedule requests of your bookings for your travel between the 5th and 15th of December, which is 10 days away, and thousands of hotel rooms across cities and surface transport have been arranged for the convenience of our customers.
You know, we'll also have to wait and see what kind of room. Now, obviously, if there are so many people stranded, how will all of them be accommodated? You know, do you have good enough places to put up all these people? They will have special needs, perhaps, some of them. More news, in fact, coming in. A statement has come from the Ministry of Civil Aviation as well, which says, as per the directions of the minister, the control room at the ministry has been continuously engaging to maintain constant vigil over the unprecedented situation arising from the cancellation and delays of Indigo flights. This morning, the minister visited the control room and reviewed its functioning, etc., to ensure seamless communication among all stakeholders, with a special focus on providing timely information. Real-time updates from all airports are being monitored to ensure adequate response and deployment of resources, particularly for facilitating passengers stranded at various terminals. You know, I mean, this is the statement that has come, but let's just be honest. It's about 2:30 in the afternoon now. We've been on this story since 9 in the morning, Shiv, Vedika and Vishnu. And all of this timely information being given to passengers, them being taken to places where they are comfortable, information, the flow of information being continuous and prompt. This hasn't been seen.
You know,
the control room
it's a
have
flop
been
show.
working.
Let's face it.
We didn't see this.
This is going to seem almost insulting if passengers get to read this, and I'm sure they're going to be reading this on their phones. You know, I just want to read one line out from the details that you just enlisted, Padmaja, which is that we will do everything to earn back your trust and the love you have showered on us in the last 19 years, and we cannot lose it at any cost.
Feels more like
cannot lose it. You know, that bird has flown, and that appears to be the only thing that's flying right now.
And to sum it all up, Shiv, what you're seeing is rollback. You're seeing an apology, but you're not seeing any timeline here. There's no timeline from
They don't
anybody,
know. They
any
have no idea
stakeholders.
what the timeline is.
Absolutely.
You know, 1 hour ago, when the first statement came from Indigo, they said that we are arranging food from you. We just spoke to our colleagues, literally right now. Where's the food? Leave the food. Where is the communication? Where is the information? People are saying, give me my luggage back. You checked in my luggage. Are you putting me on another flight? Which hotel are you taking me to? There still aren't enough people at that counter. So on the one hand, the government is saying we're in the control room. All that information is being disseminated. Where is that information going?
You've got a picture of the civil aviation minister at that crucial meeting. I think that's a crisis meeting of the aviation minister.
That's the control room.
The control room.
That's the control
room.
At
the control room. So he's going to be taking a crack at what nobody else seems to be able to solve over the last 7 hours that we've been live on this one single story. He's getting real-time updates. He's had a word. He's had a call from the Home Minister, no less than the Home Minister himself. Amit Shah has spoken to Ramon Naidu a short while ago. You know, I'm just wondering what... Okay, we're cutting out of the Indigo coverage for the live press conference by Prime Minister.
His Excellency Mr. Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation, Shri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of Bharat, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I welcome you all to this ceremony where we shall witness exchange of several MOUs and agreements and a few announcements that reflect the wide-ranging, multifaceted bilateral cooperation under the framework of the India-Russia Special and Privileged Strategic Partnership. We will begin with exchange of two documents, namely the agreement between the Government of the Republic of India and the Government of the Russian Federation on cooperation in migration, and the agreement between the Government of the Republic of India and the Government of the Russian Federation on temporary labor activity of citizens of one state in the territory of the other state. These documents will be exchanged by Mr. Vladimir Kolokoltsev, Minister of Internal Affairs of the Russian Federation, and Dr. S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister of India. The next two documents include the agreement between the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare of the Republic of India and the Ministry of Health of the Russian Federation on the cooperation in the field of healthcare, medical education and science, as well as the agreement between the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare of Republic of India and the Federal Service for Surveillance on Consumer Rights Protection and Human Well-being of the Russian Federation in the field of food safety cooperation. These two agreements will be exchanged by Mr. Mikhail Albertovich Murashko, Minister of Health of the Russian Federation, and Dr. S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister of India. We next have two memorandums of understandings. These include the MOU between the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways of the Republic of India and the Ministry of Transport of the Russian Federation on the training of specialists for ships operating in polar waters, and the MOU between the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways of the Republic of India and the Maritime Board of the Russian Federation. These documents will be exchanged by Mr. Andrei Sergeyevich Nikitin, Minister of Transport of the Russian Federation, and Sri Sarvananda Sonoval, Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways of India. We now have the exchange of MOU between Messrs. JSC Ural Chem and Messrs. Rashtriya Chemicals and Fertilizers Limited and National Fertilizers Limited and Indian Potash Limited. This document will be exchanged by His Excellency Denis Alipov, Ambassador of the Russian Federation to India, and Sri Vinay Kumar, Ambassador of India to the Russian Federation. The last two documents include the protocol between the Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs of the Government of the Republic of India and the Federal Customs Service of the Russian Federation for cooperation in exchange of pre-arrival information in respect of goods and vehicles moved between the Republic of India and the Russian Federation, and the bilateral agreement between the Department of Posts, Ministry of Communications of the Republic of India and JSC, the Russian Post. These documents will be exchanged by His Excellency Denis Alipov, Ambassador of the Russian Federation to India, and Sri Vinay Kumar, Ambassador of India to the Russian Federation. I would like to additionally inform everyone that the two leaders have also adopted a joint statement which would be issued shortly. Both sides have also adopted the program for the development of strategic areas of India-Russia economic cooperation till 2030. And we also welcome the Russian side's decision to adopt the framework agreement to join the international Big Cat Alliance. Ladies and gentlemen, I now request the spokesperson of the Ministry of External Affairs to conduct the rest of the proceedings.
Namaskar, good afternoon, Your Excellency, Mr. Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation, Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, Honorable Ministers, members of both delegations, distinguished guests, and friends from the media. We will now have the press statements. May I request Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, to give his remarks to the media.
Your Excellency, my friend, Rashtrapati Putin, दोनों देशों के डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के साथियों, नमस्कार, दोबरी दिन। आज भारत और रूस के 23वें शिखर सम्मेलन में राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का स्वागत करते हुए मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है। उनकी यात्रा ऐसे समय हो रही है जब हमारे द्विपक्षीय संबंध कई ऐतिहासिक माइलस्टोन के दौर से गुजर रहे हैं। ठीक 25 वर्ष पहले राष्ट्रपति पुतिन ने हमारी स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की नींव रखी थी। 15 वर्ष पहले 2010 में हमारी साझेदारी को स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप का दर्जा मिला। पिछले 2.5 दशक से उन्होंने अपने नेतृत्व और दूरदृष्टि से इन संबंधों को निरंतर सींचा है। हर परिस्थिति में उनके नेतृत्व ने आपसी संबंधों को नई ऊंचाई दी है। भारत के प्रति इस गहरी मित्रता और अटूट प्रतिबद्धता के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का, मेरे मित्र का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, पिछले 8 दशकों में विश्व में अनेक उतार चढ़ाव आए हैं। मानवता को अनेक चुनौतियों और संकटों से गुजरना पड़ा है और इन सब के बीच भी भारत रूस मित्रता एक ध्रुव तारे की तरह बनी रही है। परस्पर सम्मान और गहरे विश्वास पर टिके ये संबंध समय की हर कसौटी पर हमेशा खरे उतरे हैं। आज हमने इस नींव को और मजबूत करने के लिए सहयोग के सभी पहलुओं पर चर्चा की। आर्थिक सहयोग को नई ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाना हमारी साझी प्राथमिकता है। इसे साकार करने के लिए आज हमने 2030 तक के लिए एक इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन प्रोग्राम पर सहमति बनाई है। इससे हमारा व्यापार और निवेश डाइवर्सिफाइड, बैलेंस और सस्टेनेबल बनेगा और सहयोग के क्षेत्रों में नए आयाम भी जुड़ेंगे। आज राष्ट्रपति पुतिन और मुझे इंडिया रशिया बिजनेस फोरम में शामिल होने का अवसर मिलेगा। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि ये मंच हमारे बिजनेस संबंधों को नई ताकत देगा। इससे एक्सपोर्ट, को प्रोडक्शन और को इनोवेशन के नए दरवाजे भी खुलेंगे। दोनों पक्ष यूरेशियन इकोनॉमिक यूनियन के साथ एफटीए के शीघ्र समापन के लिए प्रयास कर रहे हैं। कृषि और फर्टिलाइजर के क्षेत्र में हमारा करीबी सहयोग फूड सिक्योरिटी और किसान कल्याण के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। मुझे खुशी है कि इसे आगे बढ़ाते हुए अब दोनों पक्ष साथ मिलकर यूरिया उत्पादन के प्रयास कर रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, दोनों देशों के बीच कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ाना हमारी मुख्य प्राथमिकता है। हम INSTC, नॉर्दर्न सी रूट, चेन्नई व्लादिवोस्टोक कॉरिडोर पर नई ऊर्जा के साथ आगे बढ़ेंगे। मुझे खुशी है कि अब हम भारत के सी फेरर्स की पोलर वाटर्स में ट्रेनिंग के लिए सहयोग करेंगे। यह आर्कटिक में हमारे सहयोग को नई ताकत तो देगा ही, साथ ही इससे भारत के युवाओं के लिए रोजगार के नए अवसर बनेंगे। उसी प्रकार से शिप बिल्डिंग में हमारा गहरा सहयोग मेक इन इंडिया को सशक्त बनाने का सामर्थ्य रखता है। यह हमारे विन विन सहयोग का एक और उत्तम उदाहरण है, जिससे जॉब्स, स्किल्स और रीजनल कनेक्टिविटी सभी को बल मिलेगा। ऊर्जा सुरक्षा भारत रूस साझेदारी का मजबूत और महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ रहा है। सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में हमारा दशकों पुराना सहयोग क्लीन एनर्जी की हमारी साझा प्राथमिकताओं को सार्थक बनाने में महत्वपूर्ण रहा है। हम इस विन विन सहयोग को जारी रखेंगे। क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स में हमारा सहयोग पूरे विश्व में सिक्योर और डाइवर्सिफाइड सप्लाई चेन सुनिश्चित करने के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। इससे क्लीन एनर्जी, हाईटेक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और न्यू एज इंडस्ट्रीज में हमारी साझेदारी को ठोस समर्थन मिलेगा। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और रूस के संबंधों में हमारे सांस्कृतिक सहयोग और पीपल टू पीपल टाइज का विशेष महत्व रहा है। दशकों से दोनों देशों के लोगों में एक दूसरे के प्रति स्नेह, सम्मान और आत्मीयता का भाव रहा है। इन संबंधों को और मजबूत करने के लिए हमने कई नए कदम उठाए हैं। हाल ही में रूस में भारत के 2 नए कॉन्सुलेट्स खोले गए हैं। इससे दोनों देशों के नागरिकों के बीच संपर्क और सुगम होगा और आपसी नजदीकियां बढ़ेगी। इस वर्ष अक्टूबर में लाखों श्रद्धालुओं को काल्मिकिया में इंटरनेशनल बुद्धिस्ट फोरम में भगवान बुद्ध के पवित्र अवशेषों का आशीर्वाद मिला। मुझे खुशी है कि शीघ्र ही हम रूसी नागरिकों के लिए निःशुल्क 30 डे ई टूरिस्ट वीजा और 30 डे ग्रुप टूरिस्ट वीजा की शुरुआत करने जा रहे हैं। मैन पावर मोबिलिटी हमारे लोगों को जोड़ने के साथ साथ दोनों देशों के लिए नई ताकत और नए अवसर क्रिएट करेगी। मुझे खुशी है कि इससे बढ़ावा देने के लिए आज 2 समझौते किए गए हैं। हम मिलकर वोकेशनल एजुकेशन, स्किलिंग और ट्रेनिंग पर भी काम करेंगे। हम दोनों देशों के स्टूडेंट्स, स्कॉलर्स और खिलाड़ियों का आदान प्रदान भी बढ़ाएंगे। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने क्षेत्रीय और वैश्विक मुद्दों पर भी चर्चा की। यूक्रेन के संबंध में भारत ने शुरुआत से शांति का पक्ष रखा है। हम इस विषय के शांतिपूर्ण और स्थायी समाधान के लिए किए जा रहे सभी प्रयासों का स्वागत करते हैं। भारत सदैव अपना योगदान देने के लिए तैयार रहा है और आगे भी रहेगा। आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध लड़ाई में भारत और रूस ने लंबे समय से कंधा मिलाकर सहयोग किया है। पहलगाम में हुआ आतंकी हमला हो या क्रोकस सिटी हॉल पर किया गया कायरतापूर्ण आघात, इन सभी घटनाओं की जड़ एक ही है। भारत का अटल विश्वास है कि आतंकवाद मानवता के मूल्यों पर सीधा प्रहार है और इसके विरुद्ध वैश्विक एकता ही हमारी सबसे बड़ी ताकत है। भारत और रूस के बीच यूएन, G20, ब्रिक्स, एससीओ तथा अन्य मंचों पर करीबी सहयोग रहा है। करीबी तालमेल के साथ आगे बढ़ते हुए हम इन सभी मंचों पर अपना संवाद और सहयोग जारी रखेंगे। एक्सेलेंसी, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आने वाले समय में हमारी मित्रता हमें ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस का सामना करने की शक्ति देगी और यही भरोसा हमारे साझा भविष्य को और समृद्ध करेगा। मैं एक बार फिर आपको और आपके पूरे डेलीगेशन को भारत यात्रा के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। स्पासिबा।
Thank you, sir. May I now request His Excellency, Mr. Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation, to give his remarks to the media.
Уважаемый господин,
Distinguished Prime Minister, dear friend, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to sincerely thank the President of the Republic of India, Draupadi Murmu, you personally, distinguished Prime Minister, and all our Indian colleagues for the warm and hospitable welcome accorded to the Russian delegation. The negotiations that we've just had with the Indian colleagues, and as well as our talk yesterday with distinguished Mr. Modi in the form of tete-a-tete at his residence, the dinner was great. I would like to thank you for this sign of attention. These talks were very useful. They were held in a constructive and a friendly atmosphere in the spirit of the special and privileged partnership between Russia and India. I would like to point out that we and Prime Minister Modi have established a close working dialogue. In September this year, we met during the SEO summit in Tianjin. We are regularly having telephone calls. We are personally overseeing some aspects of the development of Russian-Indian cooperation, all strategic avenues, and also we are monitoring the course of the implementation of key bilateral projects. And today, with the participation of our delegations, we have meticulously and substantively reviewed the whole range of relevant questions of the Russian-Indian multifaceted interaction. We exchange our opinions on the relevant global and regional subjects. In the joint statement that we've adopted with Mr. Modi, we've delineated the priority objectives on the further reinforcements of our ties in the politics and security, economy, trade, and humanitarian and cultural spheres. As you saw for yourself, we have signed an impressive package of intergovernmental, interagency, and corporate agreements. Many of those agreements are intended to broaden the economic cooperation between Russia and India. And this is entirely natural, due to the fact that our countries are important partners of one another in trade, investment, and technologies. Last year, our bilateral trade turnover has grown by 12%, setting another record. According to different data, this number may look different, but it is generally around $64 billion. Currently, we are forecasting that the results of this year will remain at the same impressive level. At the same time, as I perceive it, we are up to the task of getting this number to the level of $100 billion. And to reach this important goal, we have harmonized the program of development of Russian-Indian economic cooperation until 2030. This comprehensive document gives us concrete set of objectives. The Intergovernmental Commission, the ministries, and different agencies of the economic bloc of both countries have set objectives to remove barriers hampering the goods flows and capitals, the implementation of joint projects, and deep technology and innovation cooperation. And distinguished Prime Minister gave us a whole list of challenges that deserve the most attentive focus of our government. We will do that. The growth of Russian-Indian commercial links would be helped by the creation of a free trade zone between India and the Eurasian Economic Union. We are already conducting work on the corresponding agreements. I would like to note with satisfaction that our countries are gradually moving to the use of national currencies in mutual settlements, the share of these national currencies is already 96% in commercial deals. We've established resilient channels of credit, financial, and interbanking cooperation. Russian economic operators have broadened the sphere of use of Indian rupees, which we receive from the fulfillment of export contracts. Russian rubles are being used to provide loans for large joint projects. We are also seeing successful partnership in energy. Russia is a reliable supplier of oil, gas, coal, and everything that is required for the development of India's energy. We are ready to continue uninterrupted shipments of fuel for the fast-growing Indian economy. Of course, the bilateral interaction in energy does not limit to that. We are also conducting a flagship project to build the largest Indian nuclear power plant, Kudankulam. 2 out of 6 reactor units have been already connected to the energy network, and 4 are still under construction. Getting this nuclear power plant to full power output will give an impressive contribution to the energy requirements of India. It will help supply Indian enterprises and houses with cheap and clean energy. We presume that we could talk about the construction of small modular reactors and floating nuclear power plants, and also non-energy application of nuclear technologies, for example in medicine or agriculture. We are working with our Indian partners to build new, effective international transport logistic routes, including the projects to create an international north-south transport corridor from Russia and Belarus to the Indian Ocean coast. There are large opportunities for bilateral trade due to the broadening of the Trans-Arctic transport corridor infrastructure, including its main artery, the Northern Sea route. There are many other sectors of the economy where Russia and India have garnered positive experience. We are conducting joint initiatives in industry, machine manufacturing, digital technologies, space exploration, and other science-intensive avenues. For example, in accordance with the commercial agreement signed during the visit, there will be a large Russian-Indian pharmaceutical factory built in the Kaluga region in Russia. We will be starting the production of high-quality anti-tumor medicinal drugs using the advanced Indian technology. In their turn, the Russian enterprises will be establishing the production of industrial products in the framework of the Make in India program, which is a hallmark project of distinguished Prime Minister Modi. The prospects of the reinforcement of the interaction of Russian-Indian entrepreneurs and business circles are discussed in detail during the business forum in New Delhi. We are going to take part in the plenary session of this event today together with Mr. Modi. The humanitarian cooperation between Russia and India is also of a multifaceted character. Our peoples throughout centuries have been sincerely interested in the traditions, history, and spiritual values of each other. Scientific and educational contacts, exchanges from among the youth and public are also actively developing. The regular alternating festivals of Russian Indian cinema are always popular. From year to year, we see the increase in tourist flows. Today, the Russian TV channel RT is starting its broadcast in India. The new channel will undoubtedly help the Indian audience to better know Russia and Russians, and also to receive an objective information regarding what is going on in our country today. While discussing the key global and regional problems, we have confirmed the consonance between the positions of our countries. Russia and India are conducting independent and self-sufficient foreign policy together with our like-minded countries in BRICS and SCO, and from among other countries of the global majority. We are promoting the processes of forming of a more just and democratic multipolar world order. We are defending the main principles of the international law enshrined in the Charter of the UN. among them the right of any country for its own way of development and the preservation of their cultural civilizational identity, respect for sovereignty, careful balance of interests of all participants of the world community. As state founders of the BRICS, Russia and India have done a lot of things and continue to do more to increase the authority of the organization. As you know, next year India will assume the chairship and the BRICS will provide all necessary assistance to our Indian friends in the work on the relevant BRICS agenda. I would like to point out Russia and India are traditionally closely cooperating in the military technical sphere. Our country for the last half a century has been helping to arm and modernize the Indian Army, including the air defense forces, aviation and the Navy. In general, we are undoubtedly satisfied with the results of the negotiation we just had. We also, ahead of us, we have the meeting with the President of India, Madam Murmu. But even now, I can express my confidence that the current visit and the agreements reached will help the further deepening of the Russian-Indian strategic partnership for the benefit of our countries and the peoples of India and Russia. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. That concludes the press statements. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your presence.
Are joint statements that have been issued by India and Russia after those extremely important bilateral summit discussions that came to an end. Shortly, the two leaders will head to address the plenary session of the India-Russia Business Forum. But Shiv and Vishnu, extremely important set of agreements that have been signed, the messaging that has come out, everything from the war to how the trade should be elevated to the multi-dimensional aspect of the bilateral partnership.
Gauri and Vishnu, the largest nuclear plant in Kudankulam has been mentioned right now by President Putin. That's going to be one of the biggest, if not the biggest takeaway, because the rest are announcements that are in motion, the trade, manufacturing and partnership announcements. But 2 out of 6 reactors under construction, Putin mentioning it by name. Vishnu, this is something that you've looked at very closely as well. Nuclear energy cooperation was something that we'd reported first would be on the table, and it's just been mentioned by the President.
No, that's really important because it's not just Kudankulam. We are looking at new modular nuclear reactors. We are using Russian technology. Russian nuclear reactors have done fabulously well in India. Kudankulam is just one example of how there is immense potential in energy cooperation between India and Russia. But the future of nuclear reactors lies in smaller modular designs. They fulfill certain requirements. India, of course, has our own state-of-the-art nuclear plants to our own design, fast breeder reactors and the like. But this is something that needs to go towards meeting our incredible energy requirements, particularly as we progressively move away from coal. But there's a long lead time for the construction of any nuclear reactor.
Yeah.
So therefore, that's something that's important.
No, it's hugely important. The agreements are still being signed right now. A detailed joint statement will emerge in a few minutes from now, where Gauri and Vishnu will be able to see in an even more detailed manner what the two leaders have agreed upon today. The key highlights have been mentioned by the two leaders, obviously for want of time, but as oftentimes happens when you look at the detailed joint statement by the two leaders, there are many nuggets, many things that aren't mentioned. I'm sure there's going to be a mention of defense and cooperation there, perhaps even a mention of some ongoing negotiations as far as deals are concerned. Those will reflect definitely as far as the strategic relationship is concerned. But a multipolar world, nuclear energy cooperation, the boosting of trade between the two sides. And Gauri, what you were mentioning just now, the big India-Russia business conference that both these leaders will be addressing at the Bharat Mandapam right after this event is of preeminent importance, considering what the two leaders are attempting to do this time.
Absolutely. And you know, the words that the Prime Minister used, where he said that economic cooperation by 2030, where we want to elevate it, he said it should be diversified, it should be balanced, and it should be sustainable. And I think that's the most important aspect of this trade relationship, where both sides are now looking to grow this to $100 billion over the course of the next 5 years, less than 5 years. And he also went on to mention critical minerals and clean energy, two extremely important aspects of how India aspires to take this trade relationship, the bilateral trade, from here, which is about $65 billion to $100 billion in the next 5 years. Let's get in Vishal as well. He's joining us live from Bharat Mandapam, where that all-important meeting, that business meeting, is going to take place very shortly. Vishal, it's a very large contingent, business contingent that has come in from Russia along with President Putin, and it's being pegged around a large trade, being a very large and important aspect of this visit.
That's exactly right. And since yesterday, I've been here almost the last 24 hours. All the business leaders I've spoken to, they've all talked about, 2-3 things in particular. First one is, of course, the exchange of personnel on both the sides. Russia has been wanting at least 500,000 Indian workers, and they also want exchange of technologies. And there's also some banks that are here, some nationalized banks from the Russian side that want an access to the Indian market. And the Russian side has been quite forthcoming. We've heard from the Russian press secretary, Dmitry Peskov, in the recent past. He has also said that the Russian companies, the Russian businesses, they are willing to, explore the Indian territory. So far, largely unexplored by the Russian businesses, because we've been talking throughout that there's a big trade imbalance between both the sides, but there is bonhomie, so that that area will be ironed out. The businesses that need to be explored will be explored. There are several areas that have been addressed in these conferences since yesterday. Some of the biggest ministers from the Russian side were here. The deputy trade minister was there. The agriculture minister was there. They've all talked about their respective areas, and they've said that India and Russia are ready to cooperate on all the fronts.
Let me bring in, Vishal, hold on to that thought. Let me bring in Vasudha as well, our political editor. Vasudha, what were your big takeaways from what the two leaders have announced so far? We're obviously waiting for the longer document so we can go through it with a fine-tooth comb, but big messaging.
Shiv, for me, the biggest takeaway was the fact that I think India is now ready to take its relationship with Russia at a different level. It wants to consolidate the gains that come out of this relationship, because it's not just going to be about Raj Kapoor and yoga. And I remember going to Russia last year and wanting to talk to these Raj Kapoor fans, but everybody said that yoga is more popular. So this time, it's very clear that India wants to consolidate the gains of these relationship. At the same time, there have been very concrete, tangible outcomes of this. The 5-year project, India-Russia strategic economic cooperation, identifying those areas where India can benefit out of Russia and Russia can also benefit out of India. That's important. This project, which has been, which has been talked about for a long time, this connecting corridor between Vladivostok and Chennai, both port cities, is something that has been announced today. Kudankulam, a nuclear reactor project, the largest in India, which has seen a lot of projects, has been announced by Vladimir Putin himself. So clearly a lot of work seems to have gone into this. Prime Minister specifically reiterated his position that India is on the side of peace and all the peace efforts that are being made to ensure peace between Ukraine and Russia. That also shows that India is ready to talk about its position and ready to diversify not just trade but also investments.
I found the really interesting part in this, and Vasudha, maybe you can pitch in on this, that Putin renewing his multipolar world pitch, promoting a just, democratic and multipolar world. He said this also in Rajghat, where he actually wrote about it. And said that that's what Gandhiji perhaps had wanted. So this is important because it sends a larger global message.
Absolutely, Vishnu, and he did talk about the importance of platforms like BRICS and SEO, and he said that both India and Russia have self-sufficient foreign policy, and that really plays a lot of important role in creating a just, multipolar world. Clearly the outcome is also something that's for us to see, and it comes at a very turbulent geopolitical time, with the West on one side and Trump's politics also playing on one side.
Indeed. In fact, specifically, if you see that there was a lot of focus from Prime Minister's side when he mentioned about the fact that there has to be a peaceful and stable resolution. So he mentioned first and foremost that there has to be a certain longevity to whatever may be the peace formula that may be agreed upon as far as the Ukraine war is concerned. And that's extremely important because, you know, this is the first country that President Putin has come to just 2 days after that 5-hour-long meeting with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, Vishnu, and that didn't lead to any, concrete peace formula, so to say. And for him to mention that here indicates that this visit, this meeting was as much about the India-Russia relationship as it was about the global realities in which everyone is functioning.
You know, what I think is important is that Putin sharing, his peace plan or his ideas with Prime Minister Modi, it's not just a courtesy sort of message. Yeah. I think he realizes that India is invested in the process of peace in Europe. The Prime Minister has visited Ukraine, he's visited Russia in the past, he's spoken to the Ukrainian leader Zelensky, to President Putin on several occasions, and therefore he feels he is obligated in a certain stage to level to keep India and Prime Minister Modi informed about these developments. Now, America believes that it has the solution and the only possible solution to the outcome of the Russia-Ukraine war, and while, that may be an important way in trying to get this resolved, the fact of the matter is that there is a country called India, the largest democracy in the world. We have, a deep interest in an abiding peace over there for so many reasons. Yeah. For starters, think about, the food grain prices around the world have been impacted as a result of the war. Think of the tens of thousands of Indian students who've been impacted as a result of that. Think about the fact that if this war wasn't existing, then India would continue to potentially import oil from Russia. Therefore, these are things which America doesn't think about or Trump wouldn't mention because it's America first. But we have an interest as well. And therefore, Putin talking about all of this with Prime Minister Modi is indicative of how he sees India.
The exchange between the two leaders on the peace settlement and like Vishnu, like you just mentioned, the fact that President Putin has, shared parts of that peace settlement with Prime Minister Modi after Prime Minister Modi talked about this being an era of peace, not war, for the fourth or the fifth time in the last couple of years, is in many ways, and I'm sure the both of you agree, perhaps the most important takeaway from this summit. The agreements are happening. The agreements were in many ways predictable. They were on the table. They were going to happen. Energy, trade, defense, all of that. But the war in Ukraine is something that few people wanted to bring up during Putin's visit. But how can it not? We're awaiting reactions that are going to come in from the United States, from the European Union, most certainly from Ukraine, and that will come in a short while from now. But this exchange sends out a message of autonomy. It sends out a message of independence. It sends out a very clear message that, it is no exaggeration, Gauri, to somehow even look at India perhaps being in the most unique possible position to actually play a role in bringing some kind of peace between India and Ukraine.
Because, India is also the only country, which has that back channel lines of communication. Unless you talk to both sides, how do you resolve a conflict? And I think that's the single biggest thing. Before we continue this, I believe let's play out some of those important, snippets of what the two leaders said, and then we come back and take this forward.
आज भारत और रूस के 23वें शिखर सम्मेलन में राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का स्वागत करते हुए मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है। उनकी यात्रा ऐसे समय हो रही है जब हमारे द्विपक्षीय संबंध कई ऐतिहासिक माइलस्टोन के दौर से गुजर रहे हैं। ठीक 25 वर्ष पहले राष्ट्रपति पुतिन ने हमारी स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की नींव रखी थी। 15 वर्ष पहले 2010 में हमारी साझेदारी को स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप का दर्जा मिला। फ्रेंड्स, पिछले 8 दशकों में विश्व में अनेक उतार चढ़ाव आए हैं। मानवता को अनेक चुनौतियों और संकटों से गुजरना पड़ा है, और इन सब के बीच भी भारत रूस मित्रता एक ध्रुव तारे की तरह बनी रही है। परस्पर सम्मान, और गहरे विश्वास पर टिके ये संबंध समय की हर कसौटी पर हमेशा खरे उतरे हैं। आज हमने इस नींव को और मजबूत करने के लिए सहयोग के सभी पहलुओं पर चर्चा की। आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध लड़ाई में भारत और रूस ने लंबे समय से कंधा मिलाकर सहयोग किया है। पहलगाम में हुआ आतंकी हमला हो या क्रोकस सिटी हॉल पर किया गया कायरतापूर्ण आघात, इन सभी घटनाओं की जड़ एक ही है। भारत का अटल विश्वास है कि आतंकवाद मानवता के मूल्यों पर सीधा प्रहार है और इसके विरुद्ध वैश्विक एकता ही हमारी सबसे बड़ी ताकत है।
Due to the fact that our countries are important partners of one another in trade, investment and technologies. Last year, our bilateral trade turnover has grown by 12%, setting another record. According to different data, this number may look different, but it is generally around $64 billion US. Currently, we are forecasting that the results of this year will remain at the same impressive level. At the same time, as I perceive it, we are up to the task of getting this number to the level of $100 billion. And to reach this important goal, we have harmonized the program of development of Russian-Indian economic cooperation until 2030. This comprehensive document gives us concrete set of objectives. The Intergovernmental Commission, the ministries and different agencies of the economic bloc of both countries have set objectives to remove barriers hampering the goods flows and capitals. Russian rubles are being used to provide loans for large joint projects. We are also seeing successful partnership in energy. Russia is a reliable supplier of oil, gas, coal and everything that is required for the development of India's energy. We are ready to continue uninterrupted shipments of fuel for the fast-growing Indian economy. Of course, the bilateral interaction in energy does not limit to that.
Well, if you thought that the visit of the Russian president to India was the biggest news story, think again. This is the crisis in Indigo. It's absolutely, completely unprecedented. Tens of thousands of passengers impacted as a result of a complete meltdown in the network structure of the airline. All flights from Delhi have been cancelled. Departures from Delhi have been cancelled till midnight, and that's just one of many problems, one of the problems that Indigo faces. What is this all about? In simple terms, they don't have enough pilots to fulfill the new regulations enforced by India's regulator for airlines to operate flights safely. So what they've done now is they've negotiated with the DGCA, India's regulator, which has begun the process of rolling back some of the new safety norms to ensure that airlines like Indigo can actually operate. And as I understand it, after Indigo, some of the other airlines have now gone to the regulator and said that if you're rolling back these guidelines for Indigo, then you need to roll them back for our airline as well. Now, the guidelines themselves are essentially are linked to fatigue. Fatigue is a killer in international aviation. There is a strong statistical and scientific understanding of the fact that if pilots are tired, then they become dangerous potentially in the operation of aircraft. Therefore, 2 years back, the government had mandated several norms and had said that all airlines have to follow this. Indigo knew about this. They didn't think it would happen so far, and they made a hash of actually ensuring that they've got enough pilots in time to meet these norms. Now, as a result of the crisis that we see across India, where tens of thousands of passengers have been impacted, the airline has gone back to the regulator and has said, please, for us to get our act together, we need you to give us permission to operate, using the old norms until such time as we can get our act together. So yes, eventually the airline will get its act together. Nobody knows how many days, but that comes at the cost of flight safety. And let's not have any two opinions about that.
No, Sherbir Panag, who's a well-known corporate governance lawyer, is with me live. Sherbir, welcome. We've just seen the comments that you've put out on your social media about this Indigo mess. Go ahead and explain to us how you're viewing it and why you're pointing a very angry finger right now at Indigo. Sherbir.
Thank you, Shiv. Thank you for having me. Shiv, I think at the core of it is aviation safety and passenger safety. Indian flight duty norms were way below global average, below the global benchmark in this regard, and the DGCA, rightly so, nudged, though not something that came out entirely of their own reckoning, change the flight duty time limit norms. And this saga is not a 5-6 month saga or the 1 month saga as Indigo has claimed. This has been going on since 2024. The original implementation was planned for June 2024, 1st June 2024, in fact. And then this matter unfolded with the Delhi High Court. After that, it was July. But this was clearly a case of an institution with a monopoly in India, using its position of power and its in Indian aviation to push these norms out. And let me just give you some examples, Shiv, of what are the kind of things that have been pushed out, which would be unacceptable anywhere else. The weekly rest period had to be expanded to 48 hours from 36 hours, which was a challenge. Night landings, which is something that Indigo has pushed the hardest for. And in fact, just before I've come onto the show, I saw that the DGC has unfortunately done a turnaround on this, that between 12 a.m. at night and 6 a.m. in the morning, they have gone back to the old norms, which allowed for up to 6 landings to take place in a roster cycle, which the new norms are supposed to reduce to 2. And then there are the several other creative means through which the crews are stretched, both the flying crew as well as the cabin crew and the ground staff. A lot of the problems that are currently being faced are, as one is seeing on Twitter, is pilots have shown up, but there is no crew on ground to offload bags or to deplane or to embark passengers. So this is a complete issue that has come into place, where Indigo has profited significantly from pushing all its employees to the absolute brink, and now is unable to do so. And then when you look at the timeline, you are looking at a period that they had advance notice. Everybody knew there was the 1 July 2025 cutoff period. Then there was 1 November. What happened in the last 25-26 days? This is literally looking like blackmail, where some amount by default and some amount by design, Indigo is just pushing the DGCA to a position of saying, look, there's a holiday season coming up, something else is coming up. All of this is fine, but is all of this going to be done at the altar of safety? And I think you all rightly remarked that pilot fatigue is a significant concern, and we cannot take it lightly. And what is this? If they couldn't figure this out in the last 18 months? What's going to change? What's going to change between now and February? Also, at a point of time when you're going to be dealing with so many other aspects, you're going to be dealing with fog and various other issues that cause disruption. So, crew.
I think there's also a point to be made about the pace of growth in the Indian aviation sector. We all welcome it. It adds to our economic growth, and that's all very welcome. But if you don't have enough pilots, right, to match the number of aircraft that you're acquiring, it's usually the other way around, then we are in real trouble. Now, the fact of the matter is, overall, if Indigo were to operate with the new guidelines, they would need more than 1,000 more captains and first officers. They simply don't have that. And you cannot just produce captains and first officers out of the air. And therefore, when one looks at regulating growth, perhaps there is a case over here that needs to be made that, hang on, you may have the biggest number of orders in the world, you might be acquiring a plane every week, but then if you cannot fly them and you have these crazy schedules where you try and operate n number of flights, it's just unsafe.
Vishnu, I couldn't agree with you more. And I think we've also got to go back to the root cause of where this has come in. Let's look at the fact about the systematic drain, as in a significant portion of the Middle Eastern carriers, whether it's Qatar, Emirates, Etihad, are effectively are effectively run by Indian pilots, who several of whom either out of professional response, and not all just going because there are US dollar salaries to be taken, but some out of the professional responsibility of not flying these crazy hours at the cost of their personal health, but also passenger safety. Those circumstances also need to be evaluated. And we've got to go back. Look, I am absolutely pro-business. It's my job to be pro-business. I'm as capitalist as they come. But this is an airline that has squeezed every single margin, and that's well and good so long as it's taking an aero bridge and putting in a ladder that was an incredible innovation to reduce cost. But now this is at the cost of passenger safety, when the entire business model has turned into buying out the Airbus production line, and there is absolutely no focus out here. Flights are overbooked. And when flights do get overbooked, oversubscribed, and you don't have ground staff, Indigo is not just dealing with a pilot problem, they're also dealing with a ground staff problem. The Pune airport shutdown is entirely linked to a ground staff problem. So this is a net business decision that they took, which helped the top line and is now coming back to bite them.
You know, I've got some breaking news coming in, and I've been able to confirm this from sources within the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, that there are a few pilots who were deputed to the DGCA, right, as examiners, as instructors, to assist the overall process of monitoring, who have now been taken back into the airline so that they can fly. So short is the pilot, right? It's not necessarily out of the ordinary. Eventually, these pilots would make it back to their own airline. But the crisis is such that those deputed to work with the regulator have actually come back into the airline. That's number one. Number two, and Sherbir, come in on this point, there is a plea from the DGCA, the regulator, to associations of pilots saying, please help us. Please ensure that operations are smooth. Essentially, don't mess up the process more than it is. Now, our pilot bodies, for right or for wrong, are extremely vocal, right? Very often for the right reasons. Flight safety, this, that, and the other. But in a situation like this, the DGCA specifies heading into fog season, which is low visibility season for the benefit of our viewers, heading into the end of the year, marriage season, pilots also, the regulator says, please help us help you. What does it say if a regulator has to reach out to pilots and says, yaar, kaam karo, help everybody out?
Vishnu, look, let's break this down into two parts. If there are pilots who are choosing to make this a moment of civil disobedience and are planning to not come back to their jobs because they're seeing that they're seeing the chaos that's ensuing, I think that's a very different class. But if somebody as a professional, we've always gone through this, Vishnu, you've covered the armed forces for so long. The captain of the aircraft is in charge of the safety of the aircraft. If somebody who's going to be fatigued, who's not slept, who Indigo through their creative means is going to get back and say, okay, you've done a night landing, but now you can fly back passenger and that should be okay. Or you have a scheduled day of leave, but we're not going to count it and we're going to try and create chaos. I think we've got to balance both things out. So if this is not the moment for civil disobedience, and this is not the moment for disingenuous cases not coming to take on a professional task and responsibility, whether that's a pilot or a journalist or a lawyer or an accountant or any other working professional. This isn't the moment for that. But where it becomes a question of passenger safety, where should a line must be drawn, and the line must be drawn for safety, and the line cannot be drawn for commercial convenience at this point of time.
Lakhs of passengers who would be watching this broadcast would just be wondering one thing. It happened in the first week of December. By the looks of it, it will happen once again in the second week of February. Because what is going to change between now and 6 weeks? That's the point.
Yeah, that is really.
I think Vishnu very rightly said, how are we going to manufacture new captains and first officers? As in that there has to be a graded plan to make that happen. And to the extent that the airline has to consider getting expats in or doing other aspects, these are costs they were very well aware of. But rather than spending their energies toward doing something for passenger safety and aviation safety, they've spent their entire energy in trying to delay the FDTL norms. As in this would be harakiri anywhere else in the world. It's unacceptable.
It's unacceptable. You know, one wonders whether there are going to be any penalties at all. There is talk of that, but at this point of time, I think it's very clear, you know, who is whose daddy, as it were. I hate to use that phrase, but it's very clear. It's clear to passengers, it's clear to us. And Shelby, it's been really good to have you here. Your word on this was valuable. Passengers are watching NDTV. We do know that because we're getting a lot of messages and feedback from airports, literally from airport lounges and check-in counters, that people are tracking NDTV right now. So good to have a voice like Shelby Panag here on NDTV. We're taking a very quick break. Gauri, Vishnu and I will be back right after this. This continues to be our big story. We will also continue to update you on what's happening with the President Putin visit right after this. Skip this.
Flights of fury and 100% indignation by Indigo Airlines. NDTV is tracking this chaos live. Indigo crisis escalates, leads to massive confusion. Delhi airport claims all Indigo flights cancelled till midnight. Indigo crisis triggers big action. Aviation watchdog steps in. DGCA withdraws the pilot rest order. Home Minister Amit Shah speaks to Aviation Minister. Passenger chaos across multiple airports in the country. Indigo passengers stranded due to last-minute cancellations. Videos show baggages strewn around with no staff to take care of them. Good news for home buyers as EMIs are set to get cheaper. RBI slashes repo rate by 0.25% to 5.25%.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
माँ के हाथों में थी बस सिलाई की डोर, आज उस डोर से खुल गया सपनों का छोर। सिलाई मशीन की आवाज़ में बजती है जीत, हर टाका जोड़ता है एक नई प्रीत। हमने सीखा माँ से सपने बुनना, जिम्मेदारी और जज्बात में खुद को पहचानना। माँ ने सीखा, हमने राह पाई, परिवार के हर कोने में रोशनी सी छाई। ये कहानी है सिलाई से ज़िंदगी बदलने की, बच्चों की जुबान से माँ की उड़ान समझने की। नाज है हमें, माँ सिर्फ माँ नहीं, अब घर की ताकत और समाज की रोशनी बनी।
This season at Kalyan Jewellers, enjoy up to 1500 rupees off per gram on making charges. Conditions apply.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Why are you being difficult?
Just eat now.
Read the newspaper.
The Vice President-elect C.P. Radhakrishnan on Tuesday described his win as a victory for the nationalistic ideology and vowed to work towards making India a developed nation.
Defence Expo Ground in Lucknow is witnessing a historic moment. After 61 years, the 19th National Jamboree of the Bharat Scouts and Guides has been organised.
ये जो गतिविधियां हैं इसके द्वारा हमें अच्छे काम देखने को मिलते हैं।
More than 32,000 participants, including 2,000 delegates from the Asia-Pacific region, took part in it.
उत्तर प्रदेश की धरा पर 19वीं जमहूरी इस दृश्य अत्यंत आह्लादकारी है। हम सबको एक नई प्रेरणा प्रदान करने वाला है उत्तर प्रदेश के नौजवानों के अंदर।
For the first time, participants were being provided real-time information through digital live streaming, RFID-based smart ID cards and a WhatsApp communication system. This grand event conveyed a message of youth empowerment. This jamboree not only reflected Indian culture and unity in diversity, but has also further strengthened transformation of Uttar Pradesh.
I'm seeing huge changes away from first-generation technologies to the most modern technologies we've had
and we're working with a lot of companies to help them do that. In 180 countries, 140 million student users use our applications every day. Make sure that the latest technology is deployed effectively inside of India. Students get trained on the latest and greatest tools so that they're prepared for the new jobs of the future.
Explore 500 plus designs at your nearest Philips Smart Light Hub. Philips.
As part of the PepsiCo Voices of Harvest Awards 2025, we return with the conversations that are shaping the future of Indian agriculture. In Seeding Change, the experts decode what it takes to build an ecosystem powered by innovation. And then, India's women farmers take center stage, leading technology adoption and community-driven progress. PepsiCo presents Voices of Harvest Awards 2025, only on NDTV.
एसिडिटी, हार्टबर्न और गैस को खत्म करे कम से कम समय में और पेट को रखे कूल लंबे समय तक। ग्रोटैंस, ईट हैप्पीली, लिव हैप्पीली।
In the heart of rural Uttar Pradesh, a quiet revolution is taking place, led by the state's very own daughters. The BC Sakhi initiative, launched in 2020 by the government, is closing the gap between remote villages and essential financial services.
सरकार की अच्छी योजना है ये और गांव वालों को, ग्रामीणों को बहुत फायदा हुआ है इससे।
Equipped with micro ATMs and digital tools, these trained banking correspondent Sakhis are now bringing doorstep banking to communities. They help residents with everything from cash withdrawals and deposits to opening bank accounts, paying bills and accessing crucial government welfare schemes.
कुछ बीसी सखी ऐसी हैं इसमें जिनकी महीने की आमदनी 25,000 से लेकर के 1.25 लाख रुपए महीना कमा रही हैं वे बीसी सखी उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर।
The program has trained thousands of women, promoting digital literacy across the state. This has also strengthened transparency, ensuring that benefits reach the right people at the right time.
इतने में क्या ही मिलेगा यार? सोना तू ठीक तो है ना?
अरे गोल्ड ETF. All you need is 200 rupees or less.
Gold ETF. It's Aaj Ka Gold, regulated and backed by Real Gold. All you need is a Demat account.
When celebrations glow and traditions shine, it's the sparkle of the jewels that light up the bride.
चमकी चमकी जो तू तेरी चमक से चमके दुनिया। चमकी चमकी जो तू तेरी चमक से चमके दुनिया। चमकी चमकी जो तू।
Exquisitely crafted jewelry inspired by the spirit of today's brides. Malabar Gold and Diamonds celebrates the brides of India.
बाल लीला जिस पर मोह गया ब्रह्मांड, कभी रक्षक बने तो कभी पालनहार, पाप का अंत कर किया जिसने कंस का संहार, कृष्ण की लीलाओं से फिर वृंदावन होगा संसार। देखिए श्री कृष्ण 8 दिसंबर से हर रात 8:30 बजे सिर्फ शिमारू टीवी पर।
Moving globally, trust Agarwal Packers and Movers Limited. 9300 300 300.
The big story that we are tracking right now is the chaos and confusion that is at airports across the country as the Indigo crisis deepened. What has happened so far, viewers, Civil Aviation Watchdog DGCA has withdrawn the instructions regarding the weekly rest roster that it had put out. Those norms that had to be in place. This implies that airlines can now use leave in place of weekly rest if required. This comes as the airlines had given representations to the aviation regulator and had highlighted operational disruptions and the need for continuity and stability in flying schedules. In the latest, the DGCA has decided the earlier restriction was affecting operations. A one-time exemption has been granted to the A320 fleet, granting an exemption from night duty restrictions till the 10th of February next year, with Indigo directed to submit a roadmap in the next 30 days. The aviation minister visited the control room and reviewed its functioning to ensure seamless communication amongst all stakeholders, with a special focus on providing timely information to all passengers. Real-time updates from all airports are being monitored to ensure adequate responses and deployment of resources, particularly for ensuring that passengers who are stranded at various terminals have information at the earliest. Even as Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken to Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu on the Indigo crisis and has taken stock of the situation and that has now affected thousands of passengers across the country. Indigo has admitted a serious operational crisis, saying that they have offered refunds on cancellations as well as full refund and also ensuring support and accommodation to passengers who are stuck. In fact, Tanushka is at one of the airports in Delhi. She spoke to a passenger mother traveling with two young kids. She had to go to Kolkata, faced massive cancellations 2 days in a row, stuck at the airport. Listen into her ordeal.
Remember the mother with an infant and a 4-year-old stuck at Delhi airport for the past 2 days, waiting for a flight to go to Calcutta? We're being joined with her again. There's an update right now. Ma'am, tell us, what is the update? Are you being put onto a flight?
No, we are not getting direct flight to Kolkata, but we are given a flight to Bagdogra. We are going to Bagdogra, and after that we will go by any bus or car to arrange for that. But at least we are getting.
Exactly. If you could show your boarding pass here onto our viewers here. Yeah. So she's gotten a Delhi to Bagdogra flight. So now remember, Bagdogra is 500 kilometers away from Kolkata, right? So they've basically boarded you onto Bagdogra for now. Then how do you reach your final destination?
I think we will arrange any car or bus because there are available bus and car. So we will go from that, and they have only afforded for us.
Exactly.
We are happy with that.
Right. Passengers at this point are saying that they're happy to get breadcrumbs even. That is what it has come down to. The crumbling state of affairs of aviation sector, especially talking about Indigo Airlines.
All right, on that note, slipping into a very short break, we come back with this and lots more on the other side. Stay with us.
माँ के हाथों में थी बस सिलाई की डोर, आज उस डोर से खुल गया सपनों का छोर। सिलाई मशीन की आवाज़ में बजती है जीत, हर टाका जोड़ता है एक नई प्रीत। हमने सीखा माँ से सपने बुनना, जिम्मेदारी और जज्बात में खुद को पहचानना। माँ ने सीखा, हमने राह पाई, परिवार के हर कोने में रोशनी सी छाई। ये कहानी है सिलाई से ज़िंदगी बदलने की, बच्चों की जुबान से माँ की उड़ान समझने की। नाज है हमें, माँ सिर्फ माँ नहीं, अब घर की ताकत और समाज की रोशनी बनी।
माही भाई, कोई कूल बैंक बताओ ना।
What do you mean by cool?
लाइक जो कस्टमर के साथ हर कंडीशन में हो,
जो एनवायरमेंटली कॉन्शियस हो,
जो डिजिटल फर्स्ट हो,
जिसके लिए हर कस्टमर इम्पोर्टेंट हो,
सोशली कॉन्शियस हो।
फिर तो SBI कूलेस्ट है।
Really?
SBI जो बैंक हर इंडियन को इको फ्रेंडली बनने में मदद करे, जो बैंक हर इंडियन को अपलिफ्ट करे, जो बैंक हर हाल में हर इंडियन का साथ दे, जो बैंक हर इंडियन को डिजिटल बैंकिंग करने का पावर दे, और जो बैंक हर इंडियन को साथ लेके चले, वही कूलेस्ट है।
रियली कूल।
वाओ,
कूल तो है।
सो कूल मैन।
वेरी गुड।
जो बैंक डिजिटली एडवांस्ड और इको फ्रेंडली हो और हर इंडियन को हर जगह सर्व करे, अपलिफ्ट करे, वही बैंक कूलेस्ट है। SBI, the banker to every Indian. Truly.
As part of the PepsiCo Voices of Harvest Awards 2025, we return with the conversations that are shaping the future of Indian agriculture. In Seeding Change, the experts decode what it takes to build an ecosystem powered by innovation. And then, India's women farmers take center stage, leading technology adoption and community-driven progress. PepsiCo presents Voices of Harvest Awards 2025, only on NDTV.
Why are you being difficult? Just eat now.
Read the newspaper.
The Vice President-elect C.P. Radhakrishnan on Tuesday described his win as a victory for the nationalistic ideology and vowed to work towards making India a developed
बाल लीला जिस पर मोह गया ब्रह्मांड, कभी रक्षक बने तो कभी पालनहार, पाप का अंत कर किया जिसने कंस का संहार, कृष्ण की लीलाओं से फिर वृंदावन होगा संसार।
देखिए श्री कृष्ण 8 दिसंबर से हर रात 8:30 बजे सिर्फ शिमारू टीवी पर।
एंड ऑफ द मंथ और ये बची कुची सैलरी, इतने में क्या ही मिलेगा यार।
इतने में तो सिर्फ सोना ही मिलेगा।
सोना? तू ठीक तो है ना?
गोल्ड ETF 200 रुपए हो या कम, इन्वेस्ट विद जस्ट अ डीमैट अकाउंट। एंड द बेस्ट पार्ट, ये रेगुलेटेड है एंड इट्स बैक्ड बाय रियल गोल्ड।
क्या बात है यार।
Gold ETF. It's Aaj Ka Gold. A simple way to diversify and balance portfolios with 200 rupees or less.
I'm seeing huge changes away from first generation technologies to the most modern technologies we've had, and we're working with a lot of companies to help them do that. In 180 countries, 140 million student users use our applications every day. Make sure that the latest technology is deployed effectively inside of India. Students get trained on the latest and greatest tools so that they're prepared for the new jobs of the future.
मेहनत और समर्पण के प्रतीक अन्नदाताओं को डबल इंजन सरकार ने दी है नई पहचान। कर्मयोगी सरकार ने किया है वो दमदार काम जो दशकों तक था सिर्फ सपना। उत्कर्ष के इन 8 वर्षों में गन्ना किसानों को किया गया है रिकॉर्ड 2,90,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक गन्ना मूल्य का भुगतान। वर्ष 2007 से 2017 तक हुए भुगतान से यह 1,48,000 करोड़ रुपए है अधिक। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के नेतृत्व में पारदर्शिता और तकनीक से जुड़ी नई व्यवस्था ने बदली है गन्ना किसानों की तकदीर। वर्ष 2017 से अब तक 4 बार बढ़ाया गया है गन्ना समर्थन मूल्य। गन्ना पेराई सत्र 2025-26 में गन्ना किसानों को होगा 3,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का अतिरिक्त लाभ। नई चीनी मिलें और बढ़ी क्रशिंग क्षमता ने असल मायनों में गन्ने की फसल को बनाया है ग्रीन गोल्ड। काम दमदार, डबल इंजन सरकार।
आराम से हाँ। सामान देना भैया।
अब आगे क्या करना है? वो बिट्टू की पर्ची में देखो ना, कहाँ गई पर्ची?
नमस्ते
जी।
हाँ? मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा होता है। आप चलिए मेरे साथ। व्हील चेयर, ये आपका और ये हाँ। आपका। पर्ची में शॉपिंग की बात तो जरूर लिखी होती है। थोड़ी पेट पूजा की बात कोई पर्ची में ना लिखे, ऐसा हो सकता है?
टिफिन लाया।
थैंक यू।
अरे पर्ची मिल गई।
पर्ची में तो ये सब लिखा ही नहीं था।
हम है ना आपकी पर्ची।
सिर्फ वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं चलाते हैं, आपके सफर में हम सफर बन जाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
As part of the PepsiCo Voices of Harvest Awards 2025, we return with the conversations that are shaping the future of Indian agriculture. In Seeding Change, the experts decode what it takes to build an ecosystem powered by innovation. And then, India's women farmers take center stage, leading technology adoption and community-driven progress. PepsiCo presents Voices of Harvest Awards 2025, only on NDTV.
Explore 500 plus designs at your nearest Philips Smart Light Hub. Philips.
The Indigo chaos continues, and the flight cancellations actually forced a couple to attend their own reception online. Medha Shirsagar of Hubballi and Sangam Das of Bhubaneswar, both software engineers working in Bengaluru, got married in Bhubaneswar on the 23rd of November, and a formal reception was arranged at the bride's hometown on Wednesday. But the event took an extremely unusual turn after Indigo Airlines cancelled multiple flights due to the ongoing pilot shortage across the country. And what happened was the bride and groom, who had booked tickets from Bhubaneswar to Bengaluru and onwards to Hubballi for the 2nd of December, were stranded after their flights were repeatedly delayed. With guests already gathered and all preparations in place, the bride's parents stepped in and sat in the seats that were reserved for the couple to perform the rituals. Even as the bride and groom, fully dressed for the occasion in Bhubaneswar, actually joined this reception through video conferencing. That's what you see on your screens. The chaos led to this couple actually joining their own reception virtually. All right, that's the latest update as far as the chaos across India, across airports due to the Indigo crisis that has finally led to some sort of an exemption being given by the aviation regulator till the 10th of February. That is when there will have to be some sort of a stock-taking exercise as to what happens next. On that note, a quick break. We come back with lots more on the other side. Stay with us.
एसिडिटी, हार्टबर्न और गैस को खत्म करे कम से कम समय में और पेट को रखे कूल लंबे समय तक। प्रोटैंस, ईट हैप्पीली, लिव हैप्पीली।
मेहनत और समर्पण के प्रतीक अन्नदाताओं को डबल इंजन सरकार ने दी है नई पहचान। कर्मयोगी सरकार ने किया है वो दमदार काम जो दशकों तक था सिर्फ सपना। उत्कर्ष के इन 8 वर्षों में गन्ना किसानों को किया गया है रिकॉर्ड 2,90,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक गन्ना मूल्य का भुगतान। वर्ष 2007 से 2017 तक हुए भुगतान से यह 1,48,000 करोड़ रुपए है अधिक। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के नेतृत्व में पारदर्शिता और तकनीक से जुड़ी नई व्यवस्था ने बदली है गन्ना किसानों की तकदीर। वर्ष 2017 से अब तक 4 बार बढ़ाया गया है गन्ना समर्थन मूल्य। गन्ना पेराई सत्र 2025-26 में गन्ना किसानों को होगा 3,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का अतिरिक्त लाभ। नई चीनी मिलें और बढ़ी क्रशिंग क्षमता ने असल मायनों में गन्ने की फसल को बनाया है ग्रीन गोल्ड। काम दमदार, डबल इंजन सरकार।
माँ के हाथों में थी बस सिलाई की डोर, आज उस डोर से खुल गया सपनों का छोर। सिलाई मशीन की आवाज में बजती है जीत, हर टाका जोड़ता है एक नई प्रीत। हमने सीखा माँ से सपने बुनना, जिम्मेदारी और जज्बात में खुद को पहचानना। माँ ने सीखा, हमने राह पाई, परिवार के हर कोने में रोशनी सी छाई। ये कहानी है सिलाई से जिंदगी बदलने की, बच्चों की जुबान से माँ की उड़ान समझने की। नाज है हमें, माँ सिर्फ माँ नहीं, अब घर की ताकत और समाज की रोशनी बनी।
As part of the PepsiCo Voices of Harvest Awards 2025, we return with the conversations that are shaping the future of Indian agriculture. In Seeding Change, the experts decode what it takes to build an ecosystem powered by innovation. And then, India's women farmers take center stage, leading technology adoption and community-driven progress. PepsiCo presents Voices of Harvest Awards 2025, only on NDTV.
Explore 500 plus designs at your nearest Philips Smart Light Hub. Philips.
बाल लीला जिस पर मोह गया ब्रह्मांड, कभी रक्षक बने तो कभी पालनहार, पाप का अंत कर किया जिसने कंस का संहार, कृष्ण की लीलाओं से फिर वृंदावन होगा संसार।
देखिए श्री कृष्ण 8 दिसंबर से हर रात 8:30 बजे सिर्फ शिमारू टीवी पर।
In the heart of rural Uttar Pradesh, a quiet revolution is taking place, led by the state's very own daughters. The BC Sakhi initiative, launched in 2020 by the government, is closing the gap between remote villages and essential financial services.
सरकार की अच्छी योजना है ये और गांव वालों को, ग्रामीणों को बहुत फायदा हुआ है इससे।
Equipped with micro ATMs and digital tools, these trained banking correspondent Sakhis are now bringing doorstep banking to communities. They help residents with everything from cash withdrawals and deposits to opening bank accounts, paying bills and accessing crucial government welfare schemes.
कुछ बीसी सखी ऐसी हैं इसमें जिनकी महीने की आमदनी 25,000 से लेकर के 1.25 लाख रुपए महीना कमा रही हैं वे बीसी सखी उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर।
The program has trained thousands of women, promoting digital literacy across the state. This has also strengthened transparency, ensuring that benefits reach the right people at the right time.
अनेक न्यूज़पेपर शक्कर कामा
मुबारक हो सर, आपका रिटायरमेंट प्लान रेडी है।
थैंक यू।
जिम्मेदारियां हमसे बांटी, हल्का लगेगा। इंडिया फर्स्ट के लाइफ इंश्योरेंस प्लान्स।
As part of the PepsiCo Voices of Harvest Awards 2025, we return with the conversations that are shaping the future of Indian agriculture. In Seeding Change, the experts decode what it takes to build an ecosystem powered by innovation. And then, India's women farmers take center stage, leading technology adoption and community-driven progress. PepsiCo presents Voices of Harvest Awards 2025, only on NDTV.
इतने में क्या ही मिलेगा यार।
सोना
तू ठीक तो है ना?
अरे गोल्ड ETF, all you need is 200 rupees or less.
Gold ETF, it's Aaj Ka Gold, regulated and backed by Real Gold. All you need is a Demat account.
Breaking news coming in. Latest update with regard to the Deepam controversy, which continues to escalate in Tamil Nadu. Now, opposition parties have staged a walkout in both houses on the issue of a temple in Madurai, claiming that BJP is trying to communalize the issue. Now, this is regarding the Deepam controversy that has really escalated with the war of words on both sides in the last couple of days. And now opposition parties have staged a walkout on the issue. Let's in fact play out this conversation that my colleague Vasudha Venugopal had with Murugan over the controversy.
Sir, the Thiruparankuntram matter, the DMK is alleging that the BJP is trying to foment communal trouble, and they have also blamed you for defying, the DMK is defying the court order, but in the sense they are saying that this cannot be decided by a writ petition.
You see, what happened in Tamil Nadu last 3-4 days, this is for this is the act where what is happening there, the full responsibility is for the DMK government and DMK police. They have to take full responsibility for this. See, the Honorable High Court given order to ensure the guaranteed by the Constitution of India and Article 25 to the worship right. So the people filed the case and they got order. Then they tried to went for the temple to light the lamp. The police, they stopped them and they abducted them and they arrested them. After that, they went to the court again that they pleaded, sir, this is the happening, so you have to ensure my right. Then the petitioner went, the court again taken as a contempt petition, and the court order with the help of CSF, you can go and you can participate in the light lamping program. But how the desperate DMK failed DMK government, they didn't allowed if the CSF people also and the petitioner also. Where is the court? Why they are not following the court order? Why they are not?
They are saying that they want to follow law and order. They want to ensure that communal harmony is there in the state.
Who objected? No one is not objected. Only the DMK government is objected. Only DMK government is preventing people to the whoever is going.
I'm not getting any help or support from my family side.
Sewing, though a simple art, is actually very therapeutic in nature.
उषा सिलाई ने मेरी जो मेंटली स्ट्रेस है उसको बहुत कम कर दिया.
Women who start sewing are able to express their feelings.
Usha Silai School give me financial freedom. So now I believe that I can buy a car, I can do anything.
Brought to you by
Usha.
मुबारक हो सर, आपका रिटायरमेंट प्लान रेडी है.
थैंक यू.
जिम्मेदारियां हमसे बांटी, हल्का लगेगा. इंडिया फर्स्ट के लाइफ इंश्योरेंस प्लान्स.
आराम से आराम से. हाँ. सामान देना भैया.
अब आगे क्या करना है? वो बिट्टू की पर्ची में देखो ना, कहाँ गई पर्ची?
नमस्ते
जी.
हाँ, मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा होता है. आप चलिए मेरे साथ. व्हील चेयर, ये आपका और ये आपका. पर्ची में शॉपिंग की बात तो जरूर लिखी होती है. थोड़ी पेट पूजा की बात कोई पर्ची में ना लिखे, ऐसा हो सकता है? टिफिन है.
थैंक यू.
अरे पर्ची मिल गई.
पर्ची में तो ये सब लिखा ही नहीं था.
हम है ना आपकी पर्ची.
सिर्फ वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं चलाते हैं, आपके सफर में हम सफर बन जाते हैं. अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं.
Explore 500 plus designs at your nearest Philips Smart Light Hub. Philips.
As part of the PepsiCo Voices of Harvest Awards 2025, we return with the conversations that are shaping the future of Indian agriculture. In Seeding Change, the experts decode what it takes to build an ecosystem powered by innovation. And then, India's women farmers take center stage, leading technology adoption and community-driven progress. PepsiCo presents Voices of Harvest Awards 2025, only on NDTV.
एंड ऑफ द मंथ और ये बची कुची सैलरी, इतने में क्या ही मिलेगा यार.
इतने में तो सिर्फ सोना ही मिलेगा.
सोना? तू ठीक तो है ना?
गोल्ड ETF, 200 रुपए हो या कम, इन्वेस्ट विद जस्ट अ डीमैट अकाउंट. एंड द बेस्ट पार्ट, ये रेगुलेटेड है एंड इट्स बैक्ड बाय रियल गोल्ड.
क्या बात है यार.
Gold ETF. It's Aaj Ka Gold. A simple way to diversify and balance portfolios with 200 rupees or less.
Defence Expo Ground in Lucknow is witnessing a historic moment. After 61 years, the 19th National Jamboree of the Bharat Scouts and Guides has been organized.
ये जो गतिविधियां हैं, उसके द्वारा हमें अच्छे काम देखने को मिलते हैं.
More than 32,000 participants, including 2,000 delegates from the Asia-Pacific region, took part in it.
उत्तर प्रदेश की धरा पर 19वीं जमहूरी इस दृश्य अत्यंत आह्लादकारी है. हम सबको एक नई प्रेरणा प्रदान करने वाला है उत्तर प्रदेश के नौजवानों के अंदर.
For the first time, participants were being provided real-time information through digital live streaming, RFID-based smart ID cards, and a WhatsApp communication system. This grand event conveyed a message of youth empowerment. This jamboree not only reflected Indian culture and unity in diversity, but has also further strengthened transformation of Uttar Pradesh.
It's
It's been a fantastic experience. I think sharing our story and what we're doing at C6 to the August audience here was really an incredible experience for us. And I think that even the lead up to the events and post the event, how things have been received and the people we've met has been an outstanding experience. For a country with so much aspiration like us, I think we need many platforms like this, and Adani doing this as a first corporate perhaps in the whole country. You know, entrepreneurs like us, we can work on technologies, but unless it actually reaches the people and people know that these are the possibilities and options available for all of us.
For C6, the future is how to really scale up ocean farming. We've demonstrated at a 1 square kilometer scale in Indonesia. And the thing is, from that 1 square kilometer, how to get to 100 square kilometers and grow all that seaweed and convert it to products in agriculture, biomaterials and biofuel.
बाल लीला जिस पर मोह गया ब्रह्मांड, कभी रक्षक बने तो कभी पालनहार, पाप का अंत कर किया जिसने कंस का संहार, कृष्ण की लीलाओं से फिर वृंदावन होगा संसार। देखिए श्री कृष्ण 8 दिसंबर से हर रात 8:30 बजे सिर्फ शेमारू टीवी पर।
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
The meltdown in skies continues due to the Indigo crisis. Has that been now arrested? And what next as far as solutions is concerned? NDTV tells you more. I'm Gauri Dwivedi. Our rolling coverage of the two big stories of the day, the Indigo crisis and the India-Russia summit continues. But first up, the headlines. Flights of fury and 100% indignation by Indigo Airlines. NDTV is tracking this chaos live. The crisis escalates and leads to massive confusion. Delhi airport claims all Indigo flights cancelled till midnight. Indigo crisis triggers big action. Aviation watchdog steps in. DGCA withdraws pilot rest order. Home Minister Amit Shah speaks to Aviation Minister. The passenger chaos at multiple airports across the country on your screens. Indigo passengers stranded due to last-minute cancellations. Videos show baggages strewn around with no staff to take care of them. The Deepam controversy in Tamil Nadu escalates. DMK targets Hindutva, BJP hits back. The legal battle over the issue continues. Politics also rages on in the state of Tamil Nadu. Prime Minister Modi and Russian President Vladimir Putin discussed war and peace. Prime Minister Modi says India is firmly on the side of peace. Russian President assures a peaceful solution to Ukraine war. And good news for home buyers as EMIs are set to get cheaper. RBI slashes rates by 0.25% to 2.5%. Big story on the show, the Indigo chaos that continues as over 500 Indigo flights have been cancelled today. Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu has reviewed the situation from the control room along with officials. On your screens are those visuals from airport after airport, the chaos, the confusion, all there on your screens to see. And Civil Aviation Watchdog DGCA has given temporary exemption to Indigo for night duty pilots. Apart from this, the DGCA has also withdrawn instructions regarding weekly rest, which implies that airlines can now use leave in place of weekly rest if required. And apart from this, Indigo has also confirmed that all flights departing from Delhi today remain cancelled till midnight. Meanwhile, over 100 flights each cancelled in Bengaluru and Mumbai, and 100 flights cancelled in Hyderabad as well. Videos from Delhi show how passengers were kept waiting for hours with no crew member to handle even their baggage. Videos across the country are pretty much saying the same story. And there was sloganeering also that was taking place in Hyderabad against Indigo, with complete, given the fact that there has been complete chaos on these airports. All right, let's now also tell you what has been the big impact of this chaos across the country. Now, those of the passengers who have to travel due to their urgent requirements, whether it's business related, whether it's due to some personal reasons, it's the peak of the wedding season, those passengers who have to travel, what are they bracing for? They are bracing for a huge spike as far as airfares are concerned. Because of this Indigo chaos, I'm going to walk you through just how much the airfare has actually risen. Let's take Delhi-Mumbai, one of the busiest routes in India, where you have almost multiple slots available. Several airlines operate across the day, and look at how the airfares have jumped. It was about 7,700 for SpiceJet earlier. It has actually gone up to just a little under 49,000. 6 times increase for SpiceJet. Let's now take a look at Air India. It was 6,200 earlier, and it is now 36,100. It's a 6 times jump for Air India. Let's now look at Akasa Air. It was 5,800. It's just a tad under 30,000. It's actually 29,200. Now, what does that mean? It's about a 5.5 times jump for these airlines. Now, look at the amount of money that passengers who have to travel, who do not have an option to not travel, will have to shell out. And that's the other side of it, which the regulator also needs to now pay close attention to, that why is it that airfares are rising the way they are. Now, the big developments that we are putting out for you, the chaos and confusion ensued at airports as the Indigo crisis deepened. Civil Aviation Watchdog DGCA has withdrawn instructions regarding the published weekly rest. This implies that airlines can now use leave in place of the weekly rest that was to be given earlier to the staff. This comes as airlines had given representations to DGCA, highlighted operational disruptions and the need for continuity and stability in flying schedules. Now, the latest that has come in is the DGCA has decided that the earlier restriction was affecting operations. A one-time exemption has been granted to the A320 fleet, granting an exemption from night duty restrictions till the 10th of February 2026, with Indigo directed to submit a roadmap for the next 30 days. Aviation Minister visited the control room and reviewed its functioning to ensure seamless communication amongst all stakeholders, with a special focus on providing timely information to passengers. Real-time updates from all airports are being monitored to ensure adequate response and deployment of resources is taking place, particularly to ensure that passengers who are stranded at various terminals get information real-time. Even as Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken to Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu on the crisis and has taken stock of the situation and is monitoring it, something that is affecting thousands of travellers across India. Indigo, meanwhile, has admitted a serious operational crisis, saying that they have offered refunds on cancellations and also refunds with regard to hotel and accommodation. Is this good enough? Is the larger point that many are asking, as thousands of passengers have still not been able to get any clarity either on their schedule or on their travel plans. All right, take a look at some of these reports that have been filed by my colleagues from across India. On your screens are the situation unfolding in airport after airport. It's the same story. These ground reports also tell you that. Take a look.
Now, at the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj International Airport, at the Indigo counter, there are massive crowds of people who are waiting perhaps to try and get onward connections on their flights. And these are, of course, people who've been waiting. Some of them say since morning. They had no idea that their flight would be cancelled. And you can see, of course, these crowds outside the Indigo check-in counters. A lot of people who have just simply been told that there is no flight available, and that they also don't know when it will be rescheduled. So they're all waiting here. In fact, all these people here are all waiting. You can see, of course, this elderly gentleman also who's waiting here. And in fact, we'll try and get in a word with people who were traveling on the Indigo flight. If you don't mind, sir, can I ask you where were you traveling by Indigo? Where were you traveling by Indigo, and what have they told you?
There is no update. We are just leaving on what we are experiencing. We were just told that they are not flying today.
So and you got your boarding passes and all, I can see.
Yes, we are here since 7:30 in the morning.
7:30.
Yes.
And where were you flying to?
Ayodhya.
Ayodhya. So any alternate travel plans that you've made?
No, I was supposed to go to Varanasi from there, and my entire family, we are a family of 20. So from different destinations, everyone. The whole plan is cancelled. I've lost my return flight fare. I've lost my hotel booking. They're not going to give me any refund. I've lost, my entire family is lost on amount to around 4 to 5 lakh rupees only on tickets and the hotel bookings. A family of 20 people.
And that's and have they given you any assurance on when they will resume operations?
No, and given the situation, I don't see them happening anytime soon.
For the last 3 days, people flying Indigo in particular have been facing inordinate delays or cancellations. The scene is no different today. You can see here as the board that shows the departure, especially on Indigo airline, shows multiple flights that have either been delayed or cancelled. And for the people who've been waiting, they are getting random reasons is what they're saying. While some of them are getting clarity that it's being cancelled, some of them are being issued boarding passes. There are young children, there are toddlers who of course are with their parents. Let's try and get in a word. You have a young child with you. Yeah. Tell me the status of your flight right now.
Actually, my flight was for today 5 p.m. Yesterday when I web check-in, then I saw the flight was for 6th. It got postponed. Then I called them at night. I asked them to give me a flight for today itself. Now at that counter they are saying a flight is cancelled. And here also I cannot see my flight.
You're with a young baby. How hard has it been?
Of course, we have plenty of luggage with us, and even my mother is travelling with me.
Yeah.
And we had different PNR.
Yeah.
So when I web checked yesterday, my flight was different and her flight was different. It is very difficult to carry a child all alone.
Absolutely. So yesterday was my flight to Goa. 8:40 was my time to board the flight. I think I was here till 4 in the morning. They kept delaying the flight, saying, wait one more hour. And later, they could not track my check-in luggage. And that, I think, maybe another couple of hours, they made us wait over here. Restrooms were dirty and then access to food, all that was a challenge. People are sleeping on the floor. Older people and children, everybody was struggling, and very few ground staff, and they were clueless as in what is happening.
So there was no clarity given by the airlines, neither the the apps or anything. So even now we haven't got any confirmation that the flights are delayed or whether it's gonna even take off. So I don't know.
Your boarding passes also were issued?
Yes.
Well, that's the problem really, and that's why you're seeing these huge queues. A lack of clarity for the people, some of them boarding passes being issued. They're saying that the ground staff are unaware of the real issue on the ground. On one hand, they're giving them alternate, tickets, but then those flights are also getting cancelled. So people, of course, are facing a huge amount of problem.
We showed you how things are looking like at the Bengaluru and Mumbai airport. Let's now get you a ground check of how things are looking at the Jammu airport and at the Chennai airport. Take a look.
Airport, as hundreds of passengers with Indigo tickets have got stranded. For the first time, the CISF at the entrances are not allowing passengers with Indigo tickets, as Indigo flights across the country have been cancelled except the international flights. This is the third day of this kind of a major disruption and hardship. Passengers are stranded and many have no option to continue their travel plans with other flights, as they say tickets have become very, very expensive, something they cannot afford, and the refund, although Indigo offers, could take a long time to come. Tell us about your situation.
So actually I'm an employee, government employee in IIT Dhanbad, so I have to go and join there yesterday itself, but then flight got cancelled, and now it has got cancelled. They are not letting us inside. So we are just standing here in the airport. We have a child of 2 years old, and it becomes difficult. At least they could have informed us some few hours before, so that we do not have to.
What are your options now?
We have almost no options.
अभी मेरे बच्चे का स्केटिंग का कंपटीशन है. विशाखापट्टनम की हमारी फ्लाइट थी, लेकिन वो अब कैंसिल हुई है. 5 बजे तक हमें
You're traveling to Visakhapatnam, is it?
Yes.
And no flights now?
No. We are going to by bus now.
Today cancel all the flights. So reschedule करने के लिए बोल रहे हैं, लेकिन हम तो 2 दिन यहाँ रुक नहीं सकते.
So passengers hope this will come to an end soon. Today there's no fresh statement yet from the Indigo management, although yesterday they had assured that they're working to normalize operations soon. At the Chennai airport with Suresh, Sam Daniel, for NDTV.
Problem for passengers seems to be aggravating with each passing day. Today the 4th consecutive day, and there has been disruption in flight. I am right now at Jammu Airport. All 11 Indigo flights have been cancelled because of the problem they had been grappling with due to operational breakdown. And here you can see at the registration counter, the staff members are having a real tough time convincing passengers for the reason that has led to cancellation of flight. And many of the people here are facing many problems. The reason is that the flights had been cancelled. They had to go back to their destination. In fact, the other alternate flight, they are charging more than 60 to 70 lakh rupees. And so it's getting really very difficult for them. It's like putting a hole in their pocket. And here you can see they're facing many problems. This has been going on for the last 4 days. From Jammu to Jaipur, Kashmir to Kanyakumari, problem remains same. Let me talk to some of the passengers here and find out what are the difficulties you're facing here because of the cancellation of flight.
Obviously, we are facing many of the difficulties as हम travel कर रहे हैं. अब हमारी दिल्ली से हमें कोई फ्लाइट नहीं कैंसिल हो चुकी है. अब दिल्ली के जाकर हम क्या करेंगे? We have to stay. अगर हमें कोई और भी ट्रैवल देखना है तो हमें स्टे तो करना ही पड़ेगा वहाँ पे. तो अब क्या है, अब हमारे पास 4 दिन की छुट्टी है, 2 दिन वहीं स्टे कर लेंगे तो क्या घर जाऊंगी मैं अपने.
Alternate flight का कितना चार्जेस है?
Almost I guess 10 to 15K.
Okay.
हाँ, last time I have searched, like yesterday I have got through that, and it was costing almost 2 to 3K, and suddenly इतना ज़्यादा हाई. खुद सोचिए आप.
कोई ऑल्टरनेट फ्लाइट नहीं दे रहे, कोई इनके पास बैकअप सोल्यूशन नहीं है. इट्स बिन 3rd टाइम हमारी फ्लाइट कैंसिल हो गई है. 3rd को कैंसिल हो गई, 5th को कैंसिल हो गई, 1st को भी कैंसिल हुई है. वी आर स्ट्रगलिंग अ बैड. वी आर लेफ्ट अवर प्राइवेट जॉब है हमारी वहाँ पे बेंगलोर में. 2 बच्चे छोटे बच्चों के साथ आई हूँ मैं. मेरे बेटे के एग्जाम है, वो एग्जाम भी छूट गया है. हमारे पास रहने के लिए यहाँ कोई जगह नहीं है. वी आर इन अ ग्रेट ट्रबल विच आई हैव किड ऑफ 2 years old only. It's very difficult for us.
Viewers, airport after airport, passenger after passenger, it's the same story. They are stranded and the alternate options of travel are unfortunately very, very expensive. Skyrocketing airfares. In fact, Tanushka spoke to kids who were planning to go to participate and compete in a hockey tournament and were also stuck at millions, like millions of other passengers across the country. Take a look at this ground report filed by Tanushka from the Delhi airport.
Here are some kids who were to travel for a hockey tournament and they have not been able to, go to Vizag for the national level hockey tournament, and they're stranded here again at the Delhi airport. Let us see if we can talk to some of these kids here. आप हमें अपना नाम बताओ और बताओ कब से अटके हुए हो?
सुबह 6 बजे के यहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं. हमने कुछ भी दिखाया, हमने कुछ भी दिखाया. यहाँ पे रिफ्रेशमेंट मिली, वो भी कुछ नहीं था. और यहाँ पे वेट कर रहे हैं.
कितने देर से अटके हुए हो बेटा?
फ्लाइट भी उन्होंने कैंसिल कर दी. 8 hours से.
So kids here are stuck for 9 or 8 hours और आप हॉकी लेके आप सब बैठे हुए हो. क्या चीज़ के लिए जा रहे थे?
हमने नेशनल जाना था आंध्र प्रदेश में विशाखापट्टनम. हमने यहाँ से लेके विजयवाड़ा तक की फ्लाइट फिक्स की थी, लेकिन यहाँ से इंडिगो फ्लाइट कैंसिल होगी और हम जा नहीं पा रहे. हम तब से मतलब लड़ रहे हैं.
आप हमें बताओ
अभी जाके अभी थोड़ा सा
हम जैसे वेट कर रहे हैं. कोई तरह नहीं है कि हम वेट करें. कहाँ से आ रहे हो?
हम पंजाब से आ रहे हैं.
पंजाब से आ रहे हो और कोई अपडेट नहीं है? कुछ नहीं,
कोई अपडेट नहीं है, कोई चिंता ही नहीं हमारी. मतलब
Now, what these flight cancellations actually led to is that they forced a couple to attend their own reception online. Medha Shirsagar of Hubballi and Sangam Das of Bhubaneswar, both of whom are software engineers working in Bengaluru, got married in Bhubaneswar on the 23rd of November, had a formal reception that was arranged at the bride's hometown on Wednesday. but they couldn't make it. The event took an unusual turn after Indigo Airlines cancelled multiple flights due to the ongoing pilot shortage across the country. Both the bride and groom had booked tickets from Bhubaneswar first to Bengaluru and onward to Hubballi. They were stranded after their flights were repeatedly delayed, and the guests had already gathered, all preparations in place. The bride's parents had to step in and sat in the seats that were reserved for the couple to perform the rituals. Meanwhile, the bride and groom, fully dressed for their big day, were in Bhubaneswar, and they joined their own reception through video conferencing. That's what has happened in the entire chaos that has happened because of Indigo's flight cancellations. Now, even as opposition is now pushing for discussion in Parliament on the entire crisis, saying that this is something that needs to be debated on the floor of the House. Listen in to some political reactions that have been coming in on that big story that we are getting you all voices on. Take a look.
मैम, आप भी फ्रीक्वेंटली ट्रैवल करती होंगी इंडिगो से, अभी तो लोगों को बहुत ज्यादा परेशानी हो रही है, क्या कौन जिम्मेदार है?
जिम्मेदार तो डीजीसी और एयरलाइन है। जब आप पूरे देश की स्काईज में से 2 एयरलाइंस छोड़ देते हैं, जो मैं लगातार उठा रही हूँ सिंस ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया जी वॉज द सिविल एविएशन मिनिस्टर, कि ये डुओपली जैसा सिचुएशन मत करिए, जिससे सबसे ज्यादा दिक्कत होती है तो पैसेंजर्स को होती है, चाहे वो एफएयर्स हो, चाहे वो डायनामिक एफएयर्स हो, चाहे फ्लाइट कैंसिलेशंस हो, फ्लाइट रिफंड्स हो, फ्लाइट डिस्ट्रप्शंस हो, सारी दिक्कतों का सामना जनता को करना पड़ रहा है। पर फिर भी वो डुओपली बनी। पॉलिसी 2 साल पहले इम्प्लीमेंट करने को कहा गया, पर इंडिगो उसको नहीं कर रहा था, डीजीसीए ने कोई कार्रवाई नहीं की। अब जाकर ये मुद्दा हुआ है। आई एम टेलिंग यू, द एयरलाइन इज आर्म ट्विस्टिंग द गवर्नमेंट टू एक्सटेंड दिस रोल आउट। और ये बात सच निकली कि कल शाम को इंडिगो ने ये रिक्वेस्ट भेजी है कि फरवरी तक इसको टाला जाए। क्यों टाला जाए? क्यों पैसेंजर सेफ्टी इनके लिए प्रायोरिटी नहीं है? तो ये शर्मनाक है, और मैंने इसलिए कॉलिंग अटेंशन मोशन डाला है। ये मेरे लिए राजनीति का विषय नहीं है, ये जनता से जुड़ा हुआ मुद्दा है। आज जनता त्राहिमाम मचाई हुई है एयरपोर्ट्स पे, ना खाने की सुविधा है, ना पानी की सुविधा है, ना कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन है।
ये मोनोपोली लग रही है और ये बेईमानी लग रही है। किसी एयरलाइन को आप बढ़ावा देते हैं, किसी को बिल्कुल नीचे लेकर आते हैं, और कहीं ना कहीं क्या पता आगे एक नई एयरलाइन, एक नए उद्योगपति की एयरलाइन आए, जिसके कारण इंडिगो को दबाया जा रहा है। 550 पैसेंजर को फ्लाइट कैंसिल होती है, इतनी परेशानी हुई तो सबसे पहले तो एविएशन मिनिस्टर को सामने आना चाहिए और वजह बतानी चाहिए कि क्या इंडिगो कर्ज में है, क्या उसका कर्ज इतना बढ़ गया है कि उसको फ्लाइटें रद्द करनी पड़ी हैं। ये हालात इंडिगो के आने के लिए क्या सरकार भी जिम्मेदार नहीं है?
मनोज जी, फ्लाइट कैंसिल हो रही है, अब नतीजा ये है कि कहीं कहीं किराया 50 से 60 हजार हो गया है, लोगों को बड़ी तकलीफ हो रही है।
नहीं, देखिए, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है कि प्रॉब्लम आई है, इंडिगो के एंड से आई है, और मैं सिविल एविएशन का स्टैंडिंग कमेटी मेंबर होने के नाते मैं बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से बताऊं कि ये प्रॉब्लम में धैर्य रखने की जरूरत है। ये प्रॉब्लम ऐसी नहीं है कि बढ़ती जाएगी। अच्छा। ये प्रॉब्लम तुरंत समाप्त होगी। गवर्नमेंट के स्तर पे जो हम उनके लिए जो सुविधा उनको चाहिए वो कर रहे हैं। और इस समय जब मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ 5 दिसंबर लगभग 1:15 बजे, तब मैं बताऊं 24 घंटे के अंदर अगले ये सारी समस्या का निदान निकल जाएगा।
नहीं, लेकिन ये तो कहा जा रहा है कि 10 फरवरी तक निदान निकलेगा। नहीं, उन्होंने समय मांगा है।
आज 24 घंटे के अंदर इसको सब कुछ पटरी पे आ जाएगा उनका।
नहीं, लेकिन आपको लगता नहीं है कि जब ये जो नियमों में बदलाव काफी दिनों से था तो इंडिगो को भी वैसी तैयारी करनी चाहिए थी, और इसलिए लोग उठा रहे हैं विपक्षी पार्टियां कि मोनोपोली हो गया है उनका?
नहीं, देखो, उनको कुछ पता है नहीं, रीजन पता नहीं है। सुरक्षा सबसे जरूरी है। आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने एक अभियान शुरू किया, उड़े देश का हर नागरिक, तो उड़े और सुरक्षित भी रहे, सुरक्षित उड़े। तो उसके लिए कुछ नॉर्म्स उठाए गए हैं, तो उसके लिए हर एयरलाइंस अपनी तैयारी कर लिया।
सर, आपने ये मामला उठाया जीरो आवर में, क्या आपका कहना था? लोगों को काफी असुविधा का सामना करना पड़ा।
देखिए, लोग क्यों यात्रा करते हैं हवाई जहाज से? कम समय में निर्धारित स्थल पे पहुंचना होता है, और इसके लिए ज़्यादा वो अपनी जेब पर जोर डालते हैं, पैसा खर्च करते हैं। कार्यक्रम निर्धारित हो जाता है, मीटिंगें निर्धारित हो जाती हैं, लोग अपने गंतव्य को जाते हैं, और लास्ट मोमेंट पे पिछले 3 दिनों से जिस तरह फ्लाइट्स 8-8, 10-10 घंटे लेट हो रही हैं, 500 से ज़्यादा फ्लाइट प्रभावित हैं, बहुत सी फ्लाइट निरस्त हो रही है, उससे यात्रियों को असुविधा हो रही है। तो इस मुद्दे पर सरकार वक्तव्य दे। सरकार की तरफ से संसदीय कार्य मंत्री ने आश्वस्त किया है सदन को कि नगर विमानन मंत्री इस पर अपना वक्तव्य देंगे, विचार देंगे। और मैंने कहा सिर्फ विचार न दे, समस्या के समाधान के लिए क्या कदम उठा रहे हैं उससे अवगत है।
जिस तरह पूरा एक तरह से एयरलाइंस का जो आज का माहौल है, जहाँ पे इतने पैसेंजर्स को तकलीफ हो रही है, एंड गवर्नमेंट को कोशिश करनी चाहिए कि जल्दी से जल्दी इसमें सुधार आए, एंड जो सपोर्ट चाहिए इंडिगो एयरलाइंस को गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से, बिकॉज अंतर्गत जो ट्रैवलर्स हैं वही परेशान हो रहे हैं और जो जहाँ है वहीं पे अटक के रह गया है। तो गवर्नमेंट को पूरा इंटरफेरेंस करके ज्यादा से ज्यादा सुविधा पहुंचाने का काम करना चाहिए।
All right, viewers, slipping into a very short break. We come back and tell you more about the other big story that we are tracking, Modi-Putin summit and the big takeaways and highlights of that historic visit that continues. Stay with us. We come back with that on the other side.
एंड ऑफ द मंथ और ये बची कुची सैलरी, इतने में क्या ही मिलेगा यार।
इतने में तो सिर्फ सोना ही मिलेगा।
सोना? तू ठीक तो है ना?
गोल्ड ETF, 200 रुपए हो या कम, इन्वेस्ट विद जस्ट अ डीमैट अकाउंट। एंड द बेस्ट पार्ट, ये रेगुलेटेड है एंड इट्स बैक्ड बाय रियल गोल्ड।
क्या बात है यार।
Gold ETF. It's Aaj Ka Gold. A simple way to diversify and balance portfolios with 200 rupees or less.
एसिडिटी, हार्टबर्न और गैस को खत्म करे कम से कम समय में और पेट को रखे कूल लंबे समय तक। प्रोटैंस, ईट हैप्पीली, लिव हैप्पीली।
Explore 500 plus designs at your nearest Philips Smart Light Hub. Philips.
सैल्यूट है जी, आप देश की रक्षा में जान लगा देते हैं और आप घर घर में तार लगाते हैं जी। ई-बीम टेक्नोलॉजी से बनी, न जले न पिघले, सबकी रक्षा करे।
हम सरहद पर लोगों की रक्षा करते हैं और आप देश के अंदर। सैल्यूट तो बनता है जी।
अपार अणुशक्ति फायर प्रोटेक्ट वायर, अपार देश का तार।
I'm seeing huge changes away from first generation technologies to the most modern technologies we've had, and we're working with a lot of companies to help them do that. In 180 countries, 140 million student users use our applications every day. Make sure that the latest technology is deployed effectively inside of India. Students get trained on the latest and greatest tools so that they're prepared for the new jobs of the future.
As part of the PepsiCo Voices of Harvest Awards 2025, we return with the conversations that are shaping the future of Indian agriculture. In Seeding Change, the experts decode what it takes to build an ecosystem powered by innovation. And then, India's women farmers take center stage, leading technology adoption and community-driven progress. PepsiCo presents Voices of Harvest Awards 2025, only on NDTV.
बाल लीला जिस पर मोह गया ब्रह्मांड, कभी रक्षक बने तो कभी पालनहार। पाप का अंत कर किया जिसने कंस का संहार, कृष्ण की लीलाओं से फिर वृंदावन होगा संसार। देखिए श्री कृष्ण 8 दिसंबर से हर रात 8:30 बजे सिर्फ शेमारू टीवी पर।
सुन आसमां, डबल इंजन का ये मिशन महान। 2047 तक हम न रुकेंगे, 6 ट्रिलियन का ड्रीम पूरा करेंगे। मथुरा की गलियों में गूंजे है राधा, अयोध्या में दूर हुई मंदिर की बाधा, काशी प्रयागराज की गोल्डन चमक, यूपी सरकार की गूंजे धमक। सड़कों पर फर्राटा फिक्रलेस बिल्कुल बिंदास, एक्सप्रेस वे पर साए साए पूरा विश्वास। विकसित यूपी की बढ़ गई प्यास, 2047 का ये विजन बहुत खास। माफिया का दी एंड, फियर गॉन, योगी राज में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर हुआ स्ट्रॉन्ग। बेखौफ घूमे जनता, गुंडों पर मार, नया यूपी तोड़ रहा पुरानी दीवार। You be on the rise, सुन ले आसमां, डबल इंजन का ये मिशन महान, 2047 तक हम न रुकेंगे, 6 ट्रिलियन का ड्रीम पूरा करेंगे.
This season at Kalyan Jewellers, enjoy up to 1500 rupees off per gram on making charges. Conditions apply.
माँ के हाथों में थी बस सिलाई की डोर, आज उस डोर से खुल गया सपनों का छोर. सिलाई मशीन की आवाज़ में बजती है जीत, हर टाका जोड़ता है एक नई प्रीत. हमने सीखा माँ से सपने बुनना, जिम्मेदारी और जज्बात में खुद को पहचानना. माँ ने सीखा, हमने राह पाई, परिवार के हर कोने में रोशनी सी छाई. ये कहानी है सिलाई से ज़िंदगी बदलने की, बच्चों की ज़ुबान से माँ की उड़ान समझने की. नाज है हमें, माँ सिर्फ माँ नहीं, अब घर की ताकत और समाज की रोशनी बनी.
Moving globally, trust Agarwal Packers and Movers Limited. 9300 300 300.
The big story that we are tracking on NDTV, Russian President Vladimir Putin and Prime Minister Modi held bilateral talks today. In the joint briefing, both world leaders highlighted the focus was on the strategic and economic aspect of the relationship. Let's listen in to the Business Forum meeting that's underway.
One of the main pillars of special and privileged strategic partnership of our countries. Indeed, Russia and India are long-time trade partners. Trade volumes are growing at a sustainable pace, and over the past 3 years we saw a record increase of up to 80%. As a result, last year the Russian-Indian trade volume reached $64 billion. At the same time, it's obvious that there are vast opportunities for further increase of bilateral trade and investment. Russia and India have big consumer markets and an impressive economic, technological and resource potential. Once again, I would like to stress that under the leadership of His Excellency Modi, India is conducting an absolutely independent and sovereign policy and at the same time achieves very good results in the economic field. Today, the Indian economy is one of the fastest growing in the world. Figures speak for themselves. Over a decade, the GDP of the country has almost doubled, and in terms of the purchasing power parity, it increased by 2.5 times. Thanks to the sound economic policy and such landmark initiatives by Prime Minister Modi as Make in India program, India is strengthening its technological sovereignty. The Indian processing and light industry, IT sector and pharmaceuticals take leading positions in the world. In Russia, we study the Indian experience with interest, and it is used in implementation of our national programs of import substitution and localization of products with high value added. The leadership of two countries and Prime Minister Modi and I in person pay particular attention to deepening multifaceted economic ties between Russia and India. Following today's negotiations, we adopted the program for the development of Russian and Indian economic cooperation. This comprehensive document aims at making sure that we can achieve the goal Mr. Modi and I set for ourselves, so that we can increase the trade volume by 2030 to $100 billion. It requires most active efforts of business communities from both countries aimed at further expanding and diversification of trade volumes and building balanced structure of reciprocal trade. Given the significant trade deficit of Russia, the Russian business, our companies are ready to manifold increase the purchase from India of a widest range of goods and services. We are interested in it, dear friends, because it makes our economy more resilient. From their part, Indian entrepreneurs, as was demonstrated by the forum, are equally interested in trading with Russia. They have something to offer, so the synergy is obvious. So it would only be logical that projects contributing to greater supplies of Indian products to Russia receive priority attention in implementation of the new export support program recently adopted by the government of Mr. Modi. From my part, I would like to assure the business circles that all useful initiatives aimed at development of mutual economic exchanges will be further supported by Russian ministries and authorities. No doubt, the key role in creating conditions for a truly free trade between our countries is played by the Intergovernmental Commission. It is important that together in close cooperation we eliminate the Romanian customs and administrative barriers which stay in the way of reciprocal movement of goods, services and capitals. In this regard, a strong impetus, as it seems, could be given by rapid signature of a preferential trade agreement between India and the Eurasian Economic Union. Free trade is unthinkable without a resilient system of bilateral settlements and reliable payment and insurance mechanisms. Tangible advantages are offered by the use of national currencies. It makes it possible to ensure uninterrupted financial transactions regardless of external developments. And obviously, accessibility of transport and logistics communications plays a crucial role. A lot is already being done in this regard. Implementation of the project to create the corridor south-north from Russia and Belarus to the Indian Ocean is ongoing. And infrastructure modernization of the Northern Sea route is being modernized in order to use it for the supplies of Indian goods to the world markets. Obviously, the cooperation of our two countries should not be limited to trade alone. We should move on and enhance our industrial cooperation. Together we should create new cutting-edge products and strengthen technological alliances. First and foremost in such advanced and knowledge-intensive sectors as digitalization, autonomous robotics, pharmaceuticals, including synthesis of efficient pharmaceuticals and production of high-tech medicine equipment. We are ready for broad cooperation with India in the field of artificial intelligence, where our countries have already advanced a lot. Russia is interested in participating in the as I've just mentioned it to Prime Minister, we are ready to participate in the Summit on Artificial Intelligence scheduled to take place in India in February 2026. We will send a representative delegation. In conclusion, I would like to stress once again further strengthening of Russian-Indian trade and investment ties and close cooperation.
All right, that is Prime Minister Modi and President Putin addressing the India-Russia Trade and Business Forum, where they are talking about ways in which the bilateral trade can increase to $100 billion by 2030. I'm going to slip into a very short break. Come back on the other side. Our rolling coverage of this big story continues. Stay with us.
As the Salai schools evolve, one of the beauties of the evolution is how women have taken to digital space like fish to water. They have set up their own websites, they find buyers overseas for their products, and also that we have set up a Salai School app. 40,000 women are on this app where we update styles, any new
India-Russia Business Forum
मैं समझता हूँ कि राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का ये बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण इनिशिएटिव रहा कि इतना बड़ा डेलीगेशन लेकर के आज इस कार्यक्रम का हिस्सा बने हैं और आप सबका मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूँ और मेरा भी आप सबके बीच आना एक बहुत प्रसन्नता का अवसर है। इस फोरम से जुड़ने के लिए और अपने बहुमूल्य विचार साझा करने के लिए मैं मेरे मित्र राष्ट्रपति पुतिन का हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। बिजनेस के लिए सिंप्लीफाइड प्रिडिक्टेबल मैकेनिज्म बनाए जा रहे हैं। भारत और यूरेशियन इकोनॉमिक यूनियन के बीच एफटीए पर चर्चा शुरू हो गई है और साथियों हम अलग अलग विषयों को लेकर के भी जैसा अभी पीयूष जी ने उल्लेख किया था और जैसा राष्ट्रपति जी ने जो संभावनाओं का वर्णन किया है उसे देखते हुए हम बहुत कम समय में बहुत बड़े लक्ष्य हासिल कर सकते हैं। बिजनेस हो या डिप्लोमेसी, किसी भी साझेदारी की नींव आपसी विश्वास है। भारत रूस संबंधों की सबसे बड़ी शक्ति यही विश्वास है। यह हमारे साझे प्रयासों को दिशा भी देता है और गति भी देता है। यही वह लॉन्च पैड है जो हमें नए सपनों नई आकांक्षाओं की उड़ान भरने के लिए प्रेरित करता है। पिछले वर्ष राष्ट्रपति पुतिन और मैंने 2030 तक द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को $100 बिलियन का उस लक्ष्य को पार करने का हमने निर्धार किया था। लेकिन कल से मेरी जो राष्ट्रपति पुतिन से बात हो रही है और जिस प्रकार के पोटेंशियल नजर आ रहे हैं, मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें 2030 तक इंतजार करना पड़ेगा। ये मैं साफ देख रहा हूं। हम उस लक्ष्य को समय से पहला पूरा करने के संकल्प के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और मेरा विश्वास बढ़ रहा है। टैरिफ और नॉन टैरिफ बैरियर्स को कम किया जा रहा है, लेकिन साथियों इन प्रयासों की असली शक्ति आप जैसे बिजनेस लीडर्स हैं। आपकी ऊर्जा, आपका इनोवेशन और आपका एम्बिशन, यही हमारे संयुक्त भविष्य को आकार देते हैं। फ्रेंड, पिछले 11 वर्षों में भारत में जिस स्पीड और स्केल के साथ हमने बदलाव किए हैं वह अभूतपूर्व हैं। रिफॉर्म, परफॉर्म एंड ट्रांसफॉर्म, इस सिद्धांत पर चलते हुए भारत तेजी से विश्व की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी इकोनॉमी बनने की और आगे बढ़ रहा है। और 11 वर्षों की इस रिफॉर्म यात्रा में हम न थके हैं, हम न रुके हैं। हमारे संकल्प पहले से ज्यादा मजबूत हैं और हम लक्ष्य की दिशा में बड़े आत्मविश्वास के साथ बहुत तेज गति से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। जीएसटी में नेक्स्ट जनरेशन रिफॉर्म और कंप्लायंसेस में कटौती, ऐसे कदम उठाए गए हैं ताकि ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस को बढ़ावा मिले। डिफेंस और स्पेस को प्राइवेट सेक्टर के लिए खोल दिया गया है। इससे इन सेक्टर्स में नए अवसर बने हैं। अब हम सिविल न्यूक्लियर सेक्टर में भी नई संभावनाओं के द्वार खोलने जा रहे हैं। यह केवल एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिफॉर्म नहीं बल्कि माइंडसेट रिफॉर्म्स हैं। इन रिफॉर्म्स के पीछे एक ही संकल्प है, विकसित भारत। फ्रेंड्स, कल और आज आपके बीच बहुत ही उपयोगी और सार्थक चर्चाएं हुई हैं। मुझे खुशी है कि भारत और रूस के सहयोग के सभी क्षेत्रों का इस बैठक में प्रतिनिधित्व किया गया है। आप सभी के सुझावों और प्रयासों के लिए मैं आपका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं। मेरी ओर से हमारे सहयोग को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए कुछ विचार आपके सामने मैं रखता हूं। पहला, लॉजिस्टिक्स और कनेक्टिविटी के क्षेत्र में आज की बैठक में राष्ट्रपति पुतिन और मैंने हमारे कनेक्टिविटी के पूरे पोटेंशियल को रियलाइज करने पर बल दिया है। आईएनएसटीसी या तो फिर नॉर्दर्न सी रूट यानी चेन्नई व्लादिवोस्टोक कॉरिडोर, इन पर हम आगे बढ़ने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं। जल्द ही इस दिशा में प्रगति होगी। इससे ट्रांजिट टाइम घटेगा, कॉस्ट कम होगी और बिजनेस के लिए नए मार्केट्स खुलेंगे। डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी की ताकत के साथ हम कस्टम्स, लॉजिस्टिक्स और रेगुलेटरी सिस्टम को वर्चुअल ट्रेड कॉरिडोर से जोड़ सकते हैं। इससे कस्टम्स क्लियरेंस तेज होगा, पेपर वर्क घटेगा और कार्गो मूवमेंट अधिक सीमलेस बनेगा। दूसरा, मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स। हाल ही में रूस द्वारा भारत से डेयरी और मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स के निर्यात के लिए भारतीय कंपनियों की लिस्ट में विस्तार किया गया है। इससे भारत के एक्सपोर्टर्स के लिए नए अवसर बने हैं। भारत के हाई क्वालिटी मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स, वैल्यू एडेड सी फूड, प्रोसेस्ड फूड, इसकी बड़ी मात्रा में ग्लोबल डिमांड है। हम कोल्ड चेन लॉजिस्टिक्स, डीप सी फिशिंग और फिशिंग हार्बर्स के मॉडर्नाइजेशन में जॉइंट वेंचर और टेक्नोलॉजी पार्टनरशिप बना सकते हैं। इससे रूस की डोमेस्टिक डिमांड भी पूरी होगी और भारतीय उत्पादों को नए मार्केट भी मिलेंगे। तीसरा, ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर। भारत अफोर्डेबल, एफिशिएंट ईवीज, टू व्हीलर्स और सीएनजी मोबिलिटी सॉल्यूशंस में आज ग्लोबल लीडर है। रूस एडवांस मटेरियल का बड़ा प्रोड्यूसर है। हम मिलकर ईवी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, ऑटोमोटिव कंपोनेंट्स और शेयर्ड मोबिलिटी टेक, इसमें साझेदारी कर सकते हैं। इससे हम न केवल अपनी जरूरतों को पूरा कर सकेंगे, बल्कि ग्लोबल साउथ, विशेषकर अफ्रीका के विकास में भी योगदान दे सकते हैं। चौथा, फार्मा। भारत आज विश्व भर में किफायती मूल्यों पर उच्चतम क्वालिटी की दवाइयां सप्लाई कर रहा है। इसलिए भारत को फार्मेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड भी कहा जाता है। हम दोनों मिलकर जॉइंट वैक्सीन डेवलपमेंट, कैंसर थेरेपीज, रेडियो फार्मास्यूटिकल्स और एपीआई सप्लाई चेन में सहयोग कर सकते हैं। इससे हेल्थ केयर सिक्योरिटी भी बढ़ेगी और नई इंडस्ट्रीज भी विकसित होगी। पांचवा, टेक्सटाइल। भारत के पास नेचुरल फाइबर से लेकर टेक्निकल टेक्सटाइल तक विशाल क्षमता है। डिजाइन, हैंडीक्राफ्ट्स और कारपेट्स में हमारी वैश्विक पहचान है। रूस पॉलीमर और सिंथेटिक रॉ मटेरियल्स का बड़ा प्रोड्यूसर है। हम साथ मिलकर रेजिलिएंट टेक्सटाइल वैल्यू चेन बना सकते हैं। इसी तरह फर्टिलाइजर, सिरेमिक्स, सीमेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक जैसे क्षेत्रों में भी सहयोग की कई संभावनाएं हैं। साथियों, सभी क्षेत्रों में सहयोग बढ़ाने में मैन पावर मोबिलिटी की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है। भारत आज दुनिया की स्किल कैपिटल के रूप में उभर रहा है। हमारा युवा टैलेंट टेक्नोलॉजी, इंजीनियरिंग, हेल्थ केयर, कंस्ट्रक्शन, लॉजिस्टिक्स, हर क्षेत्र में ग्लोबल रिक्वायरमेंट्स को पूरा करने की क्षमता रखता है। रूस की डेमोग्राफिक और इकोनॉमिक प्रायोरिटीज को देखते हुए यह साझेदारी दोनों देशों के लिए अत्यंत उपयोगी है। जब हम भारत के टैलेंट को रूसी भाषा और सॉफ्ट स्किल में ट्रेनिंग देंगे तो हम मिलकर एक ऐसी रशिया रेडी वर्कफोर्स तैयार कर सकते हैं जो दोनों देशों की शेयर्ड प्रॉस्पेरिटी को गति देगी। फ्रेंड्स, आज हम अपने दोनों देशों के नागरिकों के लिए टूरिस्ट वीजा पर कई अहम हमने फैसले लिए हैं। इससे दोनों देशों के बीच टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा मिलेगा, टूर ऑपरेटर्स के लिए नए बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटीज बनेगी और रोजगार के नए अवसर खुलेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, आज भारत और रूस को इनोवेशन, को प्रोडक्शन और को क्रिएशन की नई यात्रा पर साथ चल रहे हैं।
चमकी चमकी जो तू तेरी चमक से चमके दुनिया, रोशनी सुनहरी सी निखरे सवेरे सितारे आसमां पे फीके करे।
खूबसूरती से तराशी ज्वेलरी जिनकी प्रेरणा है आज की तरह। मलबार गोल्ड एंड डायमंड्स पेश करते हैं एक नजराना फॉर द ब्राइड्स ऑफ इंडिया।
मुबारक हो सर, आपका रिटायरमेंट प्लान रेडी है।
थैंक यू।
है दिन सोचो जरा,
जिम्मेदारियां हमसे बांटी, हल्का लगेगा। इंडिया फर्स्ट के लाइफ इंश्योरेंस प्लान्स।
आराम से आराम से। हाँ। सामान देना भैया।
अब आगे क्या करना है? वो पिट्टू की पर्ची में देखो ना, कहाँ गई पर्ची?
नमस्ते
जी।
हाँ? मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा होता है। आप चलिए मेरे साथ। व्हील चेयर, ये आपका और ये हाँ। आपका। पर्ची में शॉपिंग की बात तो जरूर लिखी होती है। थोड़ी पेट पूजा की बात कोई पर्ची में ना लिखे, ऐसा हो सकता है? टिफिन
थैंक यू।
अरे पर्ची मिल गई।
पर्ची में तो ये सब लिखा ही नहीं था।
हम है ना आपकी पर्ची।
सिर्फ वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं चलाते हैं, आपके सफर में हम सफर बन जाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
Explore 500 plus designs at your nearest Philips Smart Light Hub. Philips.
बाल लीला जिस पर मोह गया ब्रह्मांड, कभी रक्षक बने तो कभी पालनहार। पाप का अंत कर किया जिसने कंस का संहार, कृष्ण की लीलाओं से फिर वृंदावन होगा संसार।
देखिए श्री कृष्ण 8 दिसंबर से हर रात 8:30 बजे सिर्फ शिमारू टीवी पर।
As part of the PepsiCo Voices of Harvest Awards 2025, we return with the conversations that are shaping the future of Indian agriculture. In Seeding Change, the experts decode what it takes to build an ecosystem powered by innovation. And then, India's women farmers take center stage, leading technology adoption and community-driven progress. PepsiCo presents Voices of Harvest Awards 2025, only on NDTV.
I'm not getting any help or support from my family side.
Sewing, though a simple art, is actually very therapeutic in nature.
उषा सिलाई ने मेरी जो मेंटली स्ट्रेस है उसको बहुत कम कर दिया।
women who start sewing are able to express their feelings.
Usha Silai School gave me financial freedom. So now I believe that I can buy a car, I can do anything.
Brought to you by
Usha.
The Child Marriage Free India campaign has stirred the country to move towards ending this crime now with the support of the government. This is India rising to protect its children. Join the campaign only on the NDTV network.
In the heart of rural Uttar Pradesh, a quiet revolution is taking place, led by the state's very own daughters. The BC Sakhi initiative, launched in 2020 by the government, is closing the gap between remote villages and essential financial services.
सरकार की अच्छी योजना है ये और गांव वालों को ग्रामीणों को बहुत फायदा हुआ है इससे.
Equipped with micro ATMs and digital tools, these trained banking correspondent Sakhis are now bringing doorstep banking to communities. They help residents with everything from cash withdrawals and deposits to opening bank accounts, paying bills and accessing crucial government welfare schemes.
कुछ बीसी सखी ऐसी हैं इसमें जिनकी महीने की आमदनी 25,000 से लेकर के 1.25 लाख रुपए महीना कमा रही हैं वे बीसी सखी उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर.
The program has trained thousands of women, promoting digital literacy across the state. This has also strengthened transparency, ensuring that benefits reach the right people at the right time.
एंड ऑफ द मंथ और ये बची कुची सैलरी, इतने में क्या ही मिलेगा यार.
इतने में तो सिर्फ सोना ही मिलेगा.
सोना? तू ठीक तो है ना?
गोल्ड ETF, 200 रुपए हो या कम, इन्वेस्ट विद जस्ट अ डीमैट अकाउंट. एंड द बेस्ट पार्ट, ये रेगुलेटेड है एंड इट्स बैक्ड बाय रियल गोल्ड.
क्या बात है यार.
Gold ETF. It's Aaj Ka Gold. A simple way to diversify and balance portfolios with 200 rupees or less.
सैल्यूट है जी. आप देश की रक्षा में जान लगा देते हैं और आप घर घर में तार लगाते हैं जी. ई-बीम टेक्नोलॉजी से बनी, न जले न पिघले, सबकी रक्षा करे.
हम सरहद पर लोगों की रक्षा करते हैं और आप देश के अंदर. सैल्यूट तो बनता है जी.
अपार अनुशक्ति फायर प्रोटेक्ट वायर. अपार देश का तार.
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
This Friday evening, we get you our big and special broadcast where we talk more about the Indigo crisis, a deep dive on what happened, and more importantly, the measures that have been put in place right now by the aviation regulator. Will that be enough? I'm Gauri Dwivedi, and joining me on the broadcast is my colleague, Padmaja Joshi.
Let's get you started with the headlines, as over the next 1 hour, we are going to give your voice this platform. Because make no mistake, people are going to tell you how so-and-so was monitoring and how so-and-so has now apologized and is asking for your goodwill. But the point is that while you suffered, somebody messed up. Who is it and how are they being made accountable? We'll talk about that and more. First, the headlines.
Flights of fury and 100% indignation by Indigo Airlines. NDTV is tracking this chaos live. Indigo crisis escalates and leads to massive confusion. Delhi airport claims all Indigo flights cancelled till midnight.
Airport crisis triggers big action. Aviation watchdog steps in. DGCA withdraws pilot rest order. Home Minister Amit Shah speaks to the aviation minister.
Passenger chaos across multiple airports in India. Indigo passengers stranded due to last-minute cancellations. Videos shows even their baggage has been strewn around in airports with no staff to take care of them.
The Kartigai Deepam row becomes even bigger. Now leaders of the DMK, the VCK target Hindutva. BJP hits back. Tamil Nadu Deepam controversy gets even bigger as VCK chief says that Sanatani terrorists are trying to vitiate the atmosphere in Tamil Nadu.
Prime Minister Modi and Vladimir Putin discuss war and peace. PM Modi says India is firmly on the side of peace. President Putin assures a peaceful solution to the ongoing Ukraine war.
Good news for home buyers as your EMIs are set to get cheaper. RBI slashes its repo rate by 25 basis points to 5.25%. What an absolute nightmare this entire day has been with the passengers by the thousands stranded across airports, and now the government has issued a statement saying that a high-level inquiry has been ordered. Accountability will be fixed. Passenger care is top priority. This even as Gauri, the roster rules have been put in abeyance. Basically, the pilot rest rule, which required for 48 hours of rest, that had been mandated by the DGCA, that has been put in abeyance for now. But this inquiry, what is the time frame for this and what the findings are? Will they be made public? That's going to be key.
Absolutely, and that's really the single biggest part of it, that what went wrong, who is accountable for it, and that high-level inquiry that the government has ordered. When will that findings be made public? That's the big question. We're also going to get Vishnu Som, a colleague who's been tracking this space very closely for us, even as the government has said that flight operations will be fully restored in 3 days. So thousands of passengers across the country stranded right now. The only and most important piece of information for them is that in the next 3 days, the government has issued the statement saying that flight operations will be fully restored, even as chaos, confusion continues across all major airports in India. All eyes now on when that high-level inquiry will be instituted, who will be heading it, by when will that report be made public.
All right, Vishnu joining us live now. Give us the contours of this inquiry commission that has been set up, this inquiry that has been started now, Vishnu.
Well, this basically means that as a result of the immense pressure on the system, the government has ordered regulations which mean that flight safety appears to come second to ensuring that the system operates. The flight duty time limitation guidelines have all been taken away. They've all been held in abeyance. In other words, what the DGCA, the regulator, had ordered 2 years ago and which Indigo was unable to maintain at this stage, Indigo has ultimately won this battle. It's a battle for the safety of passengers, and at this stage, the government, seeing the situation across the country with tens of thousands of passengers impacted because Indigo's network went into a crisis, has held back or put in abeyance all the measures which the DGCA, the regulator, had put in place to enhance flight safety. This, they believe, will allow the situation across the country to start normalizing by tomorrow in terms of Indigo's scheduling, and in 3 days the crisis should be over. They've also said that there's going to be a committee which looks, a high-powered panel which looks into Indigo. All that is very well, and they'll figure out what Indigo has done or not done. But if there was any initiative which was meant to enhance flight safety, and this is something here in NDTV we focused on for decades, flight safety is important. The concern is not convenience but safety. Well, it appears that convenience is a priority. Flight safety comes next.
But Vishnu, just curious, if they could not hire extra pilots in the 18 months notice that they had, how exactly is Indigo planning to get all of this fixed, the shortfall, the rest hours, with the new rules or rather the old rules being brought back? Are they absolutely confident that that entire problem is going to be fixed within 3 days? Do the numbers add up for you?
Firstly, the new rules which were introduced, they're gone. They're held in abeyance. The government press release doesn't identify when those rules will be brought back into play. It would be very disappointing if these rules were not brought back because, as I've been mentioning, they have to do with pilot fatigue. The idea behind the new rules was to ensure that our pilots are not fatigued, to give them more rest, to give them more days off, to ensure that there are limited numbers of night operations that take place. That entire set of orders and rules by the DGCA has been put in abeyance. Now, to answer your question directly, the government believes that in 3 days, the Indigo situation will be fixed. So let's just hope that that can take place. But at the same time, the larger concern on flight safety really must remain.
And it almost seems, Gauri, like we have to choose between passenger safety and passenger convenience. So either we get to fly or we get to be safe. And I don't really think that's a very fair choice in front of the people right now. Just a quick another update. The Ministry of Civil Aviation has also said in its statement that they have established a 24/7 control room that is monitoring the situation on a real-time basis to ensure swift and corrective action, effective coordination and immediate resolution. Let's see how that happens. Gauri.
Indeed. And that is, the most important part is that these norms did not come overnight. The first time when they actually had to be implemented was last year, which was pushed ahead to this year. And then again, another date has been given. Even as viewers, what you see on your screens are images of chaos, confusion, completely passengers being left in the lurch, so to say. Kolkata, Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai. It's the same story across the board as 500 Indigo flights have been cancelled. And the statement that has come in from the government essentially says that it is convenience that is being prioritized over safety. And let's put out some of those defining images that are there. First and foremost, passengers at the Indira Gandhi International Airport lose their cool as they speak with an Indigo ground staff member amidst the airline's nationwide flight delays and cancellations.
Let's focus on that image for a bit. Look at these people, young and old. You've got a young man there, presumably in his 20s. Then you've got a gentleman who clearly seems to be at least 50 to 55 years old. One man suddenly takes off his T-shirt. Now, one doesn't know what circumstances they are traveling in. You could have to take a connecting flight. There could be a family emergency. There could be a wedding in the family. I saw an entrepreneur talking about how he had an event in Delhi where he had spent several lakhs for the event and now he's simply stranded. There are no alternatives available. The second defining image, a passenger, Namita, on her way to Haridwar for her father's Asthi Visarjan. Stranded at Kempegowda International Airport, Indigo flights cancelled. I don't even know what to say when, suddenly Indigo puts out a statement at 1 in the afternoon saying, we care for you, we want your goodwill, we have your trust, we've earned your... Here's a woman who is going to perform the final rites of her father, carrying the remains of her late father. What is the ground staff even supposed to tell her to make her feel better?
Indeed. And it's the similar situation, same story, airport after airport, family after family. Look at those long queues of passengers at the Chennai International Airport. The nationwide Indigo flight delays and cancellations announced in a manner that it was. And so many of them, they could be having travel plans. They could be having, the wedding season is in full swing. Some of them could be, there are people who actually couldn't attend their own wedding, wedding reception.
We are building world-class airports in the smallest towns with such a defunct system. How about build a good world-class system where one airline, and I have a simple question, how is it that all the other airlines are working fine? Don't they have, the rules apply equally to everyone about the 48 hours of rest. So they did adhere to the rules, but one airline decided not to. And they got their way. Food packets and water bottles distributed by Indigo finally for the stranded passengers at IGI Airport in Delhi.
After some of them waiting for 18 hours, 24 hours, some actually went up to 36 hours of wait, after which those food packets were actually delivered. And then you see stranded passengers, that other image, which is about stranded passengers searching for their luggage near a counter at the Kempegowda International Airport in Bengaluru after Indigo cancelled, its 550 flights yesterday, and that number has ballooned further today. Look at that. You don't know where your belongings are. You don't know which is your luggage. And, you could be having very important, very personal, things in that luggage which may mean a lot to you.
Look at that. I mean, this beggars the imagination. What is this? I mean, the last time I saw this kind of image when there was a volcanic eruption, and because of the ash in the sky across the world, there were, hundreds of flights cancelled. That's the kind of image we got from that time. And now you see this replicated in Bengaluru at the Kempe Gowda airport. A beautiful airport, modern, smashing interiors, and this is what it's been reduced to. Abhishek joins us live along with Ratandeep as well from Guwahati. Abhishek, over to you first. I think he's got some people with him, some rather startling images that he's showing us.
Maybe we could just put out those calling lines before we go to Abhishek, just to tell our viewers tuning in. Okay, those are extremely dramatic visuals that are coming in. People actually climbing on top of those counters because obviously they have no answers and they don't know what is happening. This uncertainty is what is driving several of these passengers.
I mean, clearly a foreign passenger. And these are live images. So, mind you, this is happening a good 3 to 4 hours after Indigo is telling us that we're on it, we're fixing things. I hope the 24/7 control room is taking a look at this, because whatever that control room is doing and whatever Indigo is doing right now, it's not helping this lady for sure. Look,
comforting any one of the passengers. Look at her.
Look at the people behind the counter. Essentially, she's just sitting there with a mask on because, I mean, frankly, I feel a little bad for her. What is she supposed to do? We were told that all the passengers are being put on alternative flights, that they are being given accommodation, that they are being getting full refunds. And if that was announced about 4 hours ago, why is there this long snaking queue at the Mumbai airport even now?
And that woman being so hassled, clearly she needs to be somewhere and answers are not being given. Yes, you can say that the airport, ground staff has no answers, but at the end of the day, it is the Indigo management that has to ensure that these people have answers. Hours after that statement.
Hello.
I mean, what is this tourist going to take away from India? You could have had a perfectly amazing trip to India. A country that prides itself now of being the third largest economy, Abhishek. And then this. And this was so totally avoidable. What is happening? Why is there still this backlog? Abhishek, if you can hear me, can you please, we can put this in context. Let's get a few viewers also on board. Ravi Prakash from Hyderabad. Before I come to you, sir, Abhishek is through with us. What happened? 3 to 4 hours ago, we were told that things are going to start getting back on track. All the mechanisms have kicked in. What's actually happening at that counter, Abhishek?
In fact, a foreigner out here, she is completely agitated. No food and water has been provided. There are not sufficient crew members out here. Clearly, you can see. She is. She's completely agitated, She's telling she doesn't have any clothes to wear now. She wants some food or she wants some drinks. In fact, you can see the long queue out here. Everyone is frustrated. They want to know about the status of the flight.
They are also frustrated.
सर कहाँ से आए?
हम लोग रायपुर जा रहे थे तो रायपुर की अचानक फ्लाइट कैंसिल हो गई. अब 8 लोग हैं फैमिली साथ में. अब रात में कहाँ जाएंगे, क्या बड़ा टेंशन हो गया.
अभी स्टेटस कुछ बताया? व्हाट हैव दे टोल्ड टू यू?
गेट पे ही बता दिए फ्लाइट आपकी कैंसिल है. उससे ज्यादा कुछ बता नहीं रहे हमारे को.
ऑल्टरनेटिव अरेंजमेंट यहाँ कहीं होटल या कहीं रहने के लिए आपके जो फैमिली मेंबर्स हैं?
इंडिगो वाले कोई कांटेक्ट में नहीं आ रहे. इधर खिड़की पे बहुत आपस में झगड़ा टाइप हो रहा है. हम लोग तो गेट पे ही नहीं जा पा रहे. और अभी हम रात में 8 लोग कहाँ जाएंगे, बड़ा टेंशन का विषय है.
8 family members, they don't know where will they go.
A very unresponsive ground staff, not answering to what that lady wants, which is food and something to drink. Let's get in Ravi Prakash, who's calling us from Hyderabad. In fact, you're at the airport, sir?
No. I'm just telling you. In fact, 25th, I'm in Delhi, and I have faced a similar situation. Night 8 o'clock is the flight. It did not move up to 12. They said the same thing. pilot refused to because of the certain rules, etc. They are not able to fly, etc. This is a clear arm twisting by Indigo and some mismanagement by the ministry even. In fact, 25th I have done a tweet also, but I didn't get reply. However, by 12 o'clock they started for us that the cancellation charges and all. So they avoided, but no food, no refreshment that day also.
100%. So you hit the nail on the head. This has happened at multiple levels, and this has happened over several days. So it's not like today came as a surprise and people did not know that this was bubbling under the surface. It was just waiting to erupt. The point is, who let things get to this point? And you've named both of them, the airline and the regulator and the Civil Aviation Ministry. We've got Ratnadeep joining us from Guwahati as well. Ratnadeep, have things eased at all at Guwahati?
Well, the situation remains very chaotic. We have been in this airport almost for 10 hours. We have this gentleman, sir, situation बहुत chaotic है पीछे.
बहुत ज़्यादा chaotic है. नवंबर 11 को मैंने टिकट बुक कराया था. मैं यहाँ शादी में आया हूँ और ये जब यहाँ एयरपोर्ट पर पहुँचा तो पता चला कि ये जो है फ़्लाइट कैंसिल हो गई है. कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं दे रहे. एक छोटा सा काउंटर है, उस पर कोई भी ऐसा बंदा नहीं है जो सही इन्फॉर्मेशन दे सके. ये स्थिति.
So there's lack of information, lack of clarity for the passengers. You can see hundreds of passengers here. They are queued up. Remember, this airport is a very important air hub for connectivity within Northeast as well as connectivity from Northeast to the rest of the country. You can see hundreds of passengers here. They've been here for hours together, and they just want some response in terms of how their cancellation of the flight. बहुत टाइम से आप लोग खड़े हैं, कोई रिस्पांस नहीं मिल रहा है.
कोई रिस्पांस नहीं.
और कोई ये जो घंटों से खड़े हैं, पीने का पानी, खाना वाना कुछ नहीं.
अरे कोई जवाब नहीं मिला. कोई जवाब ही नहीं दे रहा है.
अभी कुछ नहीं बोला वो लोग.
हाँ.
So there you can see Indigo completely not responding to these people. They have been here for hours together. I have been here reporting for the past almost 10 hours, and I've seen many people who have queued up here even before I reached here, and they're still in the queue. There's no response. कुछ response मिल रहा है आप लोगों को?
No. You know, and this contrasts this with the statement that came 2 hours ago, where Indigo said, we will ensure that all refunds for your cancellations will be processed automatically to your original mode of payment. We will offer full waiver on all cancellations. Thousands of hotel rooms across cities and surface transport have been arranged for the convenience of our customers. We are trying to ensure food and snacks are being provided. Lounge access is being arranged for senior citizens. Look at all of these people.
People don't have water.
Do they look like they have lounge access? Do they look like they are being taken to comfortable rooms, which are apparently there in the thousands across all the different cities? Let's check that with Shreya as well. Shreya joining us live from Delhi. Are things any better? Is the control room providing any succor to people, Shreya?
Well, absolutely not. The visuals that we're getting here at Delhi Airport's Terminal 1, people are stranded and they're literally sitting here outside the airport Terminal 1. We do not see them getting any lounge access as such, although the authorities have said that, you know, they will be getting their refund amounts. The Indigo Airlines, they have issued an apology, but still we do not see any facilities, any, additional facilities being given to the passengers who have been stranded since morning. You can see there's a sense of acceptance at this point, although since morning we saw there was public rage boiling over because a lot of people had that medical emergency which they had to sort of cancel over because this is the 4th day since there has been thousands of cancellations. And why? Because of the pilot shortage. And at this point in time we are getting information that the aviation regulator DGCA has asked their own their own inspectors who are not really allowed to fly commercial flights. They are qualified as pilots, but they have been directed to take over the Indigo airline because there is a severe shortage of pilots. Sir, आप बताइए कितने टाइम से आप वेट कर रहे हैं? क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन आया इंडिगो से?
हम मैडम 10:45 को यहाँ पे आए थे. 1:45 को हमारा बेंगलुरु.
That's how acute the shortage is that the DGCA is filling in with its own staff to ensure that it tides over the shortage, but there is no explanation as to why it actually reached this level. Shreya, I'm going to come back to you, but I want to go to Abhishek, who is speaking to that very distressed, very hassled foreigner who is standing at the airport trying to get answers. There aren't any, Abhishek?
Yes, you can. भाई एक मिनट
She needs a baggage now, but she needs to talk to them itself. But she's not. So from my side, I have done everything.
So how much time it will get to give her the baggage, the luggage?
They will let you know, ma'am.
आप अपनी जगह मैडम एकदम सही हो, लेकिन उनको बोलो कि 10 काउंटर लगाए, पब्लिक इतनी है,
Give her some
पब्लिक के लिए भी थोड़ा सोचो, और आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते, आपके ऊपर वालों को बोलो, गलती उनका, आपका कोई गलती नहीं है.
give her any time, estimated time. At what time?
From my side, I have said you, ma'am. This thing is that we will refund your amount. We will refund your luggage. I mean, like we will. Sorry, एक minute.
Moi, je sais pas parler anglais. Je comprends tout doucement.
She can't understand English.
This is French.
She understands only French.
Yes.
Madame, le problème, c'est ici. Dernier billet.
अब उधर
मैडम जाके इंडिगो को बोलिए, मैडम पब्लिक को नहीं रोको, आप इंडिगो को बोलो कि आप करो, ये क्या कर रखा है, पब्लिक को मत रोको, पब्लिक परेशान है 24 घंटे से, 48 आवर्स से.
Les problèmes, tout le monde il connaît, c'est leur faute. C'est leur faute.
He somehow.
Let's listen to what Abhishek is saying, please. All right, so basically that was at the Mumbai airport, and that lady who is French speaking, there was another lady from the CISF, I think she is an officer of the CISF, both of them trying to get some details out of the ground staff of Indigo about whether there is any further communication, about any details of...
And interestingly, Padmaja, she is just, repeating what the Indigo statement is. She just said that verbatim. We heard some of that, where the ground staff just repeated what the statement is. Let's listen in to the angst of this stranded passenger.
ये क्या कर रहे हैं?
It's a particular tourist, quite apparently so. She is from a French-speaking country. She doesn't have any knowledge of English. Now imagine being by yourself, being in a country, a foreign soil. You do not know how to communicate in their language. You do not have knowledge of English, and she is simply there. There is no information that she is getting. Completely distressed. There she is at the Mumbai airport. Another viewer, in fact, Mohammad Imran, joining us on the phone line from Hyderabad. Imran, did you also have a bad experience with Indigo? What happened?
What happened is that they simply accepted the booking yesterday. If they faced the issue earlier, why they accept the booking yesterday? And they bring me from the international, and I'm waiting since morning in Hyderabad airport. They keep saying we are arranging, nothing arranging. I'm not the one facing problems. Lot of people are facing here that same issue. They're just arranging, and where our luggage, where we are, no one, ground staff keeps saying, no, all flight is cancelled. We don't have any flight, your domestic route.
Wait a second, you're saying that you're still at the airport.
Point. And he said that he booked a flight yesterday. Mr. Imran, are you saying that you booked a flight even yesterday? They were taking bookings after that massive cancellations?
Yes.
And since morning, have you been told anything about a hotel, about another flight, anything at all?
No.
You're still at the airport, and it's like, it's 5:30. Since what time have you been there?
9.
From 9 to 5:30, which is 8.5 hours. You would have possibly reached your destination thrice over in that time.
Even affected my forward schedule, everything.
But look at, Mr. Imran, you've raised an extremely valid and important point, which is that if 550 flights were cancelled yesterday, why were fresh bookings being taken? There is no logic for it, and this is absolutely unjustified. If yesterday Indigo knew the crisis at hand, it had no business taking fresh bookings. And I'm sure there must be so many other passengers like Mr. Imran who's now, of course, stranded.
You know, and the reason why we're taking all of these voices on air, I'm really sorry, sir, that you had to undergo this. I sincerely hope that somebody is listening. Mohammad Imran is still at the Hyderabad airport. He has a valid booking taken yesterday by Indigo. 8.5 hours he has been there. I hope you get full refund and some redressal. Mohan from Mumbai also with us on the phone line. Yes, sir. What did you endure?
My wife and my son were to travel to Ranchi today. And luckily, I must say, I thank my stars that we got an email from the travel agent that the onward bookings were cancelled. Flights were cancelled. Now, we have a return flight. We have no clue about what's going to happen on the return flight. We have bookings in Ranchi. All the money is paid. Who's going to take responsibility for this? Is it going to be Indigo?
Has any
what is Indigo doing? 1 minute, madam. What is Indigo doing now? They are trying to hold the government and the authorities to ransom and forcing the authorities to flout the security norms for all citizens. Is that fair?
No, it's not. The answer to that is a very simple no, it's not. And that is the bigger outrage, that at a time when we are going to see fog, you essentially are saying that you are going to compromise on how well rested your pilots are, which in turn is going to be compromising passenger safety. But that's where we are. And these norms haven't just been relaxed for Indigo, by the way. It applies across the board. To all airlines who were functioning safely.
Padmaja, I would really like to see how well this is implemented, whether Indigo is put on the dock by the government.
Yeah, absolutely. It should be implemented. There should be heavy penalties. There should be accountability from this airline. They shouldn't think that they are able to simply get away by holding us and through us, the government and regulator, to ransom. Mr. Sitaram, also from Hyderabad. Lot of calls coming in from Hyderabad, Gauri.
Yeah, indeed. And let's listen into what Mr. Sitaraman's plight is. Sir, where are you? Are you at the airport? Did you manage to get any
I have to go to Goa. All the flights have been disrupted. I had come from Varanasi yesterday. The flight from Varanasi got delayed by about 2.5 hours. The flight rates have been atrocious. There is no control. There is no mechanism. There is no rate ceiling. Nothing.
Have you got full refund? Has Indigo refunded you for your
nothing at all. Absolutely nothing. No clue.
This is how you cut through the lies, Gauri. Because 2 hours ago, Indigo said in a statement, we are going to initiate full refund to your account. And here we have a passenger confirming on record that no such thing has happened. Were you at the airport? Were you given any information at the airport about alternative flight? All right, he seems to have disconnected the flight.
But this is exactly why this broadcast is so important, because we want to, of course, speak to our viewers, get their voices right here on this broadcast, and also tell exactly the harrowing tales faced by thousands and thousands of passengers across the board. Padmaja, we had someone who said that I booked a flight as late as yesterday. Indigo took those bookings. We had a passenger who's completely stranded, doesn't know the language also, French speaking. We have
no assistance
whatsoever. Then we have passengers who are stuck with no intimation whatsoever, and no details about whether there will be any accommodation or not. And this is the situation.
And no refund. So 4 lies already caught out. 1, we were told immediate ground assistance is being given. No, it's not. I'm sorry. That's a lie. 2nd, that we are initiating full refund. No, people have called in to say they haven't got their refunds. No information about a refund. 3, that our staff is going to be out there to assist everyone who is stranded. No, the staff who is there, and you saw that in the case of Mumbai, they're clueless. They don't know what to promise. They don't know whether they're even authorized to make any promises. And 4, which is the biggest outrage of it all, when you knew that there were already a crisis you were bang in the middle of, why were you accepting additional bookings?
Indeed.
You are layering another layer of crisis on top of an already messy situation that you have.
Simply because I think Indigo felt that they could get out of it. And frankly, till now, they have been able to. They've been able to ensure that the grace period that they have ensures that the entire festive period, fog period, huge holiday period, all of that passes, and that is when they decide what next. I believe there's another caller who's with us.
Tirumani from Chennai.
Yes, sir.
Hi there. Good afternoon to all of you.
My name is Tirumeni. I'm calling from Chennai. I just returned from Chennai airport. A month back, we all planned a trip to Somnath and Dwarka. And today, I'm supposed to fly from Chennai to Ahmedabad around 11 o'clock. See, there are some problems will be in any airline, understand. But the issue I'm making very clear to all is the communication is totally collapsed. When I checked in, when I saw here, I booked my ticket to make my trip. I saw the flight is changed to evening 6 o'clock. I kept quiet. Then I called the customer service of Indigo to check the timing. They said, sir, it's on time, you have to go. Then I checked up the website of Indigo, put in the flight status, showing exactly time, 11:50. So I didn't want to take a chance. I went to the airport last minute and they were accepting the bag and everything. I specifically asked at the check-in counter, is the flight delayed or not? If it's 6:30, I'll go and come back. They said, no sir, flight is on time, put the bag now, we are going to close the counter. Surprised. I checked in, went inside, then in the inside the signage display, I found the timing mentioned as 6:30. Then I went to check, is it 6:30 or no? Nobody could say anything and there's no announcement even. At the gate 103B, 100 people gathered, entire team of Ahmedabad travelers, and no one to say, sir, the flight is delayed, go and say it. Nothing. Complete chaos. This is what the issue really paranoid us. I'm a 66-year-old senior person with hundreds of wheelchair passengers, and nobody made a statement, sir, the flight is delayed, cancelled, or go and sit, we'll make an announcement. Nothing. That really annoyed us, and the same thing happened for my friends who are coming from Dubai. They're supposed to leave morning 5 o'clock, just now they are leaving. This is not acceptable for any Indian standard in the 21st century.
That is just ridiculous, and like every single viewer, every single passenger has been saying, they can really see through this entire reassurances that are being given by the airline that you basically are taking passengers for a ride because you can, and you think you can get away with it. I'm really sorry, Mr. Tirumeni, you and your family and your friends, presumably all of you senior citizens, had to go through this, and that too at a time when you were headed to Somnath Dwarka. It would have been a beautiful trip otherwise. What a bad taste it leaves in your mouth, Gauri, because the crisis can be explained simply as one that stems from a sense of impunity.
Indeed, and that's exactly what it is, and these are guidelines that the entire industry had a very long time to be able to implement. It is not something that happened overnight. Now let's understand what the old rules were and what the new rules have been changed, and what the Indigo airline had to implement, and it hasn't done so. Most importantly, earlier it was that the weekly rest was 36 hours, and that has been increased to 48 hours. So from 36, it has gone up to 48 hours, which means that pilots, the entire cabin crew needs to have 2 days of rest to be able to then be back on the next flight. That's the first important change that has been made. Next up is the night duty definition. This is important. It was earlier, it was 12 to 5. That has gone up by an hour to 12 to 6. Now, why this is extremely important is because the night landings and the night duty is something that is done maximum by Indigo because it has that period which it covers the most. And that's why this impacts Indigo the most in the entire industry. Let's now get you the night landings, which were the maximum flight duty period, night ops, was 13 hours, which has now been reduced to 10 hours. As I said, the carrier that operates the maximum flights in the night is Indigo, and therefore this is something that is going to impact this Indigo the most, and it must and should have planned for it, but it didn't. Last is the maximum night landings, which has now, it was up to 6, and that has gone to only 2. Again, Indigo operates the maximum amount of night landings. This impacts the carrier the most. It should have planned for this. It didn't, which is why suddenly the entire pilot roster looked completely different. They hadn't budgeted for that much staff, which they should have. They were mandated to do so. They didn't, and which is why the crisis ballooned to what it did. Lastly, let's also put out the last part, which is the fatigue risk management, which was not mandatory, and that has become mandatory. This is important because unless your cabin crew is well rested, unless your cabin crew doesn't have any fatigue factor, there will always be concerns with regard to safety. And that's what DGCA norms were meant to ensure, safety above everything else. Guess what? That isn't the case anymore.
It's important to remember that all of these new rules that Gauri told you about, let's stay with those graphics, please. All of these new rules that Gauri told you about, they now have been put in abeyance. So all the old rules have been reverted to, which basically means, is your cabin crew going to be well rested? Is your flying crew going to be well rested? Not as much as would have been the case in case the new rules would still be in power, would be still being used right now, in effect right now. And more news coming in fact, the DGCA has slammed Indigo. DGCA saying that deficiencies in internal oversight was there. There were deficiencies in ops preparedness. There were deficiencies in compliance planning, and an independent probe is needed. That's the latest that we are getting. There were several deficiencies that now the DGCA is pointing out, and this happens at multiple levels: in preparedness, in compliance planning, in internal oversight. And if all of this was happening, it also begs the question, was the regulator unaware of all of this?
And Padmaja, the fact is that why is it that it has taken so long and so much of chaos, thousands of passengers, so many harrowing tales for the DGCA to finally say that there were deficiencies as far as the operational preparedness is concerned? If there were timelines in place, 18 months was given, of course there would have been some reviews. Internal reviews would have happened or should have happened. And that is when DGCA, the authorities, the airline, all of them would have realized that we are not operationally prepared to meet the timeline. But it took so many harrowing tales for the system to wake up.
So let me quickly read out from this order now, where the DGCA has said the revised provision on duty period, flight time limitations and prescribed rest periods for flight crew engaged in scheduled air transport operations were issued in 2024. Same was to finally become effective after disposal of court case by High Court. DGCA has issued repeated directions and advance instructions from time to time to Indigo for having timely preparation to implement the provisions of the aforesaid CAR. However, observing the airline's inability, and let me bring Tanushka in on this, the airline's inability to accurately forecast crew availability, conduct timely training and realign rosters despite advance regulatory intimation resulted in cascading delays. Which begs the question, like we were discussing, when the DGCA found out, Tanushka, that they weren't adhering to all of these changes that had been sought, were they given any notice to say why not? Were they given any show cause notice? Were they put on notice? Were they pulled up?
Precisely, these are these questions that are coming up now. The DGCA is saying that they had issued repeated warnings to Indigo, but the airline could not forecast crew availability or align rosters. That means DGCA did, rake up the issue with Indigo when it started spotting that there are issues with respect to its management and implementation of the new FDTL norms. And now we are in this scenario wherein there is just downpour of cancellations across the country and passengers are stranded across board. And at this point, all sort of these committees are being formed, reports are being sought after from Indigo as to how is it that Indigo is the only airline facing such massive issues because of the FDTL norms. DGCA says that they formed this 4-member committee to probe this flight disruption, and the committee is to submit this report to DGCA within 15 days and examine the causes of disruption, manpower planning, rostering issues, and compliance with the new FDTL rules. The committee is also to assess Indigo's accountability for planning failures and review mitigation measures taken by Indigo, if any, that is. And the committee is also to check whether airline is taking sufficient steps to restore operations as well. We do know that Indigo came out with, such a sorry message of an apology earlier in the day, saying that they care for their passengers, which at this point is quite as much of a joke.
All right. But Tanushka, thanks much for bringing us up to speed with that very important update. But before I get in some of those ground reports that have been filed by our colleagues across India, you know, Padmaja, this is extremely important. The DGCA issued repeated directions, advance instructions, so which means there were audits that were happening, repeated directions were being given. Despite that, you saw the complete chaos that happened yesterday and today. So the authorities didn't know.
A meeting was held. So this this order also says that it resulted in cascading delays and cancellations across its network beginning late November 2025, leading to non-adherence of the directions. A review meeting of the airline was convened wherein the airline acknowledged that it has failed to anticipate the actual crew requirement under the revised norms. Yes. Apparently, all other airlines could anticipate how many more boots on the ground they would need, but Indigo singularly could not. And as a result, something that we saw beginning in November has now reached such a point. And what was the outcome? Watch this report.
Indigo is not giving any response. Indigo से कोई response नहीं मिल रहा है.
कोई भी response नहीं दे रहा है यार. Flight का time हो गया.
Nobody is giving response. We are stuck up. See, alternative flights we searched in the online. It is showing 25, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. Bangalore जाना है हमको.
And rascals, they are not calling their senior management.
So we want.
They are not even responding. मेरे को दिल्ली जाना है. मैं अकेले यहाँ आई हूँ. मैं अकेले यहाँ परेशान हो रही हूँ. मेरा बेटा वहाँ दिल्ली में मेरा वेट कर रहा है. ये लोग सुन तक नहीं रहे हैं.
There are 6 flights out of every 10 flights that fly out of India. Where are counters? Where is the counter? How is the government even allowing Indigo to operate just one counter? How is it allowing?
Hello, we want alternative flights to be arranged ASAP. Also, try to penalize those people who are doing such a act, because now if I want to book one more alternative flight, 50-60,000.
DGCA आज इन्होंने कहा है कि हम ये जो
they're going to slash it out to some hours.
Exactly. Now my question is कि what will be the compensation that we guys are gonna get?
You're expecting from?
Yeah. They are giving us the refund. What about the compensation? I have a business meeting tomorrow. How will they compensate?
Supposed to fly?
Indigo. The guys, they are pathetic. And the DGCA, sir, you should start working.
How many hours delayed you have to face here?
There's no delay. It's cancellation. In the morning, I got a WhatsApp message that your flight is ready. You're ready to fly. Come on, Manik, and blah, blah, blah. And today they are telling me that no, the flight is cancelled. I have to plan leaves. I have to do something, you know, as a person, as a human being. There are so many things that is going on. And now what DGCA is doing, this is pathetic.
अपना नाम बताओ और बताओ कब से यहाँ अटके हुए हो? सुबह 6 बजे के यहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं. हमने कुछ भी दिखाया, सुबह से कुछ भी दिखाया. यहाँ पे रिफ्रेशमेंट मिली, वो भी कुछ नहीं था. और यहाँ पे हम वेट कर रहे हैं. कितने देर से अटके हुए हो? फ्लाइट भी उन्होंने कैंसिल किया. 8 hours से हम. So you know kids here are stuck for 9 or 8 hours. और आप हॉकी लेके आप सब बैठे हुए हो. क्या चीज़ के लिए जा रहे थे? हमने नेशनल जाना था. आंध्र प्रदेश में विशाखापट्टनम. हमने यहाँ से लेके विजयवाड़ा तक की फ्लाइट फिक्स की थी, लेकिन यहाँ से इंडिगो फ्लाइट कैंसिल होगी और हम जा नहीं पा रहे. हम तब से मतलब लड़ रहे हैं.
There is no update. We are just leaving on what we are experiencing. We were just told that they are not flying today.
So you got your boarding passes and all, I can see.
Yes, we are here since 7:30 in the morning.
7:30.
Yes.
And where were you flying to? Ayodhya. So any alternate travel plans that you've made?
No, I was supposed to go to Varanasi from there, and my entire family, we are a family of 20 from different destinations. Everyone, the whole plan is cancelled. I've lost my return flight fare. I've lost my hotel booking. They are not going to give me any refund.
3 दिनों से जो है वो 400 के ऊपर फ़्लाइट कैंसिल हो गई. आज पूरे दिन भर में जो है वो 100 से ज़्यादा फ़्लाइट जो है वो कैंसिल हो गई है. और केंद्र सरकार की तरफ से और एविएशन मिनिस्ट्री की तरफ से कोई लोगों को क्लैरिटी नहीं मिल रही है. सबसे दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है कि मैं अभी लाइन में खड़ी थी पूछने के लिए कि लोगों को रिफ़ंड कब मिलेगा. तो उन्होंने कहा कि 14 दिन के बाद रिफ़ंड मिलेगा. तो मुझे बताइए, जो ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं वो रहेंगे कहाँ? अगर उनको रिफ़ंड नहीं मिलेगा तो नया टिकट खरीद कैसे कर पाएंगे? और आज सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम क्या हो गई है कि आज अगर दूसरी एयरलाइंस का टिकट लेना चाहते हैं तो वो कितना महंगा हो गया, बहुत डबल से ट्रिपल हो गया. मतलब अगर दिल्ली से मुंबई आप आ रहे हो तो 48,000 का टिकट मिल रहा है. तो आदमी कब खरीदेगा, कैसे खरीदेगा? और उसको रिफंड का पैसा भी नहीं मिल रहा है.
My flight was for today 5 p.m. Yesterday when I web check-in, then I saw the flight was for 6th. It got postponed. Then I called them at night. I asked them to give me a flight for today itself. Now at that counter they are saying a flight is cancelled. And
Usha is very proud that other corporates, other NGOs have used our services to set up Salai schools because they find that the results are very satisfactory over the long term. We're mostly very proud that the government recognizes us. Many of their social work projects they involve us in curriculum and also to set up Salai schools. This to us is a validation of what we do in India.
In the heart of rural Uttar Pradesh, a quiet revolution is taking place, led by the state's very own daughters. The BC Sakhi initiative, launched in 2020 by the government, is closing the gap between remote villages and essential financial services.
सरकार की अच्छी योजना है ये और गांव वालों को ग्रामीणों को बहुत फायदा हुआ है इससे.
Equipped with micro ATMs and digital tools, these trained banking correspondent Sakhis are now bringing doorstep banking to communities. They help residents with everything from cash withdrawals and deposits to opening bank accounts, paying bills and accessing crucial government welfare schemes.
कुछ बीसी सखी ऐसी हैं इसमें जिनकी महीने की आमदनी 25,000 से लेकर के 1.25 लाख रुपए महीना कमा रही हैं वे बीसी सखी उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर.
The program has trained thousands of women, promoting digital literacy across the state. This has also strengthened transparency, ensuring that benefits reach the right people at the right time.
जब परंपराएं जगमगाती हैं, रिश्ते झिलमिलाते हैं, गहने ही दुल्हन पे 4 चांद लगाते हैं.
चमकी चमकी जो तू तेरी चमक से चमके दुनिया, रोशनी सुनहरी सी निखरी सवेरे सितारे आसमां पे फिर कर जो सुलगती धूप जैसी चमकती शाम.
खूबसूरती से तराशी ज्वेलरी जिनकी प्रेरणा है आज की दुल्हन. मलबार गोल्ड एंड डायमंड्स पेश करते हैं एक नजराना फॉर द ब्राइड्स ऑफ इंडिया.
In the heart of rural Uttar Pradesh, a quiet revolution is taking place, led by the state's very own daughters. The BC Sakhi initiative, launched in 2020 by the government, is closing the gap between remote villages and essential financial services.
सरकार की अच्छी योजना है ये और गांव वालों को ग्रामीणों को बहुत फायदा हुआ है इससे.
Equipped with micro ATMs and digital tools, these trained banking correspondent Sakhis are now bringing doorstep banking to communities. They help residents with everything from cash withdrawals and deposits to opening bank accounts, paying bills and accessing crucial government welfare schemes.
कुछ बीसी सखी ऐसी हैं इसमें जिनकी महीने की आमदनी 25,000 से लेकर के 1.25 लाख रुपए महीना कमा रही हैं वे बीसी सखी उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर.
The program has trained thousands of women, promoting digital literacy across the state. This has also strengthened transparency, ensuring that benefits reach the right people at the right time.
यार तो मिला अरे प्यार कर दे प्यार बिना चैन कहाँ रे प्यार बिना चैन कहाँ रे सोना नहीं चांदी नहीं यार तो मिला अरे प्यार कर दे.
Explore 500 plus designs at your nearest Philips Smart Light Hub. Philips.
इतने में क्या ही मिलेगा यार. सोना तू ठीक तो है ना.
अरे गोल्ड ETF. All you need is 200 rupees or less.
Gold ETF. It's Aaj Ka Gold, regulated and backed by Real Gold. All you need is a Demat account.
Defence Expo Ground in Lucknow is witnessing a historic moment. After 61 years, the 19th National Jamboree of the Bharat Scouts and Guides has been organized.
ये जो गतिविधियां हैं इसके द्वारा हमें अच्छे काम देखने को मिलते हैं.
More than 32,000 participants, including 2,000 delegates from the Asia Pacific region, took part in it.
उत्तर प्रदेश की धरा पर 19वीं जमहूरी इस दृश्य अत्यंत आह्लादकारी है. हम सबको एक नई प्रेरणा प्रदान करने वाला है उत्तर प्रदेश के नौजवानों के अंदर.
For the first time, Participants were being provided real-time information through digital live streaming, RFID-based smart ID cards and a WhatsApp communication system. This grand event conveyed a message of youth empowerment. This jamboree not only reflected Indian culture and unity in diversity, but has also further strengthened transformation of Uttar Pradesh.
I'm seeing huge changes away from first-generation technologies to the most modern technologies we've had, and we're working with a lot of companies to help them do that. In 180 countries, 140 million student users use our applications every day. Make sure that the latest technology is deployed effectively inside of India. Students get trained on the latest and greatest tools so that they're prepared for the new jobs of the future.
बाल लीला जिस पर मोह गया ब्रह्मांड, कभी रक्षक बने तो कभी पालनहार, पाप का अंत कर किया जिसने कंस का संहार, कृष्ण की लीलाओं से फिर वृंदावन होगा संसार। देखिए श्री कृष्ण 8 दिसंबर से हर रात 8:30 बजे सिर्फ शेमारू टीवी पर।
Politics over the official dinner for President Putin has peaked already. Source-based information coming in is that invitation has not been extended to Rahul Gandhi, leader of opposition, along with Mallikarjun Kharge, who is the president of the Congress party, even as Shashi Tharoor has been extended an invitation, and Shashi Tharoor has said that he will be attending the formal banquet that will take place later in the evening in honor of President Putin. Let's listen in to what Shashi Tharoor said there.
Dinner tonight in the
there was a time when the chairman of the External Affairs Committee was routinely invited. That practice seems to have been stopped for some years. It has been resumed, I think, because I've been invited.
आप जाएंगे सर?
हाँ जरूर जाएंगे।
एलओपी को, लेकिन दोनों हाउस के एलओपी को नहीं बुलाएंगे।
वो मुझे पता नहीं कौन सी बुनियाद पे इन्विटेशन देते हैं। मुझे मालूम है कि चेयरमैन, जब मैं पहले चेयरमैन था तो मुझे बुलाया जाता था, वो रुक गए बीच में, तब इस बार हो गया।
But so do you think it's right not inviting them?
No, I think frankly the custom that usually used to be followed, it was for a wide representation. Certainly, I remember in the old days, we used to have not only the LOPs, we used to have various other cross-section of representatives of different parties. So I think it conveys a good impression. But I don't know the basis. No, this is all done by the government, by the protocol, by the Rashtrapati.
Invited to the dinner tonight in the
there was a time when the chairman of the External Affairs Committee was routinely invited. That practice seems to have been stopped for some years. It has been resumed, I think, because I've been invited.
आप जाएंगे सर?
हाँ जरूर जाएंगे।
एलओपी को, लेकिन दोनों हाउस के एलओपी को नहीं बुलाएंगे।
वो मुझे पता नहीं कौन सी बुनियाद पे इन्विटेशन देते हैं। मुझे मालूम है कि चेयरमैन, जब मैं पहले चेयरमैन था तो मुझे बुलाया जाता था, वो रुक गए बीच में।
Vasudha Venugopal, political editor of NDTV, joins us for an update. Vasudha, Shashi Tharoor made it very clear, zarur jayenge, bilkul jayenge, even as the Congress is saying that it's been very selective in terms of, the government has been selective in terms of extending the invitation to opposition leaders.
That's right, Gauri and Padmaja. In fact, just a day after Rahul Gandhi made this big allegation that foreign dignitaries who are visiting India are not being allowed to meet opposition leaders. Now, this is going to be the latest flashpoint because Congress sources have confirmed to NDTV that neither Mallikarjun Kharge, who is a Congress president, nor Rahul Gandhi, who is the leader of opposition of the Lok Sabha, have been invited for this banquet that's being thrown for President Putin. And very importantly, this is going to be another flashpoint because in the last many days, Rahul Gandhi has been blaming the government for undermining constitutional procedures. He took part only in the Constitution Day celebration. Otherwise, he was not part of the ceremony, the Vice President's ceremony. He was not even part of the inauguration of the new Parliament complex. So clearly, there have been instances where Rahul Gandhi was invited but was not part of it. So when he doesn't get invited, there's of course this crying foul that happens. So I think the government and the opposition are both ready with their narratives. But yes, The government is expected to put out a response soon if asked, but otherwise they've maintained that all of this is through invites and that foreign dignitaries themselves choose to visit which opposition leader they want to go have a meeting with during their foreign visits.
All right. Thanks very much, Vasudha, for that quick update. In fact, more updates from Parliament, where the discussion on Vande Mataram is going to be led by the Prime Minister when it takes place on Monday. PM is going to start that discussion in the Lok Sabha, which is going to take place on Monday. And on Tuesday, this discussion will take place in the Rajya Sabha, which is going to be opened by Home Minister Amit Shah. JP Nadda, BJP President and Member of Parliament, is also going to be participating in that discussion in the Rajya Sabha. I'm afraid that's all the time we have on this show. But coming up next, that big story with Vishnu Shom is Donald Trump suffering oil burns even as the bonhomie between Putin and Modi was on display today.
मेहनत और समर्पण के प्रतीक अन्नदाताओं को डबल इंजन सरकार ने दी है नई पहचान। कर्मयोगी सरकार ने किया है वो दमदार काम जो दशकों तक था सिर्फ सपना। उत्कर्ष के इन 8 वर्षों में गन्ना किसानों को किया गया है रिकॉर्ड 2,90,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक गन्ना मूल्य का भुगतान। वर्ष 2007 से 2017 तक हुए भुगतान से यह 1,48,000 करोड़ रुपए है अधिक। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के नेतृत्व में पारदर्शिता और तकनीक से जुड़ी नई व्यवस्था ने बदली है गन्ना किसानों की तकदीर। वर्ष 2017 से अब तक 4 बार बढ़ाया गया है गन्ना समर्थन मूल्य। गन्ना पेराई सत्र 2025-26 में गन्ना किसानों को होगा 3,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का अतिरिक्त लाभ। नई चीनी मिलें और बढ़ी क्रशिंग क्षमता ने असल मायनों में गन्ने की फसल को बनाया है ग्रीन गोल्ड। काम दमदार, डबल इंजन सरकार।
Usha is very proud that other corporates, other NGOs have used our services to set up Salai schools because they find that the results are very satisfactory over the long term. We're mostly very proud that the government recognizes us. Many of their social work projects they involve us in curriculum and also to set up Salai schools. This to us is a validation of what we do in India.
On the rise, सुन ले आसमां, डबल इंजन का ये मिशन है महान। 2047 तक हम न रुकेंगे, 6 ट्रिलियन का ड्रीम पूरा करेंगे।
मथुरा की गलियों में गूंजे है राधा, अयोध्या में दूर हुई मंदिर की बाधा, काशी प्रयागराज की गोल्डन चमक, यूपी सरकार की गूंजे धमक। सड़कों पर फर्राटा फिक्रलेस बिल्कुल बिंदास, एक्सप्रेस वे पर साएं पूरा विश्वास। विकसित यूपी की बढ़ गई प्यास, 2047 का ये विजन बहुत खास। माफिया का दी एंड, फियर गॉन, योगी राज में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर हुआ स्ट्रॉन्ग। बेखौफ घूमे जनता, गुंडों पर मार, नया यूपी तोड़ रहा पुरानी दीवार।
यूपी ऑन द राइज, सुन ले आसमां, डबल इंजन का ये मिशन है महान। 2047 तक हम न रुकेंगे, 6 ट्रिलियन का ड्रीम पूरा करेंगे।
खूबसूरती से तराशी ज्वेलरी जिनकी प्रेरणा है आज की दुल्हन। मलबार गोल्ड एंड डायमंड्स पेश करते हैं एक नजराना फॉर द ब्राइड्स ऑफ इंडिया।
In the heart of rural Uttar Pradesh, a quiet revolution is taking place, led by the state's very own daughters. The BC Sakhi initiative, launched in 2020 by the government, is closing the gap between remote villages and essential financial services.
सरकार की अच्छी योजना है ये और गांव वालों को, ग्रामीणों को बहुत फायदा हुआ है इससे।
Equipped with micro ATMs and digital tools, these trained banking correspondent Sakhis are now bringing doorstep banking to communities. They help residents with everything from cash withdrawals and deposits to opening bank accounts, paying bills and accessing crucial government welfare schemes.
कुछ बीसी सखी ऐसी हैं इसमें जिनकी महीने की आमदनी 25,000 से लेकर के 1.25 लाख रुपए महीना कमा रही हैं वे बीसी सखी उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर।
The program has trained thousands of women, promoting digital literacy across the state. This has also strengthened transparency, ensuring that benefits reach the right people at the right time.
Explore 500 plus designs at your nearest Philips Smart Light Hub. Philips.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Good evening and welcome. It's been a day of absolute chaos as far as civil aviation in the country is concerned. Hundreds of flights of Indigo continue to be impacted and cancelled. No flight of Indigo operating in terms of departure from Delhi airport till midnight. That's just one of their big problems today. The entire network of India's largest airline has completely suffered. There has been a cascading impact. The network has in fact collapsed. It all has to do with a lack of the number of pilots that Indigo would ideally require for a situation like this, where it needs many more pilots in order to meet the new regulations for safety, which have been spelt out by the DGCA, the Director General of Civil Aviation. But now what has taken place in the last little while is that the government, in fact the regulator, the DGCA, it's supposedly an independent regulator, has reversed or put in abeyance, I should mention, the guidelines which had been placed for flight safety because tens of thousands of passengers were clearly impacted. Now I've got the statement of the DGCA with me and the Ministry of Civil Aviation, in fact, which says that they've taken urgent and proactive measures and they've placed in abeyance with immediate effect the flight duty time limitation orders of the Director General of Civil Aviation without compromising air safety. This decision has been taken solely in the interest of passengers, especially senior citizens, students, patients, etc., etc. So this is the really big story that we've been tracking. The Director General of Civil Aviation had these norms which had been placed for the last 2 years in order to ensure flight safety, but it appears that the government has had to hold these in abeyance because of the crisis that's really taken place. Meanwhile, in all of this, there have been all sorts of statements which have come in. In fact, I've just spoken about this particular statement. Let's move on now to another aspect of this. The government has ordered a high-level probe to actually look at what has taken place over here in Indigo. How is it that despite the norms which had been placed and very clear instructions, Indigo was unable to comply? My colleague Tanushka has been tracking this with me throughout the day. Tanushka, what exactly is it that the government proposes to do to hold someone or Indigo itself accountable?
Right. So first off, a high-level committee has been formed by the Director General of the Civil Aviation. And also, this high-level committee has also been formed by the ministry as well. So, two committees are working at this point on the entire issue to understand the flight disruptions behind Indigo at this point. And DGCA forms this 4-member committee. We also know that the Ministry of Civil Aviation has formed this control room, this 24/7 control room. The Minister Nadu also visited this control room and took stock of the situation there. And now essentially what lies at the hand of both the DGCA and the ministry is to, gather this report within 15 days with necessary enforcement action, examine the causes of disruption, manpower planning and rostering issues on part of Indigo, and the compliance also that they had with the new FDTL rules, the issues that they had. Then also to assess accountability for planning failures and review mitigation measures taken by Indigo, and also to check whether the airline is actually taking sufficient steps to restore operations or not. We also know that the DGCA had issued repeated warnings to Indigo, but the airline could not forecast crew availability or align rosters. And DGCA also cites deficiencies in oversight, operational preparedness and compliance planning. So all in all, a massive, mismanagement of a show on part of Indigo that the DGCA is now taking entire stock of, as well as the ministry.
We leave it over there, Tanushka. What has taken place also in the last little while is another statement. It's been a day of statements where the Director General of Civil Aviation has reacted to Indigo, saying that this is entirely Indigo's fault, that this is a lack of accountability at the level of Indigo, deficiencies in the internal oversight. Let's keep moving from point to point. Deficiencies in operational preparedness. Let's go through that graphic that I was just reading out over there, because that's what we are talking about. So that was actually really important on what the Director General of Civil Aviation has in fact said about Indigo. So very much a war of words. But what exactly has triggered all of this? It had to do with new norms. But this is the graphic I was referring to. The DGCA says that there have been deficiencies in internal oversight, deficiencies in operational preparedness. And this is what they're saying about Indigo, deficiencies in compliance planning. And so they've spelled out their concerns, and which is why they feel that an independent probe is now required. Let's move now and give you an idea, viewers, about what exactly the crisis in Indigo is all about. Now, it has to do with the old rules which exist, and these old rules are back now versus the new rules. We'll change the points when I give, when I sort of indicate, because I want to explain this a little bit. According to the new rules, and remember these new rules have been held in abeyance, the regulator felt that as a result of fatigue among pilots, there was a need to restrict FDTL or flight duty time limitations, and therefore pilots would be given 48 hours of consecutive rest, so 2 days off essentially, as opposed to the existing system where there's 36 hours off which is given. Let's go to the next point, which tells you about what the new rules were proposing. There's been a definition of night duty hours. This is important because remember, lots of flight operations take place late at night sometimes. Those flight duties hours, nighttime hours, have been defined or were defined from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. This has been held in abeyance, and we are back to this system where night duty has been defined from 12 to 5 a.m. So this has implications as well, and because if night duty hours actually extended 1 hour more, then you'd need more pilots to actually be able to operate, ensure that flights were available, pilots were available to man these flights. Let's go to the next point. The maximum flight duty period for night operations is 13 hours. That had been brought down to 10 hours. Again, if you bring this down, then you need to have pilots from certain areas to come in to operate these flights, because the airline is not cutting down on their routes or the number of flights. But if pilots are meant to operate fewer hours, you need to find pilots from somewhere to operate those flights. Indigo doesn't have the pilots to operate those flights, hence this crisis, hence this cascading impact. Let's go to the next point, which actually talks about the maximum number of landings. The present system is 6. What was proposed was maximum night landings up to 2. So therefore, if a pilot was to do only 2 night landings in the name of safety, right, then where would the other night landings happen, or who would do them? You would need more pilots. Does Indigo have those pilots? No, they don't have those pilots. So we are back now to the old system. The old system says that there doesn't need to be a fatigue risk management system. That's not mandatory. Whereas the new one, which was a very progressive rule, said that there must be a fatigue risk management system. Reporting of fatigue was in fact mandatory. So we are back to an older system, which was deemed to be not good enough 2 years ago, which is when the government said, the regulator said, you need to fix things, let's make Indian skies safer. Unfortunately, we are back to this system because Indigo doesn't have enough pilots to ensure that the greater safety margins in the new system can be adhered to. Let's go to the next page, which actually tells you about the number of pilots that Indigo fell short of. Do we have that graphic? Okay, so let's bring that graphic up in a little while from now, because that's actually the main point in all of this. It all boils down to the number of pilots. Indigo is more than 1,000 pilots short, of the situation. If you add these all up together, the statistics as per the Director General of Civil Aviation, this is the shortage of Indigo. We'll stay on this page for a moment. 935 pilots in command. They needed 935 more captains of aircraft to meet the new regulations. They were that short, and 205 first officers. Well more than 1,000 pilots, which they required to meet that. Now, they don't have those pilots. Pilots are a really rare commodity. They need to be trained up, they need to be accepted, and then given these jobs and operated. It's not easy. The airline, it appears, was growing faster than its ability to get pilots on board. Now, as a result of all of this, let's bring up a video of the crises which have been taking place in the Indian skies, in airports, I should mention. Just look at this. Passengers irate, flights impacted across the country, an airline which prided itself on being regular with its schedule, pushed to the limit, has broken. They're back to the old schedule. So in case you're asking, and this is a very basic question, when is it actually going to come back, the flight operations? The answer to that is that it should, come back to me for a moment, it should be regulated within a period of 24 hours to start with, and within 3 days or so, the entire system or the routine, the roster of Indigo should be back up. So let's bring you the top 6 developments now to give you an idea of what exactly it is that we are talking about. So let's have that next graphic up on the screen. The top 6 developments as far as this crisis in Indigo. The situation in Delhi. You can see an altercation taking place in Delhi, one among many altercations, not just in Delhi, but across the country. Why? Because unbelievably, every single Indigo departure from Delhi today has been cancelled. Could you imagine something like that would take place? If you were to actually open up, make my trip or any site and try to fly between Delhi and Bombay, I tried. Today, you wouldn't find a single flight because all of Indigo's flights are gone. All of the flights on other airlines have been booked out. If you were to try and book tomorrow on flights, you would find that the tickets were costing 25,000 rupees, 30,000 rupees, 40,000 rupees with 2 stops, right? On a one-way journey, right? That's how bad the situation is. People taking off their clothes as a sign of protest. Let's go to the next point. The next point in terms of top developments today, because it's been a day of fast-paced developments. In Mumbai, you can see angry passengers screaming at staff. Do spare a thought for these members of the airlines. They have to sit over there, stand over there, face the ire and anger of passengers when they themselves are not responsible for this particular situation. Let's keep going with the points over here. The next point shows you another area that we are sort of tracking. Bengaluru, a passenger stuck with her father's asthi, right? Father's ashes, was unable to travel. That's what we tracked. We've also got video over here of anger of one passenger over here. She gets up and she screams at people. Just a desperate situation. Let's go across to the next point that we have. That's the woman with her father's ashes that you briefly saw over there. Long queues at Chennai Airport. These are videos from Chennai Airport. It's been the situation across the country. Indigo controls or has what some suggest is a near monopoly situation, but there is of course competition from Air India and Air India Express. But the large number of flights that they operate, if the entire network goes essentially out the window, then you're left with a situation like this. And think about it, passengers with their flights cancelled, passengers unable to make their transfers or their connecting flights, passengers who now have to be stuck in a city, unable to get a hotel, though the airline is now promising hotels as well. But if you just look at the number of people who are going to need hotels, it's very, very difficult. Now, we've got a breaking news coming in, a statement from the CEO of Indigo, Peter Elbers. Let's have that statement out on our screen. He's issued a statement, has Indigo's CEO. Let's listen in.
Start the fresh CEO tomorrow morning. I want to share with you earlier measures of the last few days. Operational disruptions have proven not to be enough. Since then, we've decided today continue to activate of all our systems December 5th schedules, being the most resultingly impacted, the highest number of cancellations, well over 1,000, imperative or progressive more than half of our number as from daily flights. With these actions, on behalf we expect tomorrow all of us cancellations go below 1.
Sorry, we'll just fix that audio and come back to the CEO, Peter Elbers of Indigo. He's the big boss in terms of the operations of the airline. Let's see what he actually has to say. We were getting a bit of a sound feedback on that. We'll try and fix that in a moment. But until we get that right and fixed, here are more images of that situation from in airports across the country. Do we have the video up of Peter Elbers? Let's listen in.
Here with you, ladies and gentlemen, we have experienced severe operational disruption CEO for the past few days. I want to share with you that we have experienced continued to aggravate operational disruption. Today, December 5th, being the most severely impacted day. Crisis, the number continued to cancellations. Well, today, over December 5th, being the most more than severely impacted of our number, with the number of cancellations well over 1,000 of all of us, more than half of our number to extend flights. Our sincerest apologies on behalf of the major all of us at Indigo. Would like many to extend customers. Our sincerest apologies delays for the major inconvenience this has caused. The situation of our results of various account of delays. Yet for you as a customer, it's important how we result as Indigo various addresses. Yet we have defined as a customer lines of important how we as Indigo customer communication. We have defined your needs. 3 lines of this messages have been sent customer social media communication, and just now and addressing more detailed communication for this information messages refunds sent cancellation media and other just now.
Apologies for that technical glitch. We'll try and get that fixed, but let's take a look at what the situation in Mumbai airport has been.
You can clearly see, we have so many passengers out here. In fact, a foreigner out here, she is completely agitated. No food and water has been provided. There are not sufficient crew members out here. Clearly, you can see. She is. She's completely agitated. She's telling she doesn't have any clothes to wear now. She wants some food or she wants some drinks. In fact, you can see the long queue out here. Everyone is frustrated. They want to know about the status of the flight.
They are also frustrated.
Sir, कहाँ से आए?
हम लोग रायपुर जा रहे थे तो रायपुर की अचानक फ्लाइट कैंसिल हो गई. अब 8 लोग हैं फैमिली साथ में. अब रात में कहाँ जाएंगे, क्या बड़ा टेंशन हो गया.
अभी स्टेटस कुछ बताया? What have they told to you?
गेट पे ही बता दिए फ्लाइट आपकी कैंसिल है. उससे ज्यादा कुछ बता नहीं रहे हमारे को.
ऑल्टरनेटिव अरेंजमेंट यहाँ कहीं होटल या कहीं रहने के लिए आपके जो फैमिली मेंबर्स हैं?
इंडिगो वाले कोई कांटेक्ट में नहीं आ रहे. इधर खिड़की पे बहुत आपस में झगड़ा टाइप हो रहा है. हम लोग तो गेट पे ही नहीं जा पा रहे. और अभी हम रात में 8 लोग कहाँ जाएंगे, बड़ा टेंशन का विषय है.
8 family members, they don't know where will they go because alternate arrangement is not been given. In fact, the accommodation has also not been given. Definitely, I'll again. She is creating ruckus out here. Definitely, her flight has also been cancelled. I can again show you. She is very much agitated and frustrated.
Cherche une solution. Moi, je vais retourner. Je ne suis pas venu rester à Bombay. Mon voyage Istanbul, France. Je vais retourner. Il n'y a pas de solution. Il n'y a pas de solution. Il n'y a pas l'hôtel. Il n'y a pas l'organisation.
All right, well, the big breaking news that we can bring to you right now are details of what the CEO, Peter Elbers of Indigo, has said. I've got the transcript of what he said. We'll play out his soundbite in just a little while. There are more than 1,000 Indigo flights which are cancelled today. Think about that. This is an airline which operates approximately 2,200 flights a day. More than 1,000 Indigo flights have been cancelled, more than half the daily schedule of India's largest carrier. Secondly, he acknowledges the inconvenience that passengers have been impacted by, but in terms of the future, he says cancellations will fall below 1,000 with support from the new norms which hold the flight duty time limitation guidelines in abeyance. However, and this is critical for all of you wondering, when will Indigo restore normal services? Full normalization is expected between December 10th and December 15th, though Indigo cautions that recovery will take time due to the scale of operations. So today is just the 5th. It could take up to another 10 days, perhaps even more, for Indigo to fix its operations. Meanwhile, the airline is stepping up customer communication, expanding its call center capacity with detailed guidance on refund and support measures. A large wave of cancellations, Peter Elbers says today, was part of a full system reboot to realign aircraft and crew for a fresh start tomorrow after earlier measures had proven to be insufficient. Think about it, more than 1,000 flights of Indigo, India's largest airline, cancelled today. It's going to take at least another 10 days before the airline gets its act together completely. Let's now continue to track what's been taking place in airports across the country. We have this report from Mumbai.
For the last 3 days, people flying Indigo in particular have been facing inordinate delays or cancellations. The scene is no different today. You can see here as the board that shows the departure, especially on Indigo Airline, shows multiple flights that have either been delayed or cancelled. And for the people who've been waiting, they are getting random reasons is what they're saying. While some of them are getting clarity that it's being cancelled, some of them are being issued boarding passes. There are young children, there are toddlers who of course are with their parents. Let's try and get in a word. You have a young child with you.
Yeah.
Tell me the status of your flight right now.
Actually, my flight was for today 5 p.m. Yesterday when I web check-in, then I saw the flight was for 6th. It got postponed. Then I called them at night. I asked them to give me a flight for today itself. Now at that counter they are saying a flight is cancelled. And here also I cannot see my flight.
You're with a young baby. How hard has it been?
Of course, we have plenty of luggage with us, and even my mother is travelling with me.
Yeah.
And we had different PNR.
Yeah.
So when I web check-in yesterday, my flight was different and her flight was different. It is very difficult to carry a child all alone.
So yesterday was my flight to Goa. 8:40 was my time to board the flight. I think I was here till 4 in the morning. They kept delaying the flight, saying, wait 1 more hour. And later, they could not track my check-in luggage. And that, I think maybe another couple of hours, they made us wait over here. Restrooms were dirty and then access to food, all that was a challenge. People are sleeping on the floor. Older people and children, everybody was struggling, and very few ground staff, and they were clueless as in what is happening.
So there was no clarity given by the airlines, neither the the apps or anything. So even now we haven't got any confirmation that the flights are delayed or whether it's gonna even take off. So I don't know.
Your boarding passes also were issued?
Yes.
Well, that's the problem really, and that's why you're seeing these huge queues. A lack of clarity for the people, some of them boarding passes being issued. They're saying that the ground staff are unaware of the real issue on the ground. On one hand, they're giving them alternate, tickets, but then those flights are also getting cancelled. So people, of course, are facing a huge amount of problem.
All right, so just the big breaking news coming in. I'm just going to go through the key points made by the Indigo CEO. It could be another 10 days before the airline gets its act entirely together. More than 1,000 flights of Indigo have been cancelled today. Remember, the airline operates 2,200 odd flights. They're actually projecting that approximately by the end of the day, approximately 50% of Indigo's flights may not operate today. All flights out of Delhi have been cancelled. The Indigo CEO says that they needed to do a system reboot today by these mass cancellations because earlier measures didn't work. Let's just listen in to what Peter Elvers had to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Peter Elvers, the CEO of Indigo. I want to share with you that we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past few days. Since then, the crisis continued to aggravate, with today, December 5th, being the most severely impacted day, with the number of cancellations well over 1,000, or more than half of our number of daily flights. I, on behalf of all of us at Indigo, would like to extend our sincerest apologies for the major inconvenience this has caused to many of our customers on account of delays or cancellations. The situation is a result of various causes. Yet, for you as a customer, it's important how we as Indigo address this. We have defined 3 lines of action. Firstly, customer communication and addressing your needs. For this, messages have been sent on social media, and just now a more detailed communication with information on refunds, cancellations and other customer support measures was sent. Also, we've stepped up our call center capacity. Secondly, due to yesterday's situation, we had customers stranded mostly at the nation's largest airports. Our focus was for all of them to be able to travel today itself. which will be achieved. For this, we also ask customers whose flights are cancelled not to come to airports as notifications are sent on this. Thirdly, cancellations were made for today as to align our crew and planes to be where they need to start afresh tomorrow morning. Earlier measures of the last few days regrettably have proven not to be enough. So we've decided today for a reboot of all our systems and schedules, resulting in the highest number of cancellations so far, but imperative for progressive improvements starting as from tomorrow. With these actions, we expect tomorrow to have cancellations below 1,000. The support of DGCA in providing specific FDTL implementation relief is of great help. Still, there's lots of work in progress, but going forward from here, in alignment with the Ministry of Civil Aviation and DGCA, we do expect to further improve every day. Given the size, scale and complexity of our operation, it will take some time to return to a full normal situation, which we do anticipate between the 10th and the 15th of December. I do understand that these disruptions have caused much discomfort to our customers and has shaken their belief in Indigo's reliability so carefully built over these past 19 years. My colleagues, all the great Indigo teams and frontline staff have been working relentlessly to address the situation. Rest assured, we are doing everything in our control to not only restore your trust and belief, but strengthen it further over time. Thank you for your patience, understanding and kindness during this difficult time. We shall keep you updated on an ongoing basis.
Well, as a result of the chaos in Indigo and the lack of availability of seats, the seats which were available on other airlines, Air India Express, SpiceJet and Akasa, essentially, those routes, those tickets have shot through the roof. The impact is airfares zooming 500% on certain sectors. Let's take a look at the Delhi-Mumbai sector. I tried to see if tickets were available today. None available from Delhi to Bombay. Earlier and now. So earlier, SpiceJet tickets for a one-way flight between, let's say, Delhi and Bombay on SpiceJet was 7,720 rupees. Air India was 6,200 rupees. Akasa was 5,851. Those fares, depending on the website that you look at, have gone up to 48,000 rupees on a one-way flight between Delhi to Bombay. This is absolutely insane. It makes no sense. For 50,000 rupees, if you book early, you can do a round trip from Europe. 29,000 rupees Akasa Air for a one-way ticket from Delhi to Bombay. That's the situation. If there are fewer flights, fewer seats available, then these tickets go at a premium price. So the other airlines are cashing in on Indigo's misery. Let there be no mistake about it. So that gives you an idea. What do we have next? All right. The opposition, meanwhile, is pushing for a discussion in Parliament over the Indigo crisis. Let's take a look. All right, before we do that, let's go straight across to Priyanka Chaturvedi, who's really been leading, concern among political leaders on the crisis in Indigo. Priyanka, thank you very much for being with us. The fact that the Directorate General of Civil Aviation has now withdrawn its rules which govern flight duty time limitations in order to make the situation better for passengers, is that good? Because it seems to compromise on flight safety.
No, I don't think it is a good measure. It's literally like I was fearing in the morning, being arm twisted by an airline which owns half the India's skies, most of the Indian skies, simply because we do not have any other airline challenging their monopoly. And that is why the DGCA was on the back foot. And that also tells you why that over past 2 years, when they had an option to transition to new rules, they refused to do so. And DGCA refused to make them accountable because they feared exactly the situation. Now we have a situation where DGCA looks like it has, it has compromised. It has been arm twisted. Policies are up for U-turns. Secondly, Indigo gets its way. Thirdly, and which is worse, the passenger safety and the crew safety has been compromised by the virtue of a monopoly, which is clearly with and the power that Indigo yields.
Priyanka, what really strikes me is that these are norms which have been put in abeyance now. It's not even as if they've said that it's been put in abeyance for 1 month or 2 months and then it'll come back. It's been indefinitely put on abeyance. So what was the point of this exercise which started 2 years ago, which prioritized the safety of passengers? What was the point of it at all if you're just going to put it aside?
No, it is extremely disappointing to see a very toothless ministry, a clueless ministry, as well as a DGCA which is so utterly helpless and is willing to be, taking decisions on the basis of what airlines want. They should probably shut down the ministry or rename it to, Ministry in the Service of the Oligarchs of the Indian Skies. Simply because the ask that Indigo had was to extend this till February 2026. What DGC has effectively done is totally withdrawn this particular requirement. So I think compromising passenger safety, compromising crew safety and their mental health, which again is something which we have discussed after the Air India crash. So I'm quite I do not know what more I can say to this to express my concern about this entire situation.
No, so Priyanka, why don't we reflect on the magnitude of the crisis based on what the Indigo CEO said? Ultimately, he is accountable for this mess. But this mess, even if they start fixing it now by restoring the old norms, will take another 10 days to restore. Even then, they're not sure. So this is a crisis. This is going to continue in peak season. We're hitting fog season. We're hitting marriage season. It's the end of the year. People travel a lot. And India's biggest airline will at least need 10 more days before this gets sorted out. What does that say?
It just speaks about the entire aviation industry's helplessness and a government which was found sleeping at the wheel. When the Go Airlines went down under, when Jet Airways tried to restart, when we had the merging of Vistara with Air India, at every single step, I continue to say that we need to handhold the aviation industry because we're talking about having more passenger traffic, air traffic. We have passengers now, but we don't have the options of airlines. So it is time we come, whether it is the finance ministry, whether it is the aviation ministry, they all put their heads together and figure out how the best way to deal with this. But right now, it would be the passengers who are the receiving end, the kind of distress that we are seeing coming from all the airports, and just some tweets coming out from the Ministry of Civil Aviation that they've had some meeting, they have notified, they have directed, but they clearly seem absolutely clueless on how to go ahead. So they weren't well prepared. Indigo knew what it was doing. Indigo knew the kind of chaos it can lead to, but continued to get its own way. So I think it is, unfortunately, it's a lose-lose situation for those passengers. They will end up paying higher airfares. They would have to cancel their plans. They will have to rework their plans just because we are at the mercy of airlines as well as the government, which is not rising up to the occasion.
No, absolutely, Priyanka. I couldn't agree more. It's a complete meltdown in Indian aviation. And, this is what upsets me and surprises me. And I wanted your views on this. All of us want a booming civil aviation sector. All of us know that if we want economic growth, that this is a big growth driver. We want the convenience of passengers. But what about the entire argument that this is an airline that is growing faster than its ability to hire pilots? Because pilots are an even more rare commodity than aircraft. Indigo at one stage, even now perhaps, is adding one brand new plane every week. It's got the largest order of A320 class aircraft, or any aircraft for that matter, ever placed. And yet they are more than 1,000 pilots short if they were to meet those flight duty time limitations. What does that actually say about growth in this sector?
What surprises me is that even last year, exactly on this date, 5th December 2024, we were discussing the Vayuyan Vidhayak bill, and we had the civil aviation minister talk about, oh my God, we are buying so many aircraft, and the the aviation industry is doing very well. But nobody was talking about building those infrastructures to be able to handle that kind of aircraft that are coming, the kind of training that the pilots would need, the crew would need. No one's talking about that. So we take credit for things that are growing well, expanding well, but we are not thinking through our policies to ensure that there is no disruption. So those knee-jerk reactions, knee-jerk policies, the knee-jerk U-turns that come is extremely, it just goes to show that we are a country which is growing, but without putting a thought in terms of policy and how to continue to build on this momentum. This particular incident is actually a reminder that we need to go back to the drawing tables and figure out a consistent pattern on how we help the aviation industry grow and people take to the sky. So Hawai Chappal se Hawai Yatra is a great slogan to have. But if you do not really work towards it, you're going to face situations like this.
And Priyanka, your thoughts on the woman who was waiting outside one of the airports with an urn with her father's ashes, unable to travel, or the 20-year-old student who had come to another city, wanted to go home, but is stuck somewhere, not knowing what to do, not a rupee in their pocket, and completely stranded. Passengers who miss their connecting flights, people who were supposed to travel abroad, people whose flights have been cancelled, they don't know when they'll get their money back. All sorts of concerns. I mean, and you know, your own constituents in your own constituency. What are your thoughts about those who've suffered so much today?
It's extremely distressing, and my heart goes out to all of them. I have been watching visuals, and it just moves me so much that I felt that as a member of parliament, we need some answers from the minister. We need some answers given in the parliament. Something I've been consistently raising, that while we are growing in terms of passenger traffic, we are not growing enough to be able to accommodate the demand. And now we're facing the brunt of it. So situations like someone's death, someone's memorial, someone's wedding, someone's, important event, having to give up on all of it.
Yep.
Is, it's heartbreaking.
Absolutely.
And also makes you realize how fragile the situation is as far as this entire industry is concerned.
All right, Priyanka Chaturvedi, Shiv Sena UBT MP, thank you very much for joining us, sharing your concerns, and for raising this in Parliament. We'll take a short break, come back with the very latest.
Hours of staring at clouds. 2 hours of staring, yes. But binge watching your favorites on this window? Bro. I love this window. That's Air India now.
To some extent, the Salai school was inspired by government, in fact the Gujarat government, when Prime Minister Modi was Chief Minister of Gujarat, where they put out an order for 60,000 electric machines, because Gujarat is fully electrified, which Usha took that order to every taluka in Gujarat and with full training to all the women involved. And when we saw that, we realized what could be done in India and what could be done in any state.
हमने 2.5 में सोचा था ये।
संजीव,
हाँ?
ये वाला घर पिक करना एक मास्टर स्ट्रोक है।
ये घर बजट से ज्यादा है। कौन देगा हमें बढ़िया होम लोन?
सचिन।
सचिन क्यों देगा होम लोन?
सचिन।
अरे मैं नहीं,
सचिन।
बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा देगा तुम्हें बढ़िया होम लोन और बेहतर इंटरेस्ट रेट भी मिलेगा। बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा से होम लोन लेना भी एक मास्टर स्ट्रोक है।
एंड ऑफ द मंथ और ये बची कुची सैलरी, इतने में क्या ही मिलेगा यार।
इतने में तो सिर्फ सोना ही मिलेगा।
सोना? तू ठीक तो है ना?
गोल्ड ETF, 200 रुपए हो या कम, इन्वेस्ट विद जस्ट अ डीमैट अकाउंट। एंड द बेस्ट पार्ट, ये रेगुलेटेड है एंड इट्स बैक्ड बाय रियल गोल्ड।
क्या बात है यार।
Gold ETF. It's Aaj Ka Gold. A simple way to diversify and balance portfolios with 200 rupees or less.
मुबारक हो सर, आपका रिटायरमेंट प्लान रेडी है।
Thank you. जिम्मेदारियां हमसे बांटी, हल्का लगेगा। इंडिया फर्स्ट के लाइफ इंश्योरेंस प्लान्स।
This season at Kalyan Jewellers, enjoy up to 1500 rupees off per gram on making charges. Conditions apply.
मैं कहीं भी जाऊं, सिक्योरिटी तो जरूरी है। तभी तो मेरे पर्स में होती है प्रोटेंस, पेट के प्रोटेक्शन के लिए। एसिडिटी, हार्टबर्न और गैस को खत्म करे कम से कम समय में और पेट को रखे कूल लंबे समय तक। प्रोटेंस, ईट हैप्पीली, लिव हैप्पीली।
Explore 500 plus designs at your nearest Philips Smart Light Hub. Philips.
सैल्यूट है जी, आप देश की रक्षा में जान लगा देते हैं और आप घर घर में तार लगाते हैं जी। ई बीम टेक्नोलॉजी से बनी, न जले न पिघले, सबकी रक्षा करे।
हम सरहद पर लोगों की रक्षा करते हैं और आप देश के अंदर। सैल्यूट तो बनता है जी।
अपार अणुशक्ति फायर प्रोटेक्ट वायर, अपार देश का तार।
होम EMI 50,000।
आउटगोइंग तो जा रही है, आपकी क्या तैयारी है? पूरे सीलिंग का 20,000। आउटगोइंग है जा रही, आपकी क्या तैयारी?
मौसा जी, मेरी शादी का गिफ्ट।
मनी की आउटगोइंग रहेगी जारी, इसीलिए कर लो तैयारी। SIP के साथ इन्वेस्ट करो और जरूरत पड़ने पर SWP के साथ सिस्टमैटिकली विड्रॉ करो। म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
आराम से आराम से। हाँ। सामान देना भैया।
अब आगे क्या करना है? वो पिट्टू की पर्ची में देखो ना, कहाँ गई पर्ची?
नमस्ते
जी।
हाँ, मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा होता है। आप चलिए मेरे साथ। व्हील चेयर, ये आपका और ये हाँ। आपका। पर्ची में शॉपिंग की बात तो जरूर लिखी होती है। थोड़ी पेट पूजा की बात कोई पर्ची में ना लिखे, ऐसा हो सकता है? टिफिन
थैंक यू।
अरे पर्ची मिल गई।
पर्ची में तो ये सब लिखा ही नहीं था।
हम है ना आपकी पर्ची।
सिर्फ वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं चलाते हैं, आपके सफर में हम सफर बन जाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
Thank you.
Enjoy your meal.
Neither the middle seat nor the meal is a sandwich. That's Air India now.
Welcome back. Russia's President Vladimir Putin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi held bilateral talks today. In the joint briefing, both world leaders highlighted the focus of both nations in taking the strategic and economic ties between them to the next level. The Russian president referred to Prime Minister Modi as his friend and said that they are working to help set up India's biggest nuclear plant in Kudankulam in Tamil Nadu. The Prime Minister also said that Russia has always been a friend in need and has walked together with India in the fight against terror. What we'll do now is take a look at some of the defining images of the day. The India-Russia partnership, absolutely critical. Here are a few quick developments. A powerful embrace making global headlines, the Prime Minister and the President sharing a moment that signaled warmth, strength and a message to the world. This partnership isn't strategic only, it's also personal. A surprise spin that stole the spotlight. The Prime Minister and President Putin in a car sharing smile stories and a rare glimpse of diplomacy on wheels. At Rajghat, President Putin delivered a subtle but sharp message. No orders, no pressure, no diktats. A quiet note with loud geopolitical echoes. The question is Trump paying attention? Image number 4, a firm handshake sealing energy-heavy discussions. As Moscow and Delhi warm up to the oil equation, all eyes are on Washington because every new deal here turns up the heat on Donald Trump. Image 5, inside Hyderabad House, strong words on conflict and peace. The Prime Minister makes a clear appeal and Putin responds with a promise, setting the tone for where this relationship heads next. And finally, a symbolic gesture steeped in philosophy, the Prime Minister presents the Gita to Putin, underscoring India's message of balance, duty and peace at a moment the world needs it the most. Well, there was a fair bit said as well by both the leaders today. Let's listen in.
फ्रेंड्स, पिछले 8 दशकों में विश्व में अनेक उतार चढ़ाव आए हैं। मानवता को अनेक चुनौतियों और संकटों से गुजरना पड़ा है और इन सब के बीच भी भारत रूस मित्रता एक ध्रुव तारे की तरफ बनी रही है। परस्पर सम्मान और गहरे विश्वास पर टिके ये संबंध समय की हर कसौटी पर हमेशा खरे उतरे हैं। आज हमने इस नींव को और मजबूत करने के लिए सहयोग के सभी पहलुओं पर चर्चा की। आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध लड़ाई में भारत और रूस ने लंबे समय से कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर सहयोग किया है। पहलगाम में हुआ आतंकी हमला हो या क्रोकस सिटी हॉल पर किया गया कायरतापूर्ण आघात, इन सभी घटनाओं की जड़ एक ही है। भारत का अटल विश्वास है कि आतंकवाद मानवता के मूल्यों पर सीधा प्रहार है और इसके विरुद्ध वैश्विक एकता ही हमारी सबसे बड़ी ताकत है।
Что касается наших отношений, то они действительно носят очень глубокий исторический характер. Как бы мы его не характеризовали, какими бы эпитетами его не украшали, важно другое, важно содержание. А содержание очень глубокое.
Our relations are deeply rooted into history, but it is not the words that matter, it is the substance of the matter, which is very profound.
Мы этим очень дорожим, и мы видим, что вы, уважаемый господин премьер-министр, уделяете этому тоже очень большое личное внимание.
We really appreciate that, and the fact that you, Executive Prime Minister, pay special personal attention to that.
За прошедшие годы нами проделана очень большая работа в развитии наших отношений.
Over the past years, we have done a great deal of work to develop our relationship.
И по мере развития наших стран, по мере развития экономик наших государств, возможности нашего сотрудничества расширяются.
As our countries and our economies move forward, we have more opportunities for cooperation.
We are also conducting a flagship project to build the largest Indian nuclear power plant, Kudankulam. 2 out of 6 reactor units have been already connected to the energy network and 4 are still under construction. Getting this nuclear power plant to full power output will give an impressive contribution to the energy requirements of India. It will help supply Indian enterprises and houses with cheap and clean energy. We presume that we could talk about the construction of small modular reactors and floating nuclear power plants, and also non-energy application of nuclear technologies, for example in medicine or agriculture.
Well, an important part of this visit of the Russian president was also the India-Russia Business Summit that took place at Bharat Mandapam today. My colleague Vishal Vivek was covering that. He sent us this report.
Russian President Vladimir Putin's India visit is a shot in the arm of India-Russia relationship. There are several things that both the sides have agreed on. The first one, of course, is the bilateral trade. We've talked about how there's a deficit in the bilateral trade. That has been addressed, and Prime Minister Modi himself has said that he sees that within a few years' time, the bilateral trade could reach as much as $100 billion, much before the deadline of 2030. Moving on, the second most important thing would be the energy partnership front. India already, partners with the Russian Federation on that front quite heavily. It has already attracted, some sort of, levies from the US side, but that has sort of been nullified by this partnership. This is a solidified partnership that we are seeing at the moment. And then there's cooperation on the transport and connectivity front. What that means is that both the sides will have, workforce, exchanges. We have been reporting throughout that the Russian side needs at least 4 to 5 lakh Indian workers only. So that will be addressed through this mechanism. And then there will be cooperation in the Russian Far East and the Arctic front. The North Sea route is supposed to connect the Russian Federation to the rest of the world through a route that is not really explored in the past. India and Russia have agreed to collaborate on that front as well. Then there is civil nuclear cooperation. Russia is already involved in the manufacturing of the biggest nuclear power plant in India at Kudankulam. There will be several developments on that front. And lastly, the military and military technical cooperation. This is also one of the key aspects of the relationship. Both the sides have commended the relationship that they have enjoyed. India is the biggest importer of Russian arms, so there will be more developments on that front.
Exquisite comfort. Bespoke hospitality. Culinary excellence. Big words, huh? Trust me. The experience here is far bigger. That's Air India now.
माँ के हाथों में थी बस सिलाई की डोर, आज उस डोर से खुल गया सपनों का छोर। सिलाई मशीन की आवाज़ में बजती है जीत, हर टाका जोड़ता है एक नई प्रीत। हमने सीखा माँ से सपने बुनना, जिम्मेदारी और जज्बात में खुद को पहचानना। माँ ने सीखा, हमने राह पाई, परिवार के हर कोने में रोशनी सी छाई। ये कहानी है सिलाई से ज़िंदगी बदलने की, बच्चों की ज़ुबान से माँ की उड़ान समझने की। नाज है हमें, माँ सिर्फ माँ नहीं, अब घर की ताकत और समाज की रोशनी बनी।
तू चमकी चमकी जो तू, तेरी चमक से चमके दुनिया, रोशनी सुनहरी सी निखरी सवेरी, सितारे आसमां के भी।
Exquisitely crafted jewelry, inspired by the spirit of today's brides. Malabar Gold and Diamonds celebrates the brides of India.
Defence Expo Ground in Lucknow is witnessing a historic moment. After 61 years, the 19th National Jamboree of the Bharat Scouts and Guides has been organised.
ये जो गतिविधियां हैं, इसके द्वारा हमें अच्छे काम देखने को मिलते हैं।
More than 32,000 participants, including 2,000 delegates from the Asia-Pacific region, took part in it.
उत्तर प्रदेश की धरा पर 19वीं जमहूरी इस दृश्य अत्यंत आह्लादकारी है। हम सबको एक नई प्रेरणा प्रदान करने वाला है उत्तर प्रदेश के नौजवानों के अंदर।
For the first time, participants were being provided real-time information through digital live streaming, RFID-based smart ID cards, and a WhatsApp communication system. This grand event conveyed a message of youth empowerment. This jamboree not only reflected Indian culture and unity in diversity, but has also further strengthened transformation of Uttar Pradesh.
यार तो मिला, अरे प्यार कर ले, प्यार बिना चैन कहाँ रे, प्यार बिना चैन कहाँ रे, सोना नहीं चांदी नहीं यार तो मिला, अरे प्यार कर ले।
Explore 500 plus designs at your nearest Philips Smart Light Hub. Philips.
आराम से हाँ। सामान देना भैया।
अब आगे क्या करना है? वो पिट्टू की पर्ची में देखो ना, कहाँ गई पर्ची?
नमस्ते
जी।
हाँ? मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा होता है। आप चलिए मेरे साथ। व्हील चेयर, ये आपका और ये आपका। पर्ची में शॉपिंग की बात तो जरूर लिखी होती है। थोड़ी पेट पूजा की बात कोई पर्ची में ना लिखे, ऐसा हो सकता है?
टिफिन लाया।
थैंक यू।
अरे पर्ची मिल गई।
पर्ची में तो ये सब लिखा ही नहीं था।
हम है ना आपकी पर्ची।
सिर्फ वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं चलाते हैं, आपके सफर में हम सफर बन जाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
Exquisite comfort. Bespoke hospitality. Culinary excellence. Big words, huh? Trust me. The experience here is far bigger. That's Air India now.
Welcome back. We're going to go back to that big Indigo story and give you an idea of how common people have really suffered today. Tens of thousands of passengers impacted, more than 1,000, more than that. Indigo flights cancelled today, the airline in a state of complete disarray. Well, this is the picture of an Indigo, of a couple that were to attend their own wedding reception. They ended up attending the reception, albeit online. Medashir Sagar of Hubballi and Sangama Das of Bhubaneswar, both software engineers working in Bengaluru, got married in Bhubaneswar on the 23rd of November. There was a formal reception which was arranged at the bride's hometown on Wednesday. However, the event took an unusual turn after Indigo cancelled multiple flights because of the ongoing pilot shortage across India. The bride and groom, who had booked tickets from Bhubaneswar to Bengaluru and onward to Hubballi for the 2nd of December, were stranded after their flights were repeatedly delayed.
Exquisite comfort. Bespoke hospitality. Culinary excellence. Big words, huh? Trust me. The experience here is far bigger. That's Air India now.
एंड ऑफ द मंथ और ये बची कुची सैलरी, इतने में क्या ही मिलेगा यार।
इतने में तो सिर्फ सोना ही मिलेगा।
सोना? तू ठीक तो है ना?
गोल्ड ETF, 200 रुपए हो या कम, इन्वेस्ट विद जस्ट अ डीमैट अकाउंट। एंड द बेस्ट पार्ट, ये रेगुलेटेड है एंड इट्स बैक्ड बाय रियल गोल्ड।
क्या बात है यार।
Gold ETF. It's Aaj Ka Gold. A simple way to diversify and balance portfolios with 200 rupees or less.
एसिडिटी, हार्टबर्न और गैस को खत्म करे कम से कम समय में और पेट को रखे कूल लंबे समय तक। प्रोटैंस, ईट हैप्पीली, लिव हैप्पीली।
आराम से आराम से। हाँ। सामान देना भैया।
अब आगे क्या करना है? वो पिट्टू की पर्ची में देखो ना, कहाँ गई पर्ची?
नमस्ते
जी।
हाँ? मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा होता है। आप चलिए मेरे साथ। व्हील चेयर, ये आपका और ये आपका। पर्ची में शॉपिंग की बात तो जरूर लिखी होती है। थोड़ी पेट पूजा की बात कोई पर्ची में ना लिखे, ऐसा हो सकता है? टिफिन लाया।
थैंक यू।
अरे पर्ची मिल गई।
पर्ची में तो ये सब लिखा ही नहीं था।
हम है ना आपकी पर्ची।
सिर्फ वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं चलाते हैं, आपके सफर में हम सफर बन जाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
This season at Kalyan Jewelers, enjoy up to 1,500 rupees off per gram on making charges. Conditions apply.
In the heart of rural Uttar Pradesh, a quiet revolution is taking place, led by the state's very own daughters. The BC Sakhi initiative, launched in 2020 by the government, is closing the gap between remote villages and essential financial services.
सरकार की अच्छी योजना है ये और गांव वालों को ग्रामीणों को बहुत फायदा हुआ है इससे.
Equipped with micro ATMs and digital tools, these trained banking correspondent Sakhis are now bringing doorstep banking to communities. They help residents with everything from cash withdrawals and deposits to opening bank accounts, paying bills and accessing crucial government welfare schemes.
कुछ बीसी सखी ऐसी हैं इसमें जिनकी महीने की आमदनी 25,000 से लेकर के 1.25 लाख रुपए महीना कमा रही हैं वे बीसी सखी उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर.
The program has trained thousands of women, promoting digital literacy across the state. This has also strengthened transparency, ensuring that benefits reach the right people at the right time.
Explore 500 plus designs at your nearest Philips Smart Light Hub. Philips.
When celebrations glow and traditions shine, the sparkle of jewels that light up the bride.
चमकी चमकी जो तू तेरी चमक से चमके दुनिया रोशनी सुनहरी सी निखरी सवेरी सितारे आसमां के भीगे कर जो सुलगती धूप जैसी चमकती शाम जैसी हर महक
Exquisitely crafted jewelry, inspired by the spirit of today's brides. Malabar Gold and Diamonds celebrates the brides of India.
Thank you.
Enjoy your meal.
Neither the middle seat nor the meal is a sandwich. That's Air India now.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. Lots lined up as always over the next 60 minutes, from the lighting of the lamp or Kartigai Deepam controversy in Tamil Nadu to the Indigo flights. Namaskaram, Namaskara, Baunara, Nallarkingla, Vasudha joining us live from a cold evening at Vijay Chowk.
That's right, Veera. Good evening to all our viewers. Namaskaram to you, and I come to you from right outside the brightly lit Parliament. It looks like it's getting ready for the Vande Mataram and SIR and of course election reform discussion next week. And to its right is the Grand Rashtrapati Bhavan, which is now hosting the banquet for President Putin. We'll get you all that and more, but first up, the headlines.
After the Indigo chaos leaves passengers and year-end plans in chaos, the DGCA puts the roster norms in abeyance, slams Indigo for the mess across the country. Indigo CEO apologizes as thousands and thousands are left stranded over the past few days. Another Sashi Tharoor moment that may make the Congress uncomfortable. He gets invited to President Putin's dinner, which doesn't have Rahul Gandhi in the guest list. The Prime Minister will lead the Vande Mataram debate on Monday as the government braces for an emotional charge before the opposition discusses electoral reforms and SIR. Vladimir Putin sends a global message from New Delhi, says India is on the side of peace. Prime Minister Modi and President Putin participate in the India-Russia Business Forum. Well, first up this evening, the political face-off and the legal battle over the lighting of the Deepam or festival lamp at the holy Tirupparangundram hillock near Madurai. The auspicious day of the Kartigai Deepam has passed, but the politics and the legal battle is burning intense. Vasudha, the Madras High Court today adjourned hearing the state government's appeal against a single judge order allowing the lighting of the lamp at the Deepa Toon or pillar right next to a dargah on the hilltop. in addition to an alternate spot where it has been lit traditionally over the last many decades. The Madurai collector, who's facing contempt of court proceedings, Vasudha, for not abiding by the single judge order of the High Court, has now moved the apex court challenging the contempt proceedings, and multiple political statements, including one from Chief Minister Stalin, has been made.
That's right, Veera. In fact, it's a deadly cocktail of identity, politics, more importantly, court orders, religion. And this is a sensitive issue because Tamil Nadu goes to polls next year. Just 6 months to go for Tamil Nadu polls. And this has become the latest flashpoint between the DMK and the BJP. What is the Tamil Nadu government saying in this? Well, the government says that in 2014, a 2-judge bench actually ordered the lighting of the lamp at an alternate site, not the contentious site that we're talking about, which is next to a dargah, and which is why it is not really obliged to follow the orders of the single judge court. So now really what happens is something that is everybody's guess. But yes, with the elections coming up, it looks like this is going to be the latest flashpoint between the DMK, that is accusing the BJP of trying to foment communal tensions, and the BJP accusing the DMK of trying to appease the minority votes.
That's right, Vasudha. Remember, all eyes now on the Supreme Court on how it deals with that contempt of court challenge petition filed by the Madurai collector. It's a sensitive and communal issue, Vasudha, as you rightly pointed out, and politics over it could get intense in the coming days. Let's listen into the reactions both from Tiruchi Siva and BJP's L. Murugan that Vasudha got from Parliament earlier in the day.
What happened in Tamil Nadu last 3-4 days? This is for the act where what is happening there. The full responsibility is for the DMK government and DMK police. They have to take full responsibility for this. How the desperate DMK failed DMK government, they didn't allowed if the CSF people also and the petitioner also. Where is the court? Why they are not following the court order?
See, we are very clear, either the DMK party or our allies or the Tamil Nadu government is not against the conventions of any religion. One person with vested interest has approached the court of law with a writ petition that they want to light the Deepam in Sikandar Malay. The name itself shows that Sikandar means it's a Muslim place. And it cannot be heard through a writ petition because it depends on rights. It can be settled only through a civil petition and civil court. Writ petition cannot have any jurisdiction in that.
Well, two strong points, multiple legal arguments at play. Joining us now is DMK's Parliamentary Party Chief Vasudha Kanimori Karunanidhi. She joins us now. Ma'am, thanks very much for joining Vasudha and me here on the Southern View. Given that a court, no less than the High Court, has ordered the lighting of the lamp at the Deepatun, and this is the single bench order that I'm referring to on the hilltop, was it not duty of the state government to abide by that order? Why was the High Court order defied, inviting contempt? Was it for minority appeasement, as the BJP is alleging?
See, we have been lighting this lamp traditionally in the Tirupurampundram Murugan temple, which is below the hillock. And then later in the 19th century, when the Playar temple was built on top of the hillock, it was shifted to that, and during Kartigai Deepam, the lamp or the light is lit over there. Suddenly, people want to go and light a lamp on the survey stone, which is there in front of the Sikandar Dargah. Why would you, the survey stone was laid by the British government. Why would you go and light a lamp over there? That actually goes against the Hindu sentiments. This is the confusion. So every time the BJP wants to create an issue, through the courts, they try to create this issue. We've seen it in exactly the same happening in Manipur also. And now they're repeating it in Tamil Nadu. This ceremony has been going on peacefully, And the Sikandar Dargah and these temples have coexisted in a harmonious way, and people have worshipped in both the places without any issues for many decades. Now BJP, before elections, it wants to start problems. It wants to start do its usual politics of religion, and it wants to create issues between people on religious lines, and they are trying to say that you must come and light a lamp somewhere else. And one more thing is, you talk about agama laws in temples. So the day the Kartikeya Deepam, it is a particular day when you can light the lamp for Kartikeya Deepam. That is what is happening in many temples across the state. But you can't do it on another day, the next day after Kartikeya Deepam. How can court intervene in all this and say, and then also say that they are the state government is in charge of law and order. We have to make sure that the law and order and is not obstructed, or there are any issues which are coming up. And we already have a court order saying that only the HRNC has the right to, and the temple authorities have the right to light the lamp. You cannot give it to somebody else to do it.
Ma'am, but isn't there another court order now to allow the lighting of the lamp on the Deepak Tun? Isn't the government actions then, couldn't that be considered unconstitutional?
I am saying there is already a court order which says this is the place where the Deepam has to be lit, and it is the duty of the state government to ensure that it happens peacefully. What is the reason for a one judge bench to overthrow the order and create issues?
Okay. So ma'am, are you saying that whatever the government did was not unconstitutional, but then going against what the Supreme Court wanted, don't you think that will dent DMK's image?
See, unfortunately or fortunately actually, unlike the BJP, DMK does not look at everything as an election win, or something which you have to create and use only for elections. We also care about people. We care that the majority of the people in the state have to live in peace and harmony. So that is what we want at the moment. I mean, that's our top priority, unlike the BJP, which believes in divisive politics.
Go ahead, Vasudha. Will this not give communal overtones, and in an election year, isn't that a serious concern?
No, it will not. We are very confident about the people of Tamil Nadu. Yesterday we saw how people were relieved then when this was brought under control. Because people in Tamil Nadu do not want this kind of divisive politics, this kind of hatred brewing between them. Because in the same Tirupuram Kundram itself, we've had two temples and a dargah. And people have been peacefully worshipping there and going there. Why do you have to create issues which are non-existent and which has never existed for centuries?
Also, ma'am, our last question to you. The BJP has been consistently claiming that the DMK is anti-Hindu. How are you going to address that?
People of Tamil Nadu know what the BJP is. We have not allowed them to come into Tamil Nadu in a big way. And the Tamil Nadu people will never give in to this.
That is the DMK MP Kanimozhi speaking to NDTV. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your thoughts. The DMK MP clarifying that the DMK government is only interested in protecting law and order in the state, and she has also claimed that the DMK will not allow the BJP to spread a communal agenda in the state. That's a claim by DMK now. But also joining us now is the other side. We have Vanati Srinivasan, BJP legislator from Coimbatore. She is also the president of BJP's Mahila Morcha, or the Women's Wing. Thank you, Vanity ma'am, for speaking to NDTV. My first question to you. The DMK government is saying that a writ petition cannot decide on matters like this, and that because there is an order by a two-judge bench, it is not really obliged to go by or abide by whatever the single judge bench said. As a lawyer, how do you look at this argument?
See, first of all, when the High Court judgment is being given, it is the responsibility of the government to implement it. The law and order situation, as they are saying, it is not the true one. It is all been is created for the purpose of saying some reason for not implementing the judgment, because the DMK government all along, it is in their DNA, they are anti-Hindu sentiments always. It is not that first time the DMK government is not implementing the court order in respect of the temple. Even on several occasions, we have seen that how they are disrespecting the Hindu sentiment of the people. In this case, it is been clearly evident that even after a High Court judge has passed an order, even in their writ appeal, the division bench has dismissed the writ appeal. Even after that, with an intention of doing the appeasing of the minority community, the DMK has disobeyed the High Court order. Even when the Honorable Judge has directed the CASF personnel to give the protection, they are also being denied entry into the temple premises for lighting the Deepam in the Deepam Toon. The pillar itself is being called the Deepam Toon. I don't know for what purpose they are thinking of civil adjudication. When the pillar itself is being called as the lighting Deepam pillar, then what more the government is expected that the petitioner or the aggrieved person to prove about the nature of that pillar?
But ma'am, even as you make that point, the lighting of the Deepam has been going on since the 1960s very, very peacefully. The accusation is that the DMK is trying to maintain law and order. The BJP is trying to communalize the incident for electoral gains in an election year.
See, in the Tiruparam Kundram, that is small hill, that is being called as a Murugan hill. It is not that only the BJP is calling or Hindu Munani is calling or RSS is calling that small hill as a Murugan hill. It is for the centuries that hill is being called as a Murugan hill. So the DMK cannot play saying that only because of the RSS and BJP we are creating some issue. It is not so. For a long time, in the same pillar, the Deepam has been lighted by the people for over the centuries. Yes, in between the 13th century, because of the Sikandar and his defeat and his Samadhi, that all the in-between things had happened. Then even after independence, for some period it is being allowed. Then after that it has been stopped. Then why it is for a long time the demand is there. It is not that only Hindu Munani has given this call or BJP is supporting. It is not so. For so many years, even before we are supporting this cause, the locality people, they were demanding that in the particular pillar, the Kartigai Deepam has to be lighted. So it is that DMK's politics is always in Tamil Nadu. It is an anti-BJP, anti-Modi. So like the same thing that they are giving their color to this issue. But for a long time, the people of that district, and not only that district, whoever is worshipping Lord Muruga, because there are 6 important temples for Lord Muruga in Tamil Nadu. All the people, Muruga's devotees, they used to visit all these temples. This temple demand is also for a long time. It is not that first time our organizations are rising. And apart from that, recently, the STPA, supported by the local, that Ramanathapuram MP, they have claimed that they are going to give a sacrifice of goat, chicken, everything. So because of that, the people, at large number of devotees, they were objected for that. Then during that time, the government did not come out cleanly about that whose temple that is and what the HRMC is right, everything. They did not openly came out, and now after the High Court judgment, they are giving all these stories.
But Vanati ma'am, now that the lighting is over, how are you going to take this matter forward? Because if Tamil Nadu is seen to be a land of believers and temples, it's also seen as a land of Periyar, where Hindutva has not really been able to get that kind of electoral traction. How are you so convinced that this issue will make people understand that DMK is anti-Hindu is what you're saying?
You are asking about the socio-political situation. Once upon a time, yes, when Periyar was giving the Cheppal slap for the Lord Rama's photograph, and it is been known that it is not only anti-Hindu, it is anti-Brahminical sentiment always they used to run. And the same that school of thought that DMK is following their footsteps by following the TK principle by saying Periyar. But now the situation in Tamil Nadu has been totally changed. But now, if anyone is ridiculing, anyone is disrespecting, now the people are starting giving their reaction. They are responding in a proper way by saying that the government, the philosophical or ideological things cannot be settled here. It is completely the temple, the worship, the devotees, the divinity, spiritual, everything is totally different. Now slowly, Tamil Nadu is differentiating between what is Periyar and what is Sanatana and what is Hindu sentiment. So the TMK government is thinking of consolidating the minority vote, is taking this, but definitely this will backfire DMK in the coming election.
There will be many who will question that contestation, and perhaps electoral results will perhaps reflect on what the changes are. But that was Vanati Srinivasan of the BJP. Vasudha joining us for a very quick political face-off this evening. Two political analysts who follow Tamil Nadu closely and have strong opposing points of view. Dr. R.K. Radhakrishnan of the Frontline and also Ramaswamy Meyyappan joining us this evening. Thanks to the both of you for joining us. R.K. Radhakrishnan, first to you. If there is a court order, it is the duty of any government to adhere to it. There is a 2014 order and then there is the latest order by a single judge. Some experts say both do not necessarily contradict each other and that the second order allows the lighting at the Deepathoon in addition to the alternate spot. Is the Tamil Nadu's government's action one of minority appeasement, one that can be termed unconstitutional? What's your point of view?
The very simple fact of the matter in the Indian Constitution and our jurisprudence, Veera, happens to be that obviously a single judge cannot overturn a division bench order. There have been two orders, one in the 90s and one in 2017, both by division benches, which have held that wherever the process is happening right now, the lighting is happening now right now is fine, and that's the place. And that there have been 3 surveys conducted by the Geological Survey of India during the Britishers' time in Salem, Madurai and in Chennai. And the structure on top of the mountain is by the Geological Survey of India, and it is not a Deepathoon. And this has been the process all over the time. In fact, Jayalalitha herself had refused to entertain this plea. And the Hindu has actually reported on this, saying that there is no need to change the spot where the Deepam is being lit. One. Number two, Mr. Swaminathan, the G.R. Swaminathan, the single judge who gave the order, did 2 things. One, he visited the spot and he decided for him